right. Ready to go. Hi everybody. Welcome to episode 138 of the Art School live streams. I'm Marc, and I'll be giving you feedback today. So, a little bit of an introduction as usual, you know. For those that are new, I don't know. There's always a couple of new people every week, so you know, I always want to repeat myself just for those people to make them feel welcome, and then for everybody else also a little bit later on YouTube who might be watching the replay. So, our school live streams. Basically, those happen every single weekend, and you know, as you'll see, they last pretty long. So it's basically the whole day, Saturday typically, and it's something that's my students, students from my art school program, for which you can find a link down in the description below. But it's something that my students can attend every single weekend, and then they can come over, hang out, and ask artsy questions and submit their assignments or their personal art for feedback. So yeah, usually, as long as the feedback relates to what we see in the program, it's all good. So pretty open. And so yeah, so people every day. So I'll post like I'll create a post the night before, and then people will just comment with their submission. And so I grab them all, and so this is the order. That's what's on the menu today. So let's check it out. So I think it's in order. So let me know. Last week Facebook did some shenanigans, and I got the order wrong. I'm blaming it on Facebook. I'm totally. Oh yeah, I should totally ask that. Anybody from Texas here? Are you guys okay? God damn, that was sucky. Well, silly question. If you don't have power, you're probably not watching this, or maybe on your phone. But yeah, let me know. Where are my Texas students? Are you from there, Vika? I guess, if you're mentioning it. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, so let's keep going here. No water, man. What the hell, Texas? Power's back, that's good. Yeah, so yeah, I have some friends over there showing photos of like the grocery store is completely empty. That's super scary. Hang in there, guys. That sucks. Oh yeah, another thing that sucks. Well, not as bad, not nearly as bad. But we're getting kicked out of our apartment, of our house. The landlord selling the house, so you know, nothing bad or anything. It's just it was gonna happen at some point. We've been here for a little over 3 years now, so yeah, I'll be busy trying to find a new place, especially in this crappy market where there's nothing. Wish me luck. Reading the comments here. Yeah. Seriously. If this is mismanaged twice, that's your cue to get the hell out. Alright, so see, so a lot of really cool stuff today. Let's get back on the topic here. There's no requirements whatsoever for the submissions, unless, you know, other than what I mentioned earlier, but there's no skill requirements, certainly. So, you know, our school is great for if you're a complete beginner. That's the point of the program, to have a way to get started. Of course, it works for people that have more experience, and there's also a bunch of professional artists that are students. That's cool. And yeah, I'm always happy to see, you know, the range every stream. So there's no, you know, it's not a bad thing to post stuff from the earlier terms when you're just starting. I say this every time. I'll say that again. I much rather see those things because it's way better for you, just for your personal growth. It's all the fundamental stuff that we see at the beginning of the program. So that's our foundation. That's what's important. Everything else just builds up on that. And so, of course, it's cool to see beautiful art. Of course. But for me as a teacher, to feel better, I like to see the progress. And you see the most progress when you focus on your fundamentals. So I like to see those assignments. And let's keep going here. So quick, because I see like you guys uploading stuff all over the place. Not that big of a deal. No, most of it is on Facebook. But Facebook, it has pretty good uploads. So if you want to if you can just use that, that makes it slightly easier for me, saves a little bit of time. Like uploading it in the comments, because the resolution is pretty good. And for me, I just need to right click and paste right in Photoshop, so it helps. Like the ones to avoid, I guess, would be like a Google Drive, because you have to save the image first and then save it somewhere on the computer locally. You can't right click and save. So usually what I do, I'll just like screenshot. So even if the resolution is better, you're not really getting the benefits because I'm not downloading it. Also, I'm afraid of viruses. San Antonio and Austin. Nice. And to be honest, like we even looked into moving to Texas, you know, after we heard that we needed to move. We're like, all right, where else can we go? Taxes here in California is pretty bad. Texas got no taxes. That's nice. But then this happened, so that kind of, you know, it kind of helped our decision. Anyways, let's get started. I think we're ready to go. And Dennis here, number one man. So as usual, if you have any questions, you know, along the way, and or if I'm giving feedback to somebody and you're like, you totally missed that, that's super important, what are you doing? You can jump in the chat and, you know, type away so that I can rectify my mistake or mention something that I should have mentioned. And something else to keep in mind though, like for you guys, you know, if you've been watching the streams, you're more familiar with the other students, with your peers, and so you know kind of like the progression over time. But if you're watching on like later on YouTube and you see me mention something but clearly not mention something else that might seem to you more important, there's also continuity in the feedback, right? So students keep coming back every week. Not everybody, but you know, they keep coming back basically. So I can see kind of the progress over time, and so it might be something that I mentioned in the past that I feel like it's pointless to mention again. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And with those disclaimers out of the way, let's go. Hope you're well. As you can see, I added color. It's not a strong suit for me, but I really wanted to play with warmer and cooler colors in the shading. It's something I have never done before. I also wanted to play with different lines, with different line colors via masks, though I found it hard to locate the choice areas to do so outside of her lid, hand, and her face. Different line colors. Line colors? Line colors? I mean, for your line arts? I would think. Right. Yeah, like this thing here. This cut is not my favorite, but I'm hoping that it was the only reason I changed the orders. I'm hoping that it was the only one that the order changed. And so hopefully now it should be back in the perfect order. I don't know. Well, hopefully. I mean, when you know, talking about lines, when the piece is this dark, I don't think it really makes that big of a difference, to be honest. Like if you removed all your lines, I think it'd probably be fine. More like merge your lines with your shading layer. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, so in this case, line art, you know, not a whole lot to do with it, like you realize. But that works, you know, like it basically just makes the line disappear, so it's nice. You really feel the light when we don't have that black outline. Yeah, you could have done maybe the same thing here with the nose, you know, like change that black line for something a little shinier. There we go. Yeah, man, I really like that you went for like cool and warm. That adds so much to this piece. Like the little blue mist in the background here, and then the warmer tint around where you have kind of like that light coming through, shining down. That's super nice. I was gonna say maybe a little dark, but still so same as last time. But this thing, you know, this definitely helps. Now I can see the space properly, at least, so that's nice. But if you have the lights basically being so strong here on her hands, and on her face. Like for the contrast to be this drastic, you know, from this, oops, from this to basically down there. That, you know, it's a big difference. It's a big gap. I would probably just bring in more lights. So have the light excuse me, have the light bounce around more. Yeah, so let's try overlay. No, overlay never really works too well when it's this dark, but let's try it anyways. What the heck? Whoa, wrong color. So it's gonna crank up the contrast too much, so keep that in mind. It would need to be kind of a combination of a little bit of hard lights and a little bit of overlay. But yeah, but just having kind of like more light come in, like open up the hole in the ceiling in the top of the cave, and right down there on the ground, you know, the light's gonna be pretty bright. That's where the light shines directly, just like on the top of her hand. So there's no real reason. I mean, yeah, we can see the shadow here, so clearly the light reaches all the way to the bottom based on what we have here. And so if it's this bright there, it should be pretty damn bright down there too. It's not going to be a whole lot of loss of light, you know, in that short of a distance. If the light's traveled bajillions of miles to get to the Earth, you know, this much, it's probably not going to change that drastically, the intensity. So let's pop maybe another one here. Maybe have the overlay on top, and then hard light right below. But hard light is really cool. It's really nice to get these to get the light effect, you know, like a really bright light shining through a dusty cave or dusty room. Like you get kind of like this nice opaque highlight. Very nice. So maybe some of that. That's probably a little too saturated, but you know, if you had a little bit more of that behind there, I think it'd be nice, and then you can have that bounce light kind of be reflected everywhere else too. So all your highlights essentially would just be a little brighter. But just to make this pop some more, so that it's not just like tiny bits that are full of lights and everything else kind of dark. But have that light bounce. Yeah, man, that came out really cool though. I love what you did with the skulls. Now it makes a lot more sense. Now I can see the heads there, so clearly it's not her legs. Unless these creatures were just a skull and one leg. I don't think that's a thing. But one thing I'm kind of missing is this leg of hers. Like this one is really hard to see. So just like you have the highlight here, you know, that leg, if anything is closer to the light, then that's stalagmite. And so it'd probably be just a little brighter. Reflect more of that bounce light. And yeah, like the front of her body too here. Sure, it's underneath her, but still it's pretty direct, you know, like if there's a light particle coming down here, bouncing off of the water, and then this area close to the bounce location, which is this pond here, should be pretty bright too. It's gonna get a lot of bounce light. Let's brighten it up. But overall, color choice and everything, like it's creepy. It's colorful, but tastefully done. So it's not too much. And it's slightly, I mean, it's not colorful. It's desaturated, but still has colors. So it's not just like a monochrome image. But I like the restraint here. It looks creepy, proper creepy. If there was too much colors in here, I don't think it'd be nearly as creepy. I like it. Oh snap! Now I see. Oh, that's even worse. I mean, even creepier. Oh, I see. Oh, I didn't catch that at all. I thought she was the spider. Like half spider, half woman. Oh, that I did not get a good grasp on that at all. My apologies. Probably none of my comments made sense last time. Yeah, I think you would easily solve that by just having more lights, you know, up here. Let's do overlay. face. Like having a, you know, again, having a clear distinction between the different planes. So her hair kind of blends into her face. So that's like another thing that was kind of contributing to my confusion. Maybe it's just me, I don't know. But having clear distinction here, clear cut between the two. We can clearly see all the body parts. And maybe you could have the light kind of reach a little bit further, like further towards the back, so that you can get some light hits here and like highlight some of the fur on her face. Beautiful eyebrows. And yeah, I would just brighten her up and kind of define, like brighten all of that up. Like our entire body, basically just crank up the brightness so that we can really see, like, okay, this is where the legs are connected to the body, that's the body, and then that's the head of the spider. Yeah, it's just a light thing, because yeah, now that I mention it, of course, yeah, that's clearly what it is. All right. Man, that's not a good place to end your days, being a puppet to a spider. Oh no. Super cool concept though. Now that I finally get it. Man. Alright, moving on. So back to you, Dennis. There we go. Alright. Let's rewind and go back here. So hope all is well. Yes, sir. Everything's good. Pretty good too. I started practicing forms again, and I tried studying values and portraits for the first time. Feel free to go all in with your critique. Please let me know if I should fix anything and how I can take these a step further. Got it, Scott. To answer your question, Dennis, it's just this. Bam! It's a brush that looks like that, so you can easily recreate it. I can show you the settings real quick. No. Get in there. Oh, come on. What have I done? There we go. Where is it? There we go. So a little bit of shape dynamic. You can pause the video to check the settings. Color dynamic. A little bit of transfer. Never figured out what this does. It's always on by default anyways. So yeah, that's that. Pretty simple. And this brush is it's a real pain in the butt to get used to it, you know? So you kind of have to get used to where the center of it is, like where the sharp line is, because it's not, in my case, it's not quite in the center where the cursor goes. It's a little bit offset, so I should probably fix that actually. But I kind of got used to it right now, so changing it would be devastating to my workflow because I need to get used to it again. But yeah, once you get used to it though, like this brush is a miracle. You can get like some crazy fast shading for folds, for whatever. Amazing. But brush shenanigans aside, let's take a look. Let me sip on my coffee as I admire this portrait study. That's super well structured. Man, that's really good study. Hell yeah. Awesome, man. Just this one. Always be careful, always be mindful of like the balance of your characters. And that's something that it's you kind of have to imagine, you know, the volumes in weight, you know, so like looking at her or him, him, I don't know, it's just a few pixels, who knows what this is, but yeah, it's probably her. Those are not manly thighs, but yeah, so you kind of have to look at all of that, this volume here, and then the volume of the leg, and then this is the balance, the point of balance, you know, if they're on like on a scale and you want You want the two sides to be equivalent, to have the same amount of weight. And so if one side is too heavy, of course the character falls on her back, on her face. And so looking at this, you know, this volume here, I mean, I'm including the hair. I shouldn't do that. The volume of the hair has no weight. And then the leg is pretty heavy. You know, it's a really thick chunk of meat in the body. Like this obviously is well balanced. Same amount of weight here, same amount of weight there. And so the balance remains basically. In your case here, you know, you have, this is the point of balance. And then you have most of the mass on that side and just a little bit on that side. So for sure she would fall on her back and get a concussion and probably die. We don't want that. So just be careful of that. You know, just keep that in mind in the future. And usually that's enough. You know, if you just keep that in mind, that the balance needs to be fine in the future, it shouldn't really be an issue. It's just something that people don't really think about initially. So yeah, just kind of get a switch to make same thing with this guy here. You know, his leg, the balance is right here. You know, he's tiptoeing here, so not a whole lot of weight goes there. So the most of the balance will be around this area. Maybe he's got a little bit of weight here, so maybe more towards the foot, the right foot a bit. So this is kind of like the center. And so you got a lot of mass here, a lot of mass there, but it's about the same. And so he's not going to fall. In your case, same idea again. A little too much here. And it doesn't help that the legs are a little short too. So if you made the legs bigger and you kind of just angled this leg that way a little bit more, all done. No problem. You wouldn't fall. But right now, if this is the point, there's a lot of mass here. Just a little bit there, you would fall. So yeah, just be mindful of that. But other than that, those are really good. Like just these simple boxes, these simple cylinders, and you can already tell really well with the poses, the angle, the foreshortening of everything. So he did a really good job there. And then yeah, like I said with the portrait, I think he crushed it. Structure here is super solid. Just there's not much in here, right? It's just the contour of the face, position, like simple facial features, simple shading. But everything is properly mirrored. So you can easily tell how everything has been constructed. The perspective is on point. Yeah, you nailed it. And from now on, you know, with the values, like her eyes are a little further apart than in your reference, but works for me. Maybe just her neck is a little thick, you know. She's been driving Formula 1 cars. She's got a thick neck. I just want to shave off a little bit of that. There we go. Yeah, that was pretty good. I really don't have much to say other than that. Crushing it. Gaily. Dun, 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 dun. More cafe. More cafe. I hope your week has been good. It's been good. Thanks, Gaily. Good-ish for me. No, not really. When did that happen? Was it before last stream? No, it was this Sunday. Yeah, on Valentine's Day. My wife almost cut her finger off, so I had to go to the emergency room to get that reattached. It's just the tip, but you know, so not too much damage. Yeah, that was scary. Other than that, all good. And so I hope you had a better week than me. So I'd like your feedback on this drawing I'm working on. It's almost finished, but still need to do some work on the symbol in the middle and some final refinement. I did make the drawing a lot darker in comparison to what I had last week, but I think it's more realistic due to the candles being the only light source in the dark environment. Please let me know what you think of the lighting. So one quick thing with the lighting, although what you're saying makes sense, yes, but keep in mind that you can always adjust the lens that you use to take photos, right? So a lot of the times, even if you take a photo at night, photographers will just crank up the exposure. They'll let more light in, and therefore a night shot will be quite bright, almost as bright as the day shot. And so that's your power. You're an artist. You can do what the hell you want, whatever the hell you want, and that's part of it. So you can just increase the exposure for your painting. And so if you want to make it brighter so that people can see better, you can totally do that, and the logic would still kind of work, as long as the light behaves like the light of a candle would behave. So maybe you're not going to get a ton of bounce light in this case, right? So the light coming from here, as it comes out, like the little light particles, as they bounce around the scene, they're already super weak, and so they're not going to bounce a whole lot. Maybe they'll bounce here and then here, and then they'll be out of energy, and so they'll be completely absorbed, versus like the light of the sun that will bounce a bunch all over the place. So that's going to be the main difference here. But when it comes to the overall lighting, brightness, you can do whatever you want. Personally, I would crank it up, because right now, you know, if I look at this quickly, it really looks like it's too dark, like you're not done and you're about to add more lights or something. So for that reason, I would definitely bring the brightness up again. But yeah, for the candle lights to look cool, what you can do is you can just have a lot of light towards the bottom of the painting, and very little towards the top. So instead of kind of dropping the brightness for everything, like overall, just drop the brightness for the top here, where the light is not necessarily going to reach that much. And yeah, like the side here of these pillars, maybe nothing here. Although it would be kind of cool, you know, to lighten those up, because you know, you have like bricks here, you have a bunch of detail. That looks cool, and it's a nice opportunity to maybe bring in some cooler colors, because I'm guessing this is going to be quite warm. It's you know, candle lights, nice, cozy. So to balance that off, you know, you'll try to go usually for colors that are a little cooler, to so that you don't have only warm colors. And so if you had maybe like a little bit of a light from maybe the exterior, or maybe like a different room that's letting some light in, maybe you could color kind of like oops, wrong brush for that. But maybe you could have, let me brighten this up first, because I really can't see much right now. Yeah, like that would be better, I think. And then here, like you could still have a little bit of light, right? So like on this side here, so that's it's not all black, all dark. Maybe more blue light towards the top here, and maybe like a little bit of that same blue light kind of creeping into this little corridor. Just an idea, you know, so that you can maintain that balance. Other than that, that was very good. So let me read the rest. I didn't even read the whole comment. So we'll keep the drawing in grayscale because I don't have much experience in colors yet. I meant this to be a simple perspective exercise at the start, but I ended up doing much more. So after I finish the grayscale drawing, I'll move on with the other studies for now. Gotcha. Although like a quick way to add color to this would be to do that. So everything that's facing us right now directly, like what we see most directly. So these sides of the pillars, like these here, and that's about it. Like maybe the ground here, like I said, you could tint that a little lighter, like a bluish color. And then on the inside here, you could just have a little bit of a warm orangey glow. Maybe overlay. Let's try that. Not too bright. Trying to find a way that's foolproof. But something like that, you know, could be kind of cool. It's like a quick way to add colors, and you know, like an easy way to take a grayscale painting to something that looks a little more fun to look at. Anyways, hope that helps. It came out really cool. In grayscale, like the structure of everything, it's very aesthetic image. So awesome stuff. Well, that helps. Moving on to Yeah, I missed your comment. I see now. How can you tell what place you're at? Oh, Ryan asking for Gailey. Ryan, I mean, Ryan asking how can you tell like where you're at in terms of your art. The program is kind of structured in a way to hint at that, you know. So like at the beginning, we don't really talk about colors, we don't really talk about like shading and all that stuff. That comes a little bit later because it's more advanced stuff, and it's built on the foundations that we look at the beginning of the program. And so, you know, basically if you're on term 1 and you're already dabbling in colors, maybe that's a little too soon. Of course, you can do whatever you want. You can explore, you can go ahead, you can watch the whole thing and then start from the beginning again if you're curious. But yeah, that's one way to tell. Or if you really feel a lot of anxiety when thinking about something, like, you know, if you think about perspective, you're like, oh man, if your brain tells you, no, don't go there, that's a good hint that you're not, that you should practice it, because it's not there yet. Moving on to, did I get this right? Yeah. Moving on to Preston. Did I save this properly? Yep. All right. So this week I practiced more construction. Let me take out the noisy bracelets. Cling, cling, cling. The whole stream. Sorry about that. So this time with some foreshortening, I tried to use more action poses that I would more often use. They all aren't perfect, but I'm fairly happy with them. I think I'm starting to understand how to see things in 3D form better. Yes. I want to proceed with a full illustration. How does my construction look? I intentionally made a character look thinner and taller. How can I push the foreshortening of the torso more? In general, what are some tips on foreshortening? Tips on foreshortening. I mean, it's not really gonna be tips on foreshortening per se. It's just tips on, just practice building simple boxes first, you know. So let's say you have, it's basically a more advanced version of doing that here. So let's say you have something stacked here, stacked on something else, and then try to rotate that. So what does this look like if it's pointing at us a little more directly? So if it rotates kind of like in this direction. That's the worst arrow ever. Anyways, let's try to do it again. So let's say that this is going to be pointing at us, maybe a little more. All right, so we're gonna have a square, because it's less distorted by perspective. Still want a little bit of perspective, but not too much. And then you're gonna get the other square behind. It's gonna follow the same line, same everything. So anything that's foreshortened is just, it's that exercise, right? So this is the simplest way to tackle it. And then you can just kind of increase difficulty as you move, as you practice more and more and more. But practicing doing this and then trying your best to make it fit within a 3D scene, something that's believable. Actually, just in isolation like this is pretty good practice too. But yeah, it's like rotating these things. So like just getting a better sense of volumes and space. That's foreshortening essentially. And so when you go at it with a character, it's just going to be the same thing again, except the shape's a little bit more intricate, you know. So the head is not going to be a box now; it's going to be a little more than that. And then you have the arms bent in different directions, and so it's just this. But you know, imagine that you add an arm to that. What would that look like? And then maybe another cylinder coming this way, and it's just more of that. But if you're asking about like a particular pose, just look up the reference. That's the best way to go about it. So if this is what you want to draw, yeah, just find somebody in that's in a similar pose, just somebody kind of leaning forward, where you can see good kind of like the trapezius back here and the clavicles down there. So this kind of a diamond shape. That should be kind of relatively easy to find, or you can just pose yourself. That's even better. Just go like this, snap a photo. You know, you don't need to have the pose of the legs be the same, doesn't matter. If you're just drawing this area, you can do the legs later in a different photo. Because like these tools are not bad. It's definitely useful, but for accuracy, you know, if you're looking to get like good anatomy and how to simplify the different body parts properly, like you're not really gonna get a whole lot of information here. You know, like what's happening here. It's just like a big blob, so you don't really see the collarbone. So it's hard to imagine the structure with something like this, the anatomy structure of the body. So on top of that, I would always use real references, just to make your exercise more valuable. That was pretty good though. Yeah, I mean the reference itself, like this, is just like an awkward pose to even use as a reference. So I mean, considering you did a good job, you know, like it looks about the same. I would just maybe just pose it differently. So have the arm. There is, you know, we can always adjust the poses to make it more aesthetic. Whenever you have like limbs that are kind of like hidden away, or like in this kind of pose, it's not super interesting to look at. It's kind of confusing, also confusing to draw. So yeah, feel free always to kind of make the limbs more visible. It helps you too to learn as an artist, because you have a better. I mean, having the arm this way makes a lot more sense than that. You're probably not going to reuse that a whole lot in your career, that exact position. So but it feels pretty good. Like the proportions work quite well. In here, like the torso is bigger just because it's like he's leaning forward some more. So maybe you could do that. So kind of just scale out this entire torso. And the head too is a little bigger in his case. Not too much. And like the more you lean in, the more you push it down, the more like it looks like he's lowering his leg, right? His head, like to pick up more speed as he's about to sprint or something. This way is a little more relaxed, and then this way like maximum speed. But it feels good. I like the structure. It works well. Yeah, based on that reference. But it could definitely be better if you had like a real reference. Just for like the position of the, yeah. Just for the position of the legs maybe, and how you adjust like the hips, and it's pretty good. Yeah. It's just missing real references, but that's all. Yeah, some of these are really good. That one is real good, really good. That feels good too. Nice. This too. Very nice, very nice. Actually, I should just point out the ones that are not good, because most of them are good. Like this one here, I like the pose, feels pretty, feels solid. It's just the proportions are a little strange. Like he's got a really long torso, short legs. So easy fix though. Just gonna push that up, make his torso. His legs bigger, and maybe his torso a little wider. His head a little bigger, Yeah, overall, like you're maintaining the proportions really well. The poses feel pretty solid. Like you can feel the perspective. So overall, really good exercise, Preston. Really good stuff. More. Put subs in up. All right. Moving on to Joe. All right. So yeah, I had a quick look at the video. So I saw. So I continued practicing heads this week, and I did the above study of Anya Taylor-Joy. Do you see any issues with the heads? Also, could you provide some feedback on the study? I linked to a 2-minute process video. No need to watch. Yeah, I did watch. In my process, a good way of learning. Is there a better way? So, for those of you that haven't watched, basically, Joe started with this kind of like as the base for this drawing, and then kind of quickly sketch that on top. So like on a separate layer, directly on top, just to get the overall proportions, and then hid the reference, and then try to progress along to create a character, to build up to the final result here. And so this was a yeah, the end result, really good. That face. I mean, there's even likeness here, so that's impressive. You know, normally that comes later. So yeah, that face feels really good. Volume is really well. Yeah, everything's in proportion. Nice, very nice. So it was the study. Hold on. Alright, so it was just kind of like a whole study. So the only thing I would say, you know, about the study itself, about this exercise, it would just be to maybe target something more, you know. So whether it's just the anatomy, whether it's just the head, whether it's construction in general, or just the clothes, the folds. So you always get more, and you always feel like you level up more when you narrow down your focus. So for example, you know, if you do like 5 paintings where you have a bunch of stuff, right? A few characters, backgrounds, props, you know, special effects, perspective, environment design, like all that stuff. Versus if you practice, if you take, and let's say those five paintings take you 50 hours, so just random numbers, but let's say that's 50 hours for those 5 paintings. You leveled up at that point a little bit of all the different skills that were involved. But if you spend those 50 hours just drawing heads, now your heads would be amazing, right? So you would see a huge jump for your heads only. Everything else would just stay the same, but your heads would be significantly better. And at least in my opinion, that feels much better as an artist. Like when you see that growth, when you can clearly see it because you focused on something, I feel like it's a lot more motivating. Like you see the fruits, you know, of your hard work, and it makes you want to keep going because you're like, oh, this works. I spent all this time and I clearly leveled up. So that's the only thing, you know, that's the only kind of maybe just different angle that I would offer. But it came out real nice. and it's not always a bad thing, you know, to not at all to practice everything at the same time. It is a skill to combine all those different bits together and make it feel like a good whole. And so, yeah, nice result, very nice. Especially the face. Like, if anything, the face feels like it's definitely higher level than the rest. But it's good because it's the focal point, so that's all that matters. And those heads, let's take a look. Yeah. Nice. See that you're adding just the hints for the facial features. That is good. Get yourself used to seeing that and seeing what this looks like in different perspectives. Overall, those proportions look real good. Yeah, like for the, I mean, nah, never mind. I was gonna say, like, for the jaw here, usually the head is more V shape in general, but it could be like some really buff guy that takes a lot of steroids and has got like these huge masseter muscles. In that case, it would be more square like this. So I don't think it's worth mentioning. It's still pretty good. Maintaining proportions here for the most part. Yeah, so I would just, you know, it's not super fun, obviously, but practicing drawing circles. This circle's a little shakier. Help. This one much better. That one really good. So you just practice those, you know, have like a sketch pad along, like, all the time on you. Like, yeah, like you're carrying your wallet or your keys or whatever. Always have a sketch pad too, and a pen, so that you can scribble when there's any downtime throughout the day. Just make it a habit to whip it out and just draw just simple stuff, right? So maybe cubes, different angles, spheres, head constructions like this, making sure that you get like those nice circles, nice cross sections here, and all parallel, all that stuff. That's just repetition, so that's why, you know, like spending an entire day just working on that, obviously that'd be super boring, and also I don't think you would get as much. So it's just something that you got to do over time to get used to it. It's just a habit, and I think that's the main thing here. It's just making sure that those base shapes are solid, and so the rest of the construction will be as well. But overall, it's pretty good, proportion wise. I got nothing to say here. They work pretty well. They're just a little jello-y looking sometimes. Not as solid, as precise as they could be. But yeah, over the house. Moving on. Oh, scary. Rachel, I hope you're having a good weekend. Yep. I don't know. It just started. But yeah, it's pretty good so far. Checking out art. I like that. By the way, product placement, not at all. I'm not sponsored or anything, but just bought these like recently. I don't know if you've ever had these. What is this? Whole Foods, tropical blend, whatever. Like these sodas. Come on, focus. What's going on? So good. Is it mirrored? Yeah, it is. But these are delicious. Like the best juice I've ever had. It just felt like I needed to say that. Share the joy. So this week I've been working on some side projects, character design and illustration, while studying perspective. I'm really struggling with perspective and was wondering if you had any other resource I could look into in your videos, which I'm already studying. Anything like books or online resources. Also, any feedback on these character silhouettes, really appreciated. Really appreciated. Design 4 is a combination of my favorite aspects of the first 3 designs. When I did a poll on social media, design 1 was the most popular. What do you think? Good idea. Really good idea to poll people, to ask, get feedback. The character is meant to be intimidating and menacing looking, but he's part of the royal guard, and so I didn't want the silhouettes and the armor to be too villain looking. Got it. I mean, if you have a lot of spikes already, you know, it looks dangerous. Like this guy, all these silhouettes look like if you touch them, you'd hurt yourself. So, let's see. Let's find a bunch of reference for you. Royal guards. Royal medieval guards. It's often rounder, you know, like stuff like this, like rounder armor feels safe. You know, I think that's a thing. You want to feel safe when you're next to them. You don't want to feel like you can injure yourself. Almost like your characters remind me of like cactuses, you know, cacti. I don't know what the plural is. But if it's a royal guard, I think I would just kind of round out your shapes more, avoid spikes at all. It looks super cool though. I really like the silhouettes. And my favorite would be I like number 2, just because, yeah. But they're all nice. I mean, they're not super different, right? So when you work on different thumbnails like this or different silhouettes, I would try to just push it some more, to go like crazy, to go to places that you yourself think that's going to be way too much, that you probably won't, you know, you won't like it. But still go visit those extremes, and then dial it back if in fact you don't like it. But sometimes you'll be surprised. You know, sometimes those extremes are like, oh, it's like the secret door that I didn't think I would like, but this is amazing. This is way better than I thought. So it's worth kind of pushing them a bit more. Explore some more, because right now it's like you're exploring a forest, but only like just this one tree. Like you're really looking around the tree, and there's still a huge forest that you still haven't explored. Different shapes, different silhouettes, completely different silhouettes. I think it'd be worth it. But yeah, in terms of the design, like this guy here feels super dangerous. Feels like a villain, definitely. So just rounding it out. Let's see what we get. I know it's not gonna be as drastic of a, or as not drastic, but as interesting of a silhouette initially. But let's see what we can do. So I'm just removing like the super spiky spikes, like this here. That looks more like a weapon, like Batman. I'm gonna stab you with my forearms. So instead, what if we just round out all of that? Kind of bulk it up a bit, make it feel more like a fortress, like something that feels safe, you know, like a big castle. Where do you go when you're under attack? You go to the castle, and if that castle happens to be a guard, then that's the person you go to. Like maybe some big bulky forearms to protect against spells, or I don't know, people throwing rocks. But yeah, so I would go towards something more like that if it's meant to be the character that you're describing here. Because it's just human nature, you know. Anything in almost anything in nature that has spikes is dangerous. It's something that we want to stay away from, and it's kind of just hardwired. Like we know something spiky, avoid. It's dangerous. A cactus, it's just a plant. It looks so cute, but it's deadly, and you know not to get close because it's got a bunch of spikes. It looks dangerous. Stay away. So yeah, you're just fighting an uphill battle if you want to have something that's super spiky, but it still looks not, you know, menacing. And when it comes to perspective, to be honest, I don't know. Most of the perspective books that that I've read that I have here. I mean, I could burn them all. They're not bad. It's just they're old, so the way that they explain things is just there hasn't been a lot of iteration, right? They haven't bounced those ideas off of a lot of other people like we can do now on social media, with online and all that stuff. Like you can see so much more information and kind of just pick the good stuff. I feel like those books are just filled with garbage and then just a few gems left and right in there. And it's just, it's not garbage, I shouldn't say that. But it's rough. It's the way that they explain things is really rough. The ones that are supposed to be good ones. It would help also to help me help you if I knew exactly what you mean. Like what exactly is the issue? Where are you struggling? So maybe I could have demoed it, you know. So I'll think about it. Maybe if I find some websites that I can recommend, I'll let you know. But next time, like, show me an example, you know, like where's the issue, and maybe it's something simple that we can solve like this, and it'll click, and then be like, ah, that's what it was. Maybe not. But perspective, there's not a whole lot there. It's pretty, like, it's a limited amount of information that you need to get a good command of. Because the same applies to everything. So let me know. Moving on to Indras. Ooh. By the way, I saw, you know, did I repost it? Yeah, I shared it on Instagram. I saw the last one that you did, the finished version. It came out awesome, Indra. So let's take a look at this one here. A wolf crying tears of gold. I want a wolf like that. Never have to work a day in my life. Cry some more, wolf, so I can make money. I'm just kidding. It doesn't look like tears. Let's read this. Stop talking me nonsense. So, hope you and your family are fine. Yes, Sindra, hope yours too. I stumbled across a draw this in your style and had to do this. Had to do it. The idea is to draw an animal or a creature in a kintsugi style. Let me Google that. Got no idea what that means. Kintsugi. Ah. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's like a style of pottery. Oh, that was cool. How the hell did they make that? Like they break their bowl and then they reattached it? What the hell? Oh yeah, it really is, huh? That's super cool. Learn something new every day. Dark Soul 3 Cathedral Night. Let me check that then. And again, you know, going back to this chat here about shape language in general. Of course, you know, you can always have like spiky designs feel safe. It's just it's higher level stuff. You know, it's just harder to juggle those constraints and still create something that's cool out of it, something that works. Because you're fighting an uphill battle. So you know, at the beginning, always go the easier route to practice, to get that practice in. Cathedral Nights. Are we talking about the same? Is that it? That looks pretty rounded to me. Or maybe it's a different one. Maybe it's a bunch of different ones. I don't know. But like that feels pretty safe, you know? Like a big, looks like a castle. Just a big bucket of metal. Or maybe you're talking about like it's the opposite. Is that what you're saying? Like they look safe, but they're evil. I don't know. I don't play such games. I have no. If there's no easy mode, I don't like it. Cause I suck at this. So yeah. All right. So now I understand the reference here. Got it. So it's supposed to be. And of course, I should have made the connection. Thanks for including that. I just did not know that word, so I didn't understand that this was the kintsugi thing. Now it makes sense. All right, let's proceed. It is a Japanese art. I should have just kept reading. Well, it's a Japanese art. Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by mending the areas with lacquer and mixed with gold. There you go. Thanks for the explanation. I should have read that first. I will redraw the first since I'm not happy with the fur direction and lack of fluffiness. Are the colors okay or not saturated? Does the wolf mix well with the kintsugi idea? Please let me know if you spot something else. You got it. Alright, I'm trying to read ahead. I made it longer for everybody. Man, that wolf looks good. Real good. But yeah, I agree. Like the fur is maybe just a little too soft. Like I like it much better down here. Like this, that's great. Like when you see like the big chunk lumps of hair. No, that doesn't feel good. That doesn't sound right. What a bits of fur. What adjective should I use for this? What is this bit of hair called? English speakers, let me know. But yeah, it could feel a little bit more 3D maybe, because it feels good here. You know, like this feels definitely more 3D. You have the light on one side, then you have the shadows down here. You can kind of tell the different patch of hair, of fur, different sections. It's nice. It gives structure to it. Like we can tell clearly that's the neck, and this is the side of the jaw. But in the face, maybe we're missing that a little bit more. Once again, you know, you don't have as much fur in the face, but scruff. That sounds good. Yeah, scruff of hair. Scruff of fur. Thanks, God. Got it. Thanks, guys. I help you with art, you help me with English. Yeah, in the face, like we're losing a little bit the volume of the face, like the structure of the skull. You know, like I think we're losing a little bit of that because the shading of the fur is not as on point as it is down here. Like down there, honestly, I wouldn't change much. Maybe the saturation. You know, it's pretty damn blue. It's very saturated. And it's not super important. It's just kind of like bounce light. And so bounce light by default, I mean, I don't know if it's bounce light. Maybe not. Maybe it's a direct spotlight. I don't know, but it's too saturated. I would go like maybe this much. You know, that should probably be enough. Maybe a little more than that, but it's just that the blue here now competes. You know, it's almost fully saturated, so it competes a lot with the yellow that you have here with the other colors in your focal point, your focal area, your focal your point of emphasis. Ooh, yeah, so it'll be like it's mostly this area, I think. This area, that's the problem. Like how the nose, goes into the side of the jaw. Like this feels pretty flat here. I think if you can see the fur a little better and the overall shading, like this super bright spot here also suggests that there's like a corner there, like something's catching the light more. If anything, like it should already be kind of you know, going back in towards the neck. So just darken that. And yeah, kind of just adjust the structure here of the skull. So that's the structure of the head, the construction of the head comes through a little more. And then with fur, what usually works quite well is to focus on the edges and focus on any on corners, or yeah, when you have like you know, like this is a corner if you can call it that, but like it folds slash corners, like anything that is overlaying or overlapped, like the ear, like this section of the ear, like the silhouette here, that would be like a good one to focus on, to make those fur scruffs more visible, like more defined, because then the eye will definitely latch onto that because it's higher contrast and so it's more noticeable. But everything that you kind of look at directly, like this area here, I don't think it's as important to define, like within the silhouette, to define the scruffs that well, to paint in the fur. So keep it for the edges, the silhouettes, or when you have like a corner, when you have like two like fold, like skin going this way, skin going that way, like in a fold, or you know, maybe the eyebrows here, there's a little bit of an overlap, right? So this mask over the other mask behind. So those contours are better investment of your time. Like I look at this a lot, you know, like my eyes constantly drawn to this area here because it's this side. Like I see the contrast more. But on the inside here, I mean, it could almost be just flat, and I don't think it would change much in the overall image. But anyways, enough blabbering. I really like this. The only thing maybe I would change, you know, with the design, if we move on to that, would be to maybe keep it to the areas that are like harder of the body. So like the lip here is kind of like the soft thing, right? It's, I don't know, this one feels weird. Like if it's been reconnected, I don't know, like something that's been broken, I for some reason I associate that with like the skull, you know, like the bone structure. So would almost like limit like those cracks to areas around the skull. And yeah, and maybe going into the neck a little bit, maybe going into like the lower jaw, but maybe avoiding like the soft tissue, because this feels like a solid, I mean, it looks like gold, right? So if you have like a solid piece of gold here attaching your soft cheek tissue, that seems confusing. It's like what comparison am I thinking of? Is that a good one? It's like using two different types of fabric for a piece of clothing. Like one part is going to be super stiff, not stretchy at all, and then the other part will be stretchy. That's kind of strange. Like to have one area deform more than the other one, I don't know. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. But color-wise, structure-wise, this head of a wolf looks awesome. Yeah, hope that helps. Hope that makes sense. Not my most straightforward feedback ever. Maria, so everything's good. Thanks. I hope everything's good for you too. So this week I continued on the human torso, trying to get familiar with the muscles. Do you spot anything wrong? Thanks so much. Do I? That is the question. Let's see. Ooh, that was good. Ching. Check. Oh, you did good. Yeah. Nailed it. Oh yes, you even spotted the hips here and drew around that. Very nice. Yeah, and then just, you're right, that's where the actual muscle mass is. And just always keep in mind, that this kind of continues all the way down here. Just kind of soft tissue on top of everything else. So I'm just saying that, like, there's nothing wrong with what you did here, but just for others, just making sure, like that line here. Sometimes people will get it wrong, but just think of that, this muscle here starts at the arm, it's attached here towards the top of the humerus on the bone of the arm. And then it goes on the side of the body here, wraps around the torso, and then ends up in the sacrum, or on top of the sacrum here, kind of like your tailbone, basically. And so, yeah, just to get a better angle here, or if you're wondering what the angle should be, that's what it is. That's where it's going. But yeah, these are fantastic. Maybe that one goes a little too low. Usually it's gonna be more like around here, definitely more towards the top of the humerus, and had about the same spot as the anterior head of the delt. This attachment here, and the chest muscle is very similar, so it's all in this area. But yeah, everything else, you nailed it. Really well done. That was easy. Next, Alessandro. All right, what we got here? What a beautiful piece of art. This week I've been doing nothing except the schedule. Good. It's inspired by your busy schedule found online, but adapted to my life and preferences. Could you review it? I don't think I've ever mentioned this before, but for a good review, it seems necessary. My ultimate goal is to create a video game. Yes, it is. Some dogs fighting out there or something. Chill out, doggies. So my ultimate goal is to create a video game alone if I fail gathering people around me. And my short-term 1 to 2 year goal is to create a one-shot manga. One tome just for practice. I won't create a scenario, but all the graphic aspect of it. So you have like somebody else writing it? Anyways. Okay. Yeah, this helps. So that's good to know. So long term, create a video game. Yeah, as long as you're not too ambitious, for something that's if it's your first time, like there's gonna be just a lot of technical stuff that that you can't even imagine that you'll have to deal with. So just that's why keep it simple as possible. Yeah, that's totally a valid goal though. A lot of people do that. Great learning experience. And then short term, yeah, that's totally realistic. One-shot manga. Hell yeah. We have here Viviu and Hana doing the same thing, so right on. So I'll keep that in mind for the future, and let's take a look at the schedule. All right. So Monday, human or creature anatomy study. Tuesday, clothing and fold study. Wednesday, material, light and color study. Thursday, reminding anatomy. So just to specify also, like this is going to be a good schedule, for somebody that would have gone through the entire program, so that you can tackle kind of everything, a little bit of everything at the same time. In the big like schedule that I'm working on, I'm about like halfway done. It's taking a lot longer than I thought, but the study schedule basically for the entire program that I've been working on, so like a 2-year study schedule, will be significantly different, at the beginning than it is at the end. So at the beginning it'll be more like just fundamental stuff. There's not going to be any like color things, or it'll be based on what we see in the program. And so starts easy, gets harder and harder and harder with time, and that will be reflected in the schedule. But if you've gone through it all and then you're like, all right, what can I do now to maintain this and keep practicing and keep like a good, just stay disciplined and keep a good schedule moving forward, then yes, that would be good. So perspective and environment study on Friday, Saturday new stuff, free time with friends. Amateur move. Just kidding. That's important. And then Sunday personal stuff or free time with friends. Got it. If you have time to if you have time to hang out with your friends, you have time to draw. You have time to be drawing. And so let's see what we got here. Showering and eating every day. That's good. It's a good start. All right, gesture drawing. 3-minute pause, gesture drawing again. Put at work. 3-minute pause. So you're working, okay. Yeah, so in your case, yeah, that feels pretty good. And then with any kind of schedule, it's you refine it over time, and so yeah, as a first job, this feels pretty decent. Like you're hitting a lot of everything, and it seems fun. Like I'd be pretty stoked to have a schedule like this if I could manage. If I were in your shoes, yeah, that seems fun. And in your case, it makes sense that you're kind of hitting on everything, because if you're gonna be, if the goal is to create your own game, yeah, you'll need to wear like all the hats, and so makes sense. Don't worry, Dennis. It's been the same thing here, all last year and up until now. Basically, I haven't seen anybody except myself speak on YouTube and in the streams. This can be good. But this schedule though, that's good. Yeah. So try it for like a month. See how it goes. And then you'll probably tweak a couple of things left and right, but it's really good to have a schedule, to have something that you kind of follow. Otherwise we lose track of time. We get lazy if we don't have something to structure our time. So highly recommend that others do this too. It's really good practice. Yeah, let me know how it goes. And if you have any feedback on your own schedule, like things that worked for you that maybe, or other things that didn't work that you changed, that'd be very interesting to share. So let us know, man. So moving on to Renee. All right, so I've had an okay week. Thanks. Hope you've had a good one though. So this week I shaded some of the heads that I drew last week. Can you critique those? And I did more figure drawing from term 1. I was also wondering at one point I should continue on the anatomy 2 part. And I'm sorry about my voice. I'm super congested. Like it's Moko's fault. Like she's been shedding her undercoats like crazy. I had no problem with allergies before, but that's not true. I'm allergic to dogs, but no problem with her before. And now like all that winter coat is kind of coming off, and that's killing me. So apologies for this. It's bothering me too. So for personal work, I draw stylized faces, and I've been trying to apply knowledge of head anatomy, but I tend to feel it looks off. How do you use knowledge and proportions when doing stylized faces? Good question. Alright, and I was wondering at what point I should continue on the anatomy 2 part, or am I trying to proceed too quickly? You can try it. You can try moving on to anatomy 2. I mean, anatomy 2, the head is done at that point, and so it's just going to be different body parts. So if you felt like the first anatomy class was manageable for you, you know, then the other ones will be too, probably. So you should definitely yeah, try at least, and backtrack, you know, if it's a little too much. Hold on a second. No, Scott, I blame my parents for giving me allergies, but then Moko is responsible. Also, I'm the one that got the dog, so it's still her fault. That's a good question, Renee. Try to plan. Maybe like a different way to look at it would be to consider that as you get more comfortable with real anatomy, you'll feel more confident in taking liberties with it. So like stretching it a little bit, maybe pushing it a little bit, and then as you get more and more, you know, used to drawing real anatomy, when you have really good control over what a real face should look like, then already you should have all the tools you need to draw any kind of stylized faces. And so at that point you will know what works, what doesn't work, how the structure can be manipulated, and things that you really can't do, you know. I mean, you can't do everything, but some things will look like poo-poo, so some other things will look great. And so it's knowing that, you know, knowing which way to go. That's just better anatomy knowledge overall. And then you can also think of the like the stereotypes, you know, for faces, for stylized faces. So, you know, thinking of like cute stuff. So if you're drawing girls and you want your girls to look cute, big eyes, small nose, small mouth, you know, round face, basically like a baby. You know, anything that we consider cute in our life is a direct comparison with babies. You know, babies have cute features, and maybe not babies, you know, like really young kids, or baby animals. You know, like think of a cat, that's the cutest thing ever. Huge eyes, round face, tiny nose, tiny mouth in comparison. So it's that ratio that makes something cute. So that's kind of a recipe to keep in mind, but that usually is a safe route for something that's cute. If you want something that looks more manly, then you'll want to make it more square, longer face, and yeah, like longer, no, everything longer basically, and then the eyes smaller, so going in the complete opposite direction. So whereas you start with a round face, big eyes for something cute, you go with something square, blocky, and tiny eyes for something that's meant to be more manly, more solid, not cute. And then of course, you know, there's many other faces, but yeah, you can kind of learn some of the recipes that way to help draw stylized faces without necessarily having perfect control of the anatomy. You know, that's what most people do. So yeah, it's just recipes. You just gotta learn, you know, what you can do, what you can't do, until you know yourself all the things that you can do by just having good control over your anatomy. Hope that answers it. Yeah, these structurally look really good. Like, I like your shading too. Although kind of going back to what I was mentioning to, who was this called? Memory come back to me, but like adding shading, you know, that took you some time. Maybe you could have done another head with the time that it took you to do that shading. So instead of 3 heads, maybe you could have 6 instead, and practicing that fundamental more anatomy, construction of the head. because that's essentially what's going to allow you to draw more stylized, art better, faster. Priorities. What's more important? Yeah, overall the shading was good. It looks like the volume that it should be. It's going to be the structure of the face that's a little more shaky. So, but it's overall pretty good. So, consider this just me nitpicking. But like this guy here, his eyes are not quite on the same level. Stopping myself here before I say something crazy. Yeah, like I think it's the structure. Like his face looks good. I think it's just the head shape itself. That's just a little off. Like going into his forehead here, like it would need to come out straighter. Almost let's consider this kind of like a block. Like the forehead. In your case, that block is kind of tilted backwards. I mean, I'm exaggerating here, but it's kind of in slightly different angle. So yeah, just kind of adjusting that here, making that cheekbone a little more prominent. That forehead go up a little straighter, and probably the eye. What is it? The right eye. His right eye feel a little too low for some reason, but everything seems to be. Let's try to rise it just a bit to see if that helps. Yeah, I think that does help. So maybe it was a little too low, but again, it's not. It's just like the angle of your head is slightly different than the reference, and so like you can't really look at this one-to-one anymore. So you have to kind of deal with what you have here and like make that work. Because his head's definitely more tilted this way than yours. Yours is more straight, more relaxed, I guess. Not relaxed, but less of a perspective going on. Less foreshortening. And like his nose, what is it? Yeah, it's like the entire head's a little too narrow, maybe. And yeah, the angle is just slightly off. I think I know what it is. So he's got in this scene here in the reference, you got like a really a pretty obvious horizon. So or convergent point of vanishing point. Jesus, I'm losing all my words. But if you trace the eyes here, so basically you're gonna have a lot of perspective. I think you drew it as if you were just in like a 1 point or 2 point perspective, but it's more than that. So like the nose here kind of converged to the same points, and then the mouth, I mean, it's not that drastic. Maybe it's down here, something like that. Maybe a little lower than that, like down here on that dude's nips. Yeah, that's better. So you got kind of like this angle going on. So a good amount of perspective on the face. So that's why yours doesn't quite work, because you have like everything is kind of parallel here, right? And that's good usually if the head itself is not distorted by perspective. But in this case, it should all be kind of going towards the same point here. So the nose angle is a little bit off, the mouth angle is a little bit off. So everything is kind of just a little bit misaligned, and that's why it's creating this kind of weird distortion in the face. It's super subtle. I mean, it still looks like a normal face. It still looks pretty good. It's just there's something a little off with it. So I would practice just drawing the heads, you know, without shading, just drawing a bunch of heads to make sure that you can draw heads really, really well in all kinds of angles. And then this is kind of like your superfood for drawing portraits here, stylized portraits, eventually from imagination. That's just, you just gotta learn the stuff, and it has to become easy. And it's just one thing to practice. It's just head construction, head anatomy. And then this is just gonna keep leveling up and leveling up without you doing anything else. All right, I'm spending way too much time, huh? Moving on to Louisa. Emilio, silly question, but would it be okay to ask for feedback on Artwork 5 stuff? Yeah, I can't. After the contest is done, no problem. Shoot. But before, because I'm not a big part, but I'm kind of part of the initial judging process, so you know, that would not be fair. So it's not so much that I'm a professional, is that I'm also part of the contest. So that's more the issue at hand here. But after the contest is over, no problem. I'd love to get feedback. Later, Scott. Thanks for hanging out. Louisa, so please find on the left side some of the assignments from Photoshop and Digital Production module. I was not able to reproduce the colors exactly, but I'm overall happy with the result. Regarding the exercise using the clone stamp and a healing brush, it was hard to find photos with similar colors or lighting palettes. Eventually, I found 2 photos which I could use. Yeah, another thing that you could do also is you can tweak the image yourself. Maybe that's what you did. But you can take like a color image and a black and white image, and then just, you know, desaturate, like remove the colors from the black and white, from the color image. But yeah, that's pretty close. It's just that in this case, maybe the like the light source maybe going more in that direction, and for him maybe going more in that direction. So it's slight, like this one here is kind of rotated that way, right? So a little more from coming in at the side rather than towards the front. But it's pretty close. Yeah, and that holds up quite well actually. So man, that's creepy. That is a creepy face. Well structured though. So there you go. Good exercise. Yeah, just a few things, you know, that I might want to adjust with the values in general. Actually, in general, it feels good. But it's going to be more like the mouth here. You know, like those lips are kind of sticking out a little too much, probably. Like they're on the opposite side where there's no light anymore. So kind of similar to what you have here with the cheek. You know, it's all in the shadows. Those lips here would probably get a little darker too. Not disappear completely, but definitely be a little darker. Because the lips itself, you know, if you just take this section here, it's almost like you take this sphere and you have dark shadows on that side, highlight coming from that side, and your lips really just this overall, right? So you want to get this effect here. Oops. You want to get this transition from one side of the lip lighter to the other side darker. But yeah, overall, what a beautiful man. Oh. Take a look at these colors here. Yeah, first one here, first set, pretty good. Little, I don't know, I forget which one was first. I'm guessing this was the original. Yeah, I think that's how I did it. A little too much yellow maybe in this one here. A little bit too much yellow in that one too. This one's a little more greenish blue. This one maybe a little too desaturated, but they're pretty damn close, so you did a good job. These two, pretty good. Maybe a little darker here, a little lighter here, a little too saturated there. But again, you know, it's not like a drastic difference. These ones here, these ones are the ones that are maybe a little more off. Same color, so that's good at least. Overall, you know, you look at it quickly, it's like, yeah, that's the same. This one a little brighter than that. This one a little too desaturated. You know, if we color pick this one, when I click on that one, it will shift this to the right a little more, a lot more. It might just be the pixel that I chose. So let me grab a couple so that we can get an idea of the range. Yeah, so saturation difference here. Those two, maybe it's a little lighter, that one versus that one, but those are really close though. Yeah, lighter by nothing, just a bit. But overall, the color is pretty much the same. Saturation is the same, so good job. And like something that you know, you can practice beyond just those exercises. You know, there's some like quizzes online, like, you know, tests that you can take online to practice your colors that way. And it's good. It's good to train your eye to see differences. Because the more you look at this, the more you'll be able to spot the differences. It's just being aware of it, being aware that there are differences. And oh yeah, now I see it. And then the next time you'll see it again and again and again, and you'll see it more and more and more. So training your observation, very important. Ooh, that came. Yeah, this one is usually the big problem one. You did a good job with this. That's one of the better ones that I've seen. So really good. Yeah. Those are nice. Also, I thought I could practice some more 1 and 2 point perspective, so please also check the right side of this. Whee! That's a cool table. Perfectly placed in perspective. Even the little details here. Yes. Well done. Yeah, don't even need to check that. That looks good too. That looks awesome too. I don't know, like, if this is meant to be flat, then that's probably correct. But if it's meant to be like a cylinder, you would want to have that going the other direction, right? Those are great. So really nice drawings. Nice line too. Clean details. Everything in the right perspective. Well done, Lisa. Julia. What we got here. So I hope you're having a great weekend. I hope you too. The 3-point perspective drove me kind of mad this week. The main issue that I had. The main issue is that I just can't find the right spot for the spheres. The right one seems okayish, but the left one, the shading is also wrong. But I hope there will be a course in a later term to help me understand that. Hopefully, there should be. I mean, there is, but you know, hopefully you'll understand them. That's what I'm trying to say. So to take my mind off it, I threw in some crude figure drawings. It was about 5 minutes each. Need to work on my speed, I guess. For 5 minutes, those are really good, actually. So, you know, like, you were very careful with your placement of all the big body landmarks, the important stuff. So, yeah, of course, speed can always be improved, but you use your time pretty well. Doesn't seem like, you know, you were picking your nose every other brush stroke. You got a good amount done here for 5 minutes. So the spheres. So you mean like making sure they're centered, right? I'm guessing that's what you mean. Yeah, so that's gonna be a little trickier. But basically what you want to line up is like the consider that these spheres are in the same, you know, going in the same direction as those pillars here. You'll want to make sure that the top here, the thing that's closest to the vanishing point, to that vanishing point up here, probably use something else than white, that would help. So I just want to find the center of that sphere based on that vanishing point. So my vanishing point's a little off, but whatever, it should still work. And what you want to line up is that point here. So this is going to be like it's hard to imagine, but it's going to be like the little point like on the other side of the sphere. Like this is kind of like we're like seeing through it. So it's almost like you have an orange, right? And you'll be able to see like the bits here. What's that name? The place where the leaves or the stem is coming out of. So you'll be able to see that one, but the other one on the opposite side, like you won't. So it'll be like, you know, as if the sphere was transparent, you could see it, but it'd be like on the other side here of the sphere. So it's just trying to line those 2 points, and then you want to line that thing here, that point there. It's tricky, you know. There's ways to figure that out, but I don't know that it's worth even figuring out. But anyways, like you can find where that would be, and then what you want to do is line up that point with the center of this ellipse here. So right now it's a little bit off, like your ellipse, the center of the ellipse will be more like, the ellipse will be more like here, up here. Maybe a little more to the right here. So you want to take this whole thing. Kind of line it up like that. So yeah, I feel like I need to add something like that. That's going to be something else I need to specify in the perspective class, because I don't mention anything about this particular case, but it's a really good question. I've just never had it before. And if I were to do it, I would just eyeball it, but for sure there's a way to construct it, so I'll just need to look that up. But yeah, it's that thing that you need to figure out. So because lining up just the middle of the sphere is not going to cut it. You really have to find that, you know, imagine that you have like a meatball and you're staking something through it, like to cook it or something. You have to find that line, like where those points are when they enter the meatball. So, or the grape or the tomato, whatever it is. So let's say you stick it out from here, it's going to enter from there, this skewer, and it's going to come out somewhere back there, but you'll only see it here, right? Because part of that is going to be hidden behind the meatball. And this is the point you got to find. This is the one that's invisible, that we can't see, that you have to figure out. And this, another one that we can see, but you also have to figure out. And this is what you want to line up with the center of that cylinder. So yeah, hope that makes sense. But yeah, I do need to specify that, so I'll add it to my list of changes. But it's just quickly going back to the, and yeah, by the way, like, this looks super good. This looks very nice. I don't think there's anything else that's off with it. Yeah, I like that you place these, you know, at proper distance. It feels really nice. It feels solid. That's what it does. It feels very, very solid, well structured, very nice to look at. That came out that came out good. And then with your figures, just quickly going back to those, awesome job too. I would just be more mindful about the size of the head a little bit. So this one maybe a little small. That one's okay, I guess, just shorter. Maybe a little small here too. That one's okay. But be mindful of the extremities. I know nobody wants to pay attention to those because it's not fun to draw and it's hard. Mostly because it's not fun because it's hard initially, at least. But the feet, the feet position, how they are planted on the ground, that is going to really, really influence your gesture. So I would spend save 1 minute, to make sure that your feet really, that they feel in perspective, that they feel planted on the ground. Same thing with the hands. Hand gesture doesn't need to be too complex, but you already have something here. I guess that's pretty good. Yeah, I didn't see. So never mind about the hands. Your hands look, that's good enough, actually. Yeah, just making sure that the feet are planted all the time. Like, this feels good. These, could be better. I'm sure I'm not saying anything that you don't know already, but like here too, I'm making sure that is that the ground, or is this the ground, or is she in perspective, or is this like if this is all flat, you just want to make sure that's flat. So the connection to the ground is super important. So I think that's the one thing that's a little weaker here, but everything else though, very nice, very nice play. All right, I'll do this one and then we'll take a short break. We take breaks every 2 hours. FYI. All right, so this week I challenged myself to work on colors again, just to check if it goes well. In doing it, I found that working in grayscale really helped me when doing colors, and surprising, I don't need grayscale to do it. Somehow, I know if the values are good or not. So the question is, should I look for a process that incorporates grayscale or just go directly into colors? Honestly, until you have clear confirmation that you don't need to go through the process, that your values are always spot on. And that can be by just making a living off of your art, by working professionally somewhere, by having, I don't know, a bunch of other professional artists tell you that your colors are always spot on, that your values, not colors, but that your values are always spot on. Am I reading this well? Am I reading this correctly? Right. So, like, I work in grayscale too, still, and it's always more accurate when I do. Of course, I can start with colors straight away, but it's never as accurate. It's more fun, yes, much more fun. It's more free. It's a looser process, but also, like, if you're working with clients, if you're planning to do like commissions, stuff like that, it's way better to have a stricter process, something that you can, you have clear milestones for them to show stuff. So, all right, so I'll be done with the grayscale, in a couple of days. Here's what it looks like. Next, I'm gonna be working on colors. This is what I'm thinking. So it just makes it just easier. The clearer the process, the better. And just working on grayscale, like isolating the different steps, just forces you to dedicate 100% of your brain power to it. And so for sure it's going to get better. For sure it will be better. So that's my view on it. Of course you do whatever you want, but I feel like you level up faster overall if you focus on every step 100% rather than trying to juggle all the different things all at once. But that's just my opinion. It's not the only opinion. So I tried to render the elf OC request in a professional looking way. Does look good. I think that is good, but I spent 10 plus hours just making it, and after finishing it I thought to myself, is it worth to keep or maintaining this kind of quality with how the time I spent? Or is it just me that thinks that it's bad quality for 10 hours of work? Let's see, 10 hours of work. Where is it? Where is it? Elf. So not that one. This one here. Ooh, hello. That's the one, right? Yeah, that's not an elf. That's a cat or cat. Yeah, cat lady. There you go. There's the elf. 10 hours to do this? Honestly, that's not that bad. Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, there's my answer. It's not too long. Of course, you'll be able to. The process is a big part of the speed. Initially, any new process, just like any new recipe, you figure it out at first. You're like, oh, okay, so this is how you go, and then eventually, like, the recipe by heart, and everything goes a lot faster. You can take shortcuts and stuff. So if that took you 10 hours or 10, 12 hours, whatever you said, what was it? Yeah, around 10 hours. 10 plus. That seems pretty reasonable to me, to be honest. It's a good drawing. You have a lot going on here. You have cool design, cool pose, proportions feel good. The pose feels cool. You have good good control over your colors, good control over your values, cool lighting going on. I mean, this is a really good piece. So hopefully that person is happy, because I would be. But yeah, 10 is definitely not that much, to be honest. So here, just looking at the length of the arms, though, I think this one here is a little longer, maybe. Yeah, maybe a little longer. It's more like this arm here is not long enough. Like, you wouldn't be able to cover her private parts, if her clothes disappeared all of a sudden. She'd be able to cover it with this one, though. That one can't reach quite low enough. Other than that, though. Yeah, look at that. Nice hand, that feels good. Good use of reference. Good use of reference for the folds too. Yeah, really good piece. So, of course, if you're using a lot of references too to make sure everything looks good, that's gonna take some extra time, and your use of references will go down over time. You won't use as much, and so that's gonna speed up the process too. So, yeah, nothing unusual here. Everything seems pretty normal. So another one of my requests this month was this cat girl that wields a katana and has a fire magic of some sort. I was happy with the shading on the character, but when it came to the effect, I tried and it sucked off. Regardless of what are your thoughts on the piece? Yeah, this looks great. Very like right in your face, right? Like cool contrast. Everything reads pretty well. Maybe back here, there'd be some room to brighten that up some more. Like, I see what you did. It's already a little brighter. That's good. But this area is a little more ambiguous. Like, the silhouette of the character doesn't read as well as it does in the front here, where you have a lot of contrast. Why am I using black on black? I don't know. So yeah, maybe just increasing the backlight there to make that silhouette more obvious. I like that kind of stuff. Oh, is there something in the back here? Oh, okay, never mind. She's got some. Is it? Is there a cape? Is that a cape? I don't know. Why is this dark? Shouldn't it be like the sky? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know, but this area is ambiguous, so I would solve that. But the base drawing is great with the effect. Yeah. Yeah, the effect. To be fair, I'm not the best at effects, so keep that in mind. But what's her special power? Like, what is she able to do? Like for effects, you know, always think of those as what's helped me at least throughout the years to create cool stuff is you think of those as volumes themselves. So don't think of it as like particles that are just, I mean, of course particles can be part of it, but that should be more like the secondary thing. So I would think of it as a solid first, and then you can make that solid transparent, and you can make that solid more hazy and whatevs. But think of it as a solid though. So, you know, if those things are like, if she's holding like a ball of energy or something like that, like these things here, make those into ribbons, you know. So give them a 3D dimension. So maybe they come out here like this and then wrap around her body. So make it a ribbon, give it 2 dimensions, see what that would look like. And then you can order things in space better this way. So maybe this one's coming towards us and then kind of falling down and then back in here. And then you shade those like they were solid, and then you can kind of just apply different effects to those to make, like I said, to make them more transparent, make them glow, you know, whatever. It's always helped me to consider those solid instead of just something abstract. Same thing with the fire here, almost thinking that the fire itself, you know, is a solid. So almost like having this, I mean, with fire maybe not, but if this is fire, yeah, just look at how other artists draw fire. But I think that's still okay, you know. In your case here, it's just like this stuff here in the back. I'm not too sure what this is. And these things like coming out of the ball that she's holding. It's just hard to see where they're going. It feels flat, you know, so that's why. Hair, okay. Oh, that's our hair. Oh, I see. Why is it a different color? Snow. The damn chat is so late. You know, it's such a delay there that whatever I'm reading makes no sense. It's already something I've said before, and I've moved on to different points. So apologies for the disconnect there. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. That's kind of the direction that I would take to solve effects. But if you have like any particular ones that you're not sure, just look up references, like other artists, you know, look at effects artists, you know, in games. That's a really good one, because they have to draw everything, to animate everything, so everything has to make a lot of sense. And it's in 3D usually, right? It's in a game, it has to work in space. And so those are good ones. So look for like, the effects artists for games, like look at their portfolios. I'm sure you'll find a lot of really, really good inspiration. That's nice. Very nice. But that arm back here needs reference. So I don't think that's quite correct. That would not work this way. Like you would have to show the shoulder a lot more. You have to have the muscle kind of part somewhere, like the chest muscle kind of going into the shoulder here. You kind of have bicep visible somehow. Yeah, definitely use a reference with this one. The rest looks good though. Like that arm looks good. Distance here looks pretty good. Maybe some clavicles too, like to change the slope there, because it's not a smooth slope from the breast into the neck. There's going to be stop, collarbone, and then different slope, like different angle. But those are only things that you kind of notice on your second glance here. Overall, this feels nice. Just some anatomy tweaks. Yeah, moving on to Marta after a short break. So I need to go eat something. I'm hungry. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. BRB. Don't go anywhere or go somewhere. Do what you want. Be right back. All right. Back, finally. Belly full, ready to keep going. Here it is. All right, so back to it. Let's resume with Marta here. What we got here? So I hope you had a good week too, Marta. So here I am back again with another commission. This time the idea is to paint this female character looking at the portrait of her loved one. Nice. Pumping out those commissions. Very nice. I've got my references, my initial sketches. Excuse me. And the perspective view that hopefully I'm applying well enough. I wanted to know your opinion on the illustration so far. Also, I haven't finished watching the illustration video yet, just in case it's not there yet. Not there. How do you go about picking colors for an illustration? Only complementary colors don't seem enough to cover everything, I think. Yeah, so you'll see that in the illustration class, but basically the way that I think about it, and probably the way that you should think about it too, is look at the overall image and pick a color. Go away, fly. And pick a color harmony for the image as a whole, almost like a movie frame, you know, like you pause a movie frame, and then you'll see they're always going to, most of the time at least, they're always going to have like a very clear color palette that they use. So either triads, complementary colors, monochrome, whatever it is. And so this color palette will apply to the entire image kind of overall. So you have to squint for it to work. But then you'll look at each individual character maybe, and then their own characters themselves can have their own color palette too. So you kind of have the overall one for the piece as a whole, and then you can have like secondary color palettes for each of your different elements. And so, you know, the idea is that excuse me, the idea is that it should still work, you know. So let's say you use like a triads color harmony, red, yellow, and blue, and maybe one of your character, like the dominant color for your character will be blue, you know, that's part of the illustration. But that blue character doesn't need to be all blue, right? You can have parts of the character that's going to be mostly blue, then the face will be skin color. Maybe he's going to have some different accessories that are not going to be blue. It's just like as a whole, overall, it should be blue for the overall image. And then when you zoom in, when you look at individual characters, going off of the same logic, you can still develop them further and have different color harmonies going. So, so in here we have, what do we have? What kind of color palette is this? Seems more like analogous. Yeah, definitely more. And now, like all of these colors here are kind of like focused in this area of the chromatic circle, or in this case, the chromatic stripe. So that's pretty much analogous. Very close together. So mostly like warm reddish colors. And you go towards the blue, but you don't go fully blue, right? You just kind of stop at purple. Bluish purple. Alright, so reference. It's good. Color palettes. Alright, sketch. Cool. Alright, well, so far that's really good. Maybe like her, all of this is a little high. Always keep in mind the muscles, you know, when drawing anatomy, especially when drawing breasts. So you just want to make sure that you got enough room for and that's your sternum, first of all, is long enough. Clavicles here leading into the sternum, and then making sure that this is long enough, and then rib cage, and then on top of that, here that's going to be where your chest muscles, pectoralis major, kind of starts. So you want to make sure that you have enough of a muscle here leading into the arm on both sides, and then the breasts kind of are located at the halfway point. That's not the best way to say it, but you know, the center of the mass for the breast is basically at the lower limit of the muscle, and so kind of like that here, kind of like that there, so a little lower basically. The rest of the anatomy looks really good though. Nice face. Yeah, that works quite well. So one thing that maybe is not super clear, like everything is, the character itself is fine. It's just that you know, like this might be a little confusing, just because of how close it is in values. So we tend to lose a little bit of the silhouette of your character in some areas. Against the dark background here, it works really well. The dark hair against the light background works really well, but in some cases, like I said, here and here, like you could definitely adjust that a bit. So maybe by darkening the skin in this area, like just adding a little bit more shadow. Although, yeah, like you go that dark here, so let's go that dark here as well. There you go. Now it reads a little bit better against the lighter background, and then in the front, we're gonna go ahead and do something similar. Of course, you can always darken the background if that works better. And it's, yeah, same idea with the hands. I think you get it. And with the room itself, you know, it feels a little flat also because the up here, that's nice. You know, you can see the difference between the two walls. Obviously, they're not going to be lit the same amount. The light doesn't react the same way on two different surfaces, so that's good. It's just like we're kind of missing that down here, so I think I'd like to maintain that contrast here. You know, that's a nice contrast. It's just that the line here, the difference between the two kind of gets, where's that line? I don't know. So if the wall that she's facing is the darker side, like it seems to be here, let's just do that for the whole thing. Well, you know what I mean. Yeah, no problem with the no problem with the perspective. That was good. So the only question marks that I have like at this point, is how much this is, like how important this is going to be. So right now, you know, against the dark background feels pretty important, almost like more important than the character here, because she's light against the light background, like everything kind of nice blends nicely, but the frame really pops, right? Because of the contrast. It's the most contrasting part of the illustration. So I mean, you can make the wall itself darker too, so that would help. That would make just the entire thing darker, and so the image itself wouldn't stand out as much. So maybe like something like that. Then she's the brightest thing in the scene, and so the focus would be on her, and you could still have like the painting maybe a little lighter with some colors, but this way at least the frame doesn't stand out as much. They can't be both important. I mean, they can be both important, but one has to be more important than the other one. It's the same logic as having a film where you have two main characters, like two stories, you know, like two main characters. It's really hard to juggle that. I'm sure some movies do it, like some more rare movies, but yeah, like imagine like a Marvel movie where you have Iron Man and then Hulk, and then they're the two main characters. They have equal amount of screen time, and they're two stories that are kind of different. they have their own character development, but equally as important, it's really, really hard to maintain. So usually there's going to be one that will take the lead, the other one will be the sidekick. Same goes with art here. So the same goes with anything with art. So colors, you'll have to have some that are more dominant over the other ones. Otherwise, people will make their own decisions on that. So there's always going to be the hierarchy. If you don't set it for people, people will choose. So if they look at this, they'll go to whatever has the most amount of weight and importance. So right now, it's definitely the frame. Like this frame here attracts most of the attention just because it's the highest, amount of contrast. If you look at it from a distance, what stands out the most? This black spot, right? So and yeah, usually the living thing, will always have a little bit more importance because of what it is. It's true, you're right, she does look at the image, and so a good amount of attention is directed to the image on top of already being really contrasting. So that's why I'm highlighting this as being kind of like a point of interest, let's say, something to revisit, because she's like, if she was looking at us and she was maybe like partially in front of the frame, then all the attention would be on her. Like, she's in the front, she's more important, clearly. But the fact that she's almost like being submissive in front of that frame and giving it a lot of attention, it forces us to give it attention too. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing if that's the most important thing in the picture, but you know what I mean. So yeah, it's always fun juggling elements in the piece to make the composition work, but always think of that hierarchy and make it as obvious as possible. You'll just save yourself a lot of troubles. So like, for example, let's just tweak that real quick. See, what if we take her? Oh boy, that selection. And let's say like she was like this in front, and then maybe looking at us. Just the fact that her shoulder is slightly in front, already like she's the lead now. Even though there's a lot of contrast back there because of the frame, now she's in front, she's more important just by default, just by her position. And so it's fine-tuning some things that can make a big difference. That's one of those. So, well, that helps. But composition aside, I mean, it's not even that the composition it's just unfinished right now. So, everything else is very, very nice. Love the colors that you're using. It's kind of like the soft, ghostly shading. Feels nice. Feels real nice. Love her face too. Very pretty. That's nice. That's really nice. Moving on to Tomas. This week I started doing term 1 perspective. This is my 1-point perspective room assignments. I feel like I could have added more details on the corner of the room where it meets the couch. Doesn't feel right to me. And did I make any mistakes? And as always, any other advice would be appreciated. Yes. Let's take a look. So the corner of the room where it meets the couch doesn't feel right to me. Corner of the room where it meets the couch. Right here. Let's take a look. So, number 1, always start with like an empty room. So let's try to recreate this room here. What we got? What are we working with? Yeah, Marta, this is the hardest thing, right? So yeah, usually it takes it's a process, to get juggling with all these different skills and making them like fit together. But yeah, the composition and storytelling class, probably you've gotten to that point. But if not, like, that focuses a lot of we focus a lot of attention on that stuff in that class. So if you haven't, or the illustration class, yes, we'll talk about all of that. It's also like a super fun skill because when you get good at it, you feel like you can control people, mind control people into looking at things that they might otherwise not look at. All right. I'm done scheming. Let's rebuild this scene here. One wall. All right, so this is the back wall. Our vanishing points are gonna be... Where are they gonna be? Or our vanishing point, single. There it is. Okay, yes. Couch is good. Side of the couch is good. The window frame is good. Frame is good. This little console is good. Yeah, nailed it. So let's take a look here at the couch itself and how it fits in that room. Alright, so it's flush against the wall. I'm guessing that's what it looks like here. I think the only, like, one thing that's weird, you know, is if we look at it from this way with the frame of the room visible, like we can kind of see that the distance here, you know, from the like the corner of the room to the edge of the edge of the couch is longer this way than it is on the side here, from this, like this part here to the side of the wall. So there's something going on here, definitely, you know, especially since this is in perspective, it's actually longer than what it looks like. This is not in perspective. It's flat, right? It's 1-point perspective. So anything that's going sideways here is not going to have any distortion. And so, yeah, for this distance to be relatively equal to that one, it would need to be like probably this long instead. So you need a lot more space here for your couch to maintain, you know, the same depth for the seat. But I think that's it. Maybe the corner here. Let's see how high this goes. Let me find the connection. Alright, so the height of it is something like this. Yeah, that's it really. There's nothing else that's wrong, and it's not that it's wrong, it's just that it looks strange, you know, like seen from above. It's as if this couch looks like this here. Oh, and then this section too here. Whatever. Like I'm not counting this section of the couch, right? So I just chop that out from this example, like it's chopped right here. But that section of the couch here and that section there, the way that you drew it, it looks like this. So very narrow here, very deep back there. We just want to, you know, push that out here, that line there. Extend the couch so that it's more like an L, like similar cushions across the board. And so it's just that line right here. Let's remove all this stuff. Can't see anything anymore. So yeah, it's really just this line right here. You just want to push it that way or pull it this way. Make this wider. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just double check something real quick. think the height might be a little off too. Is it? So I'm just reconstructing like the back seat of the couch. See how that works. So I'm chopping it here. So you know, almost like you take this, you just cut it right here. So that's not part of it, but it just makes it easier to see kind of like the height, the full height of the couch over there. So that's gonna be the width of it back here. Okay. And then. Always trickier to like reconstruct something that's already been drawn. It's way easier to start from scratch with just simple boxes and kind of just carve them up. So I have the back side here of my couch, and then the seating area. Yeah, that's weird. So this is the line that you're using. That makes sense. The seat's gonna be this high. And make it this high back there. Yeah, all right, that's okay. Just wanted to double check. So yeah, it really just is this this thing right here. The distance there, like this is the seating area. Yeah, so that works. Everything else works. So yeah, it's just as I said. It's just that if this is the seating area, this is too deep, this is too narrow. Just gotta adjust that. That's all. So you can either push that back, but probably this is too narrow. So you know, if this is the back seat, it's already almost as thick as the seat itself, as the cushion itself. So extend it, you'll be all set. Everything else works. Just wanted to double check to make 100,000,000% sure. All right, Cassandra. Moving on to you. So this week I studied facial features from references, and let me know what you think about them. After that exercise, I wanted to see how well I can draw them from imagination. I started wondering, how much should I draw from reference and how much from imagination? What's a good balance to get the most out of both exercises? Oh, I love those questions. Well. So let's do a little graph here. So here down there, this is going to be time over time, and this is your skill level, your experience. So as you practice something, and so the line here in green will be your use of references. So you drawing from reference. So at the beginning, you're going to use. Does that make any sense? No, that makes no sense at all. Time equals XP. This is the amount of reference that you use. There you go. That makes more sense. And so over time, basically, the graph will look something like this. Right color, please. There we go. So over time, you'll start up here. You know, you're using a maximum amount of reference because you don't know anything. You know, imagine that you've been blind your entire life, and then suddenly you can see. At this point, the second that you open your eyes, or the second that you start to see something, your visual library begins. You know, it begins to fill up, because up to that point, you saw nothing, and so you had no images in your head. You had no idea what anything looked like. And so at the beginning, when you start, your user reference pretty high. You don't have a choice. You don't know anything. But as time goes on, as you practice more and more and more, it just goes down and down and down and down and down. And I don't know exactly the curve. Maybe it's more linear. Maybe it's more like this. It's probably more like that. Like something more like this. So you always use it a little bit, but over time, less and less and less and less. But you always kind of use it. And so at the beginning, you need to use a bunch. You need to learn about a particular subject because you have no visual library for it. So you need to build that up. It's like collecting books. You collect as much book on the topic as you possibly can. Read them all, and then once you read them, you know what's in there already. So you might need to go back to those books to look back and look at something that you might have forgotten. But the gist of the subject, the gist of the topic will be something that you have now. You've extracted it from the book, or in this case, from the references. So basically at the beginning, use a lot, and as time goes on, you use less and less, and it'll be more and more from imagination. So the other graph that I wanted to draw would be, let's say you're drawing from imagination. It'll start at the beginning. Whatever. Let's not do graphs. But it'll be the complete opposite, right? So, good balance now would be like at some point, you'll be kind of doing both. So they will, at the beginning you need to use a lot, but then eventually you'll start to know what an eye looks like, what an ear looks like, all those things, what a nose looks like, and then you should be at a certain point able to take some liberties, like to try to draw something from memory. Like, oh, I've drawn enough, I've seen enough noses that I think I know that's what it looks like. And so you start to draw it, and then maybe it's not going to look quite right. So you go back to your references and you supplement, finding the missing information that you didn't have. And then the next time it'll be easier. You'll have to look at references even less. And the balance changes over time, so that's the answer. But the best what's the word I'm looking for? The best blank process to study from references and to become less and less reliant on them over time is to start drawing from reference. So you look at an eye. All right, I'm gonna practice drawing exactly that. Once you do that for a while, after that you can just start with the reference, just so that you get the direction, right? So, okay, I'm gonna draw a new eye this time. I'm gonna draw this eye. And so you look at it a little bit, like, okay, so it's about maybe, it looks like in this angle here, you have the eyeball, and then the eyelids. All right, and then you try to wing it as much as you can. And that's after doing a lot of studies from reference. At this point, you should have a good idea of what an eye looks like, more or less. And so you can start, all right, so that's the corner of the eye. Oh, the corner of the eye, I'm not too sure. At that point, you can look back, the reference. Okay, that's how you do it. And then eventually, you don't even start from a reference. You can just start from an eye, draw that as best as you can, and then you supplement the last missing bits and pieces of information that you don't have with a reference, and then eventually you don't need any because you'll have solved everything. You won't have any further questions on the subject. Yeah, but these are really good though. One thing that's really good to force yourself to observe your references better, because that's going to make a big difference too, how well you can observe them, is to know more about how they're constructed. So if you just keep working off of references without ever looking at the anatomy of an eye, without ever looking at how an eye moves, like if you open your eyes wide, if you close your eyes, what that looks like, how it functions, and how to construct it, how you would deconstruct a complex volume like this into something that's simpler, like a sphere, like like a layer, like a layer on top for the eyelids. Supplementing, throughout your process, supplementing your studies from reference with other studies on the theory of the thing, like how to construct it, how other artists might construct it. That's also going to help you spot, observe better. And for me, at least, I don't know if that's going to be the case for everybody, but for me, I get more, it forces me, I get more out of a reference if I draw it without shading it. So of course, when you practice shading, you get better at shading, but I feel like there's a huge benefit, at least for me, to use lines only, because then you're really forced to observe and kind of get rid of, like, simplify as much as possible. Really keep what's important and only observe what's important. And then if the next time you look at a reference, that's what you're gonna observe. You'll kind of be used to all the stuff that you don't need to observe, and you'll focus on what's really, really important. And that improves, and that makes the process go even faster. Very long answer. Yeah, that's not bad at all. But I would introduce the drawing part a lot more. Drawing with lines. Forget shading. Don't forget it, but introduce a lot more line work into your process. I think that's gonna speed up. Anyways, moving on. I need to go faster. Way faster. Chelsea. So hope you're and family are well. Yes, thank you. I struggled a bit with the volumes and perspective and heads from Anatomy 1, and so I didn't manage to do as much as I wanted, but I wanted to get into the habit of submitting something every week and push myself. So those are the heads I tried to do. Some practice to point perspective. Right on. Oh, that's good. Yes. Seen from above, though, it's just going to be just flat, right? Not considering that we shave off the side yet, like when you practice drawing the spheres like this, just practice drawing spheres with like cross sections. Is that the word? It's slices with whatever. And so seen from above here, those lines will all be parallel. And so if it's parallel, they'll be straight as well. If this one is straight, these ones are straight. If this one is curved, that one is curved as much. Yeah, and like really like practicing those ellipses here, those slices of the sphere, really making sure that they're nice and continuous, that they can wrap around the entire sphere properly, that they are identical to the bigger one here, like the one that cuts the sphere in half. So the ones at thirds here, up here, down there, making sure that they're also completely parallel, and as perfect as you can make them. So this one here, not bad at all. It's just that this is kind of straight now, so you just want to make sure that it can rotate back, curve back behind the sphere, and kind of complete the ellipse. And that those are always parallel, always going in the same direction. Not like that, not like that. Same angle. But that's good. Yeah, they're a little shaky, but that's completely normal. Yeah, practicing like this stuff and cylinders, again, like I was saying earlier in the stream, have a sketchbook at all times, like close by, like in your pocket or something, with a pen, so that you can just scribble these things whenever you have some downtime in your day. It makes a huge difference. It's like this silly thing that people don't really consider of any importance, but it's huge. That's the foundation for almost everything you draw. So if you can draw this well, it's a huge advantage. No worries. No worries for the size. I can still read. Yeah, honestly, I don't even need to double check here, because you included everything. So thank you for that. Not erasing all the vanishing lines. Nailed it. Yeah, those are perfectly well constructed stables? I don't know. But those buildings are no problem here. All good. Wait a minute. Did I speak too soon? Did I speak too soon? What is this line here? That one is weird. So, you know, anything that's going to be converging towards that vanishing point needs to really be converging to that point here. I think that this top of the roof here, no problem. That's good. Bottom here, that's good too. That's your horizon. This line though, maybe it's just a construction line. But this is. Oh, okay. No. Okay, so it's just the halfway point for that square, right? No problem. I see. All good. All good. Hana. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's way better. Although, the shading on the leg here makes it look more like there. It kind of kills the foreshortening. Why? I think it's just because it's not shaded like a cylinder enough. But first, let me just read the text in case you're asking for something completely different. All right. I did have an okay week, minus the trip at the emergency room. So this week has been pretty art blocky, but I managed to push through all the bad sketches and make some sad expressions for VV. These were fun, but I keep being too much of a perfectionist with the lines that you barely even notice once the color is added. What do you think of the expressions? Yeah, I mean, honestly, this could be like an anime, you know? It's really good. Really good. So she's more like a kid then. I thought she was maybe a little more grown up than that. But all right, that's good because it gives like a really good idea of the kind of character she is. How you cry, you know, that's a big deal. She looks like a crybaby, especially when you see the snug one. Very cool. Those are beautiful drawings. The lines that you barely notice once color is added. What would those be? I don't know. I think you're pretty frugal with your lines, no? Or maybe you delete, maybe you erased a bunch afterwards. I don't know, but that seems pretty good. So you're talking nonsense. I also included the painting of Solace, and then the character from the comic that I'm working on. Still very unfinished, but am I on the right track? He's supposed to be in a very old-fashioned basement laboratory, scuttling around, doing whatever weird zombie children. Yeah. We've all been there. Alright, yeah, man, I really love the lineage I have here, so... I feel like the environment I think is fine. I don't think I would change the values there, like the brightness, maybe a little bit, just so that you can like see what's going on here, because like you really have to zoom in. Like I couldn't see that right from a distance. That's just pitch black, pitch brown. Can't really see any of the details. So maybe that's what you were referring to before. But I wouldn't make those details visible. Just make it a little brighter. Like you have the orange light here. I mean, it's you know, for it to be this visible on character, that's pretty bright. So clearly, I would think that some of that light, you know, ends up on this this part of the environment too. Yeah, just make it brighter. Brighter overall. Let's see what that looks like. The highlights are okay though. I wouldn't change the highlights. It's just the shadows that would kind of crank up a bit. That's not the best way to go about it, but I think like when you undo it, you're like, oh, that's too dark. It feels better. Oh, too dark. So yeah, don't touch the highlights. It's just like the shadows that I think I would bring up a bit. I've been triggered, yes. Other than that, I love the lighting in here. Feels super creepy. I like it. But like I was saying with the knee, with her leg though, or with his leg, rather. So right now it's shaded more like a cylinder that's sideways, but the cylinder is more foreshortened than that. So you know, you shaded it as if it was a cylinder, as if it was. Nobody knows. But yeah, so basically, it feels like the shape, the volume is in that angle, based on the lighting here, because you know it's pretty consistent there. Top is about the same color, the underside is about the same color. And you get the highlights pretty much throughout the entire length of it, minus like the tip here, where you have the knee. So I think it's like this, yeah, the transition from this side of the cylinder to the front, like the cap of it, that I think would make a big difference in really selling that that foreshortening here. So what would that look like? Yeah, the butt cheeks in the back here, probably. So this kind of curves. So it's a complex shape. So it's definitely not simple to shade this, but you know, you're gonna have like your knee here, and then the knee itself slides into the pelvis, and so it's gonna be kind of like trying to simplify that as best as I can from this angle. It's almost like an orange wedge, you know, that you kind of stick in there, and so it's hard to explain, but yeah, imagine this is an orange wedge. So it's like you have the cylinder, so seen from above, basically you have the leg here, and then the wedge kind of creates this shape here. So the shadow, or not the shadow, but the light will kind of will change here at the glutes. That's what I'm trying to explain. And so it'll be a little darker down here, and then the leg will start, and then throughout that it's gonna be pretty much the same thing, going towards the top, towards the cap, and then transition into the front of the leg, about and so maybe the line here is confusing too, but the front of the knee is pretty flat. So I think we can flatten that line here as a transition to the front. And basically now we have like a clearer box, you know, like it goes like this and then changes the angle. And so yeah, just making the back here darker, I think it's gonna help. And like the way that the leg would, the lower leg would push against the muscles here, like this is going to deform a lot. You're gonna get a big bubble here. Down here is gonna be a little. So it's not exactly like a cylinder. It's more like a flat cylinder. That's tricky. But the shading on the knee, it needs a little bit of work. So that helps, but I feel like it's not quite there yet. It might be in the, might be just in the lines that you used to. Like here, that line probably wouldn't reach that far into the knee. And like this would be pressed against the thigh much more, so the calf would kind of stick out, would be all flattened like a pancake. And so that would probably stick out some more too. Something more like that. Yeah, I don't know that you did use a reference, but I would try to find a reference for that. Like use your own leg, you know, shine like a light from one side and then crouch in that position. Because that makes that really, like, that's a big part of this working. If the knee doesn't work, yeah, the rest, it kind of brings everything down with it. So that's all I have. This is the only beef I have with this. Otherwise, awesome stuff, Hannah. Apologies for my poor explanation. I hope that made sense a little bit at least. Yeah, I think that was your first time triggering the rule number 1. All right, Livio. Oh, there we go. Right after. Boom. So I've done some more Vivi expressions this week, as well as a piece of splash art showing her casting a spell. Hopefully this rage Vivi counts as extreme, as you suggested. I would have liked to draw a lot more, but I only had so much time. I did my best to finish the below to high level comic cartoon standard, so I'd really like to get your advice on how I did, what I can do better, and what you would have done. All right. Double Vivi. Ooh, that's a cool pose. That's hard. Overall, it works. What is it? Slightly. I think it's just her right hand. It's just like the way that it's holding. Yeah, I think that's all. I think that's all it is. It's just like the perspective on that hand here. It doesn't quite work with the her staff, her wand, and also the wand kind of curves a bit. So you just want to make sure that it's completely straight. Otherwise, it looks like it's soft. Yeah, always. This, I don't use the line tool a lot in Photoshop, but I'll use it for this. I mean, you can use like a box or whatever. You know, can you just use a big box here to trace this whole thing. Obviously, in the right angle. Come on, box. So for anything that needs to be solid and long, you know, I always use straight line as best as I can. Or as much as I can, rather. It's not a matter of skill, it's just a Photoshop tool. But yeah, so that's number 1. And then the hand, like I said, it's like yours is, I'm trying to find the same pose. Yours is like this, and it would need to be more like this. So very subtle from here. And also like the fingernails probably wouldn't see them. Maybe. Yeah, actually, let me try to hold something bigger. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so let me try to get the same pose again. All right, so that's about the same. And it would need to be more like this. Very subtle, but it breaks the perspective because it's the thing that's right in our face. Like, it's like she's punching us with that hand. And yeah, the slightest kind of issue in perspective is gonna be super visible. So it's subtle, Like you know, like you saw, it's very subtle, but you need to tweak that a bit, and then it will look awesome. It's just that my damn brain can't look away because of that. Other than that, the post looks super cool. Maybe for it to be a little more dynamic, you could have her elbows like not so close to her chest. You know, it feels more like she's kind of blocking this way. Maybe like having them forward some more, like she's about to take a swing or something. Especially this one here. Like if that one was coming towards us a bit more, like if it was right here. Once again, you know, it's tricky because super foreshortened cylinders here. But basically this one here, and then almost like changing that to lift the elbow. So changing those two cylinders so that they come at us a little more directly. Just trying to find ways to make this more dynamic. But yeah, it looks really good already. I'm just nitpicking. I love the colors, love the yeah, it feels full of energy. Overall, our proportions are really good. And face structure and the perspective, nice. Maybe like the effects in the back here. I would try to vary maybe like the intensity of the light everywhere. You know, because it's pretty much the same, but maybe in the far distance here, it's a little bit less intense. It kind of fades with distance, intensity, just so that you can use saturation, you know, to your advantage. Have the magic be less saturated on the outside and then more saturated towards the wands, which I'm guessing is the source of it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got for this one. So very good. Just gonna check out the two here, see if they look like the same character. Personality wise, I'm not saying that, you know, that this is the way, but from what I saw from Hannah's, you know, it feels like she's a little more immature, maybe. I don't know. I don't know your characters as well as you guys do. I'm just looking at this face here, and this feels a little more mature of a face. You know, like I wouldn't expect somebody that looks like this, or somebody who can make this kind of facial expression, to be so carefree in how they cry. You know, carefree meaning that tears, you know, they look like a mess basically, and they don't care. Just like a kid wouldn't really care about that stuff. It feels like if she were to cry, she'd be more like, you know, like wiping her, you know, trying to cover it kind of. So maybe a little too mature, and it's super subtle. Like what makes a face more mature, or like a facial expression more mature. But yeah, it's like when you see kids, you know, like being doing things that are out of character for a kid, like a kid being suspicious, and like the kid looks at you and is like, suspicious. That's not normal. Usually it's the other way around, right? It's the adult that will do that to the kid, and so that's more of an adult face. That's all I'm saying. Looks beautiful, all the same. It's just maybe that one, like this feels better. It feels like she's angry but still cute, you know, like, oh, you're angry, oh, little Vivi. This one here, yeah, a little more mature. Well, that helps. I was just comparing the character, that's all. I think think it's important. The end. I am currently in term 2 and hoping to make my shading skills solid before moving on to portrait drawing. So I did a shading practice following the ref on the left. Ah, I see. So she is older. Interesting. Well, we discovered something today. So if she's meant to be older, then in that case, yeah, that face works better. You know, she's like those typical like super young looking characters in animes that are actually really old, so they behave super weird, like super out of character, you know, compared to the visuals at least. And so yeah, if that's more her case, then yeah, this face, this more mature face, then fits her quite well actually. So yeah. So I did a shading practice following the ref on the right, the ref on the left. It would be great if you could check if there's anything off. Also, I tried to use a kind of hard brush to block the values instead of a soft brush. So comment on brush control would be great. Yeah, your brush control is really good. So it's all in how, you know, how your transition look, how soft they look despite using a hard brush, and that's pretty damn good. Nice gradient, like you can hardly see the brush stroke, so that's very good. Very good control. The only thing I will say, like your shadow area, like the all of this, that was good. I think that's right on the money. Maybe a little bit more bounce light coming from below. You know, like this here, significantly darker than it is down here, because that's right next to the ground where the light bounced directly off of the, like the distance from the ground to this part of the sphere is pretty short, right? So the bounce will be quite direct. Up here though, like it has to bounce here and then make its way all the way up here, and so less particles will reach there, so there will be some gradient here. So everything that's closer to the ground, closer to the floor, whatever, will be a little dark, a little lighter. So you could brighten that up. Just thinking of all the bounce lights in here, that's too much, but you know. And then in your highlights, you have it's a little flat. I think that's it. The values in the highlights here match quite well, but as a transition to the other side, to the dark side, there's not enough of a gradient here. It's pretty much the same. Like if you look up here, you know, like this should move. It should go down and down and down as I make my way across the sphere, but it doesn't really. It kind of stays there, hovers around the same area until this point here where it starts to dip, and then it dips a lot. So you just want to, you know, soften that curve a little bit. You look at this case here, you know, look at the same cursor up here. Let me make that bigger so it's more obvious. Nah. Oh no, there we go. So starts up here and see how it slides down throughout. Of course, there's some imperfection here, so I'm trying to avoid those. But although it doesn't change a whole lot, it's still slowly going down. So just a little bit more in this case. Basically, you just want to go doing. I kind of do that, and that'll be better. So yeah, so those two things I'll pay attention to: bounce light and the transition, making sure that there's always a gradient. It's a sphere, so not one point on the sphere is going to be the same value ever, unless you take this point and the one right next to it. But you know, if you go from here to here, there should be clear difference in values. That's it. Otherwise, very good control. That's a very smooth gradient, very smooth shading, I should say, for using a hard brush. Hope that helps. Alexandra, here are some more anatomy and hand studies. I struggled a lot with the foreshortening and the foreshortened arm and leg on the first figure. How do they work? Foreshorten. You're welcome. Very welcome. Oh, that's a nice hand. That's a nice hand right there. It's like this segment though. This segment again, still, it's better. It's way better. But that's still the problem area. It's funny because normally it's gonna be the fingers, but like your fingers look good. They look really good. In here, maybe the thumb could be a little thicker here. Because you're gonna get a lot of the like a lot of these two muscles here. This here, those are gonna be like flat together, almost like the knee. You know, the when you bend your leg, your calf will flatten. Same idea here, and so you'll get like a little bit more mass there, like from here to here, like you see the bump point. So just more of that. But other than that, looks good. Looks good. But yeah, it's gonna be the wrist. The wrist that needs to this curve here. I think you'll probably be able to see the ulna back here. How messy is this? Let's try again. Try to go a little slower and control my line better. No, so yeah, you did have the bump for the ulna. Never mind. So you did it. It's just a little narrow this way. That's all. So thinking of this as a box, you know, like this is the side of the box, this is the top of the box. So just making that that here reach a little further back, just to make the wrist a little wider. You know what? Scratch that. The wrist feels kind of okay here. I think it's more the thumb here going into it that's mostly off. I think that contributed to the issue here. So yeah, it's this line here. You know, there was like an extra line. I'm not sure what that was for. Maybe it was like the other finger. Is that it? No. Yeah, so it's this area here. So it was the thumb, mostly the problem. Everything else is fine. Forget everything else I said. Oh, that looks good. That's really good. Foreshorten arm. I mean, that looks pretty good. It just doesn't look really foreshortened, you know. It's pretty long. It's like there's not one that's shorter. And like if it were foreshortened, for example, like you could be, maybe it's the upper arm that's foreshortened, and so like it would be coming towards us a lot more, and then that part might not be foreshortened, might just be going up. So in this case, the elbow would be kind of right in your face, and the arm kind of up. But the way that you drew it is just, it feels more like he's just extending his arm upwards, coming towards us a little bit, but it feels good. Subtle, but it feels good. Yeah, and then for the knee, the knee. That feels pretty good too. I think just it's more the calf that's the problem, but this part here feels good. Just like this is not long enough, you know, compared to this one. How can we solve that? So we're gonna have the box here for the leg. Then going into the upper leg. And then the foot. Yeah, pretty close. It's just the lower leg here that's a little short. But the way that I attach this to the leg, I think feels pretty good. It's just like this line here wouldn't exist, you know, that wouldn't be possible here. You see the thigh completely coming into the knee, going into the knee. So it's really like, think of this like the upper leg into a big box, and then the calf, like the lower leg, will attach after that. So the box always remains kind of unchanged. This shape never really changes. Whatever is attached will be after it. If the leg is straight, it'll be here, or if it's bent, it'll be down here. But it's not going to impede and like kind of go into that shape. Don't touch it. Don't enter this area. So yeah, just all of that here, but slightly lower. Doing. Looks very good otherwise. Those are really good poses. I love that you're looking at all the muscles too, a little bit more. That one's awesome. Very good, Alexandra. Ah, the tendon. Yeah, that's one of those details, you know, that you're just better off just removing. It will look better. And here we have fan art. Student fan art from another student. Thanks, Ryan. So this week has been slow because I was doing more theory than practical, but after seeing Nico stream some props, I really wanted to try one out myself. So I have both a shield and a sword, which is a work in progress, mainly focusing on the shield because it's done. I haven't missed anything. Are there any changes you would make? All right. You're welcome, Alexandra. Ryan. Nice. Love that metal. Man, look at this. That looks good. Very good. Honestly, there's not a whole lot that I would change. I mean, like stuff that you know already, you know, but like those little rivets or whatever they're called, you know, here they're pretty much centered. So I just try to maintain that up here. So, you know, since this is at an angle, I feel like it could feel more like a, flat cylinder. I'm exaggerating the shape here, but you know, so let's say you have those little rivets back there, you know, they will kind of almost, in an extreme case, you know, they will kind of overlap the outside, like the outline of the silhouette, because they're seen at an angle. And so it's just trying to maintain that kind of logic. So in here they'll be pretty much centered, but as they go kind of away from us, they will get closer and closer to the edge. So kind of the opposite of what you have here. Although that might just be the side here, like the contour of the shield itself. Maybe you can just shave off some of that to make that that width here less than it is up close. So it's just, yeah, just like going more in that direction for the edges. But other than that, that looks really good, man. Especially the metal. Spot on. I want to touch it. Is that weird? The swords look really good too. Work out the tip though. That's important. It sells a lot of the perspective, so making sure that, you know, this makes sense. Those lines are kind of, where do we go from now? Where do we go from here? So either it's kind of like this pointy tip like this, or maybe it ends like that. It can be many different things, but yeah, just kind of figure out the tip. I think it's really gonna sell the sword. And same thing here at the pommel, making sure that this volume just is consistent with the rest. So if you have like a, you know, kind of like a cylinder going in that direction, just make sure you have something similar here. So if it's like a half sphere, I don't know that it is, but it seems like maybe that's what it is. Just making sure that you get nice sphere here, cut in the same, you know, using the same kind of angle as the little cross sections here that you have on the handle for that cross section there, or that half sphere. But yeah, that's all. That looks really good. Other things, you know, that you could pay attention to is like that connection here. That adds a lot. It's like the same thing in perspective. When you give thickness to things, it really just makes it work more. It just looks way better. So same idea here. You know, like this is the blades, right? So this is the sharp part. So this is super thin, and the part of the blade here is thicker. It's the body of it, and so that will probably reach a little higher, you know, when it attaches. So maybe this high, and then kind of go towards the thinner parts. So you really feel like it inserts into the hilt. And then making sure that the hilt is thick enough that, you know, you can imagine kind of doing the same thing on the other side too. But yeah, that helps. What time did the man go to the dentist? 2:30. You got me. Bro. Alright, Simon. Long time no see, yeah. My absence has been filled with drawing practice. Good. Hopefully you can see some small level ups since last time I submitted. Anyways. Two more warnings, Ryan, and you're out. Anyways, no, I'm just kidding. Keep them coming. Here are some concepts as we agreed upon. I have now started to think a lot more about design in my artwork. These are different types of people from the lunary faction. Man, let me make this bigger. I can't read for shit here. Anyways, reset. Take a sip of heaven. All right, let's try again. Here are some concepts. As we agreed upon, I have now started to think a lot more about designs in my artwork. These are different types of people from the lunary faction from League of Legends. The lunary is a fanatic cult that worships the moon, and eternal rivals to the solary. Their ensemble consists mostly of black leather and silver metals. Think Black Panther. Got it. So they worship the moon, so they are in their element when it's at night. My reference is from some concept done by Six More Vodka. That has done some actual concept for Ride Game. Yep. So let me know your favorites and what can be improved and what would like to see next. All right. Concepts. Right on. Ooh, nice. Nice. So that's the reference. That's cool. Ah, cool. So they're like like samurai. Ninjas. The Moon Clan. Very cool. Alright. Let me soak in more of their shape language here. So a lot of moon crescents, a lot of them. Some decorative, some as weapons. Their body, yeah, a lot of ellipses here. Here, all right. And they're warriors. They're melee fighters. Oh, okay, so they kind of diverge here a little bit. Like this one here doesn't have nearly as much, you know, moon crescent or like, yeah, crescent shapes. So yeah, I like it. I mean, like proportion-wise, like your characters look really good. Very nice sketches. I think this one is probably my favorite. I'm not gonna say the most successful, but the one that I think is most successful. This one looks super cool too. Like I love the shape of it. I just would not guess it's a warrior if you didn't write it here. So it looks more like maybe more like an archer, if anything. You know, like she can kind of control those blades and kind of like throw them or something, more like a boomerang, something like that. That's like the first impression I'm getting. For warrior type, usually you want more like brute force. Yeah, like that attribute maybe reinforced better. Like if she were to hold the things, you know, kind of like that guy up here. Like not doing the same thing, obviously, but maybe it's just like one big one that he splits in half. So it's like you know, kind of like that's the handle, and then another one here, another one. So like when he connects them together, you kind of get the shape. So you can do like cool poses when you draw it, or when they animate it. Yeah, this one, I mean, you can just change the name here. You're gonna solve your problem. You won't have to redo it. But that feels more like again, like the design back here feels more like an aesthetic thing. You know, like something that would not be practical in combat, in close combat. Same thing with the rest of our armor. Feels more like an archer to me, but I love everything else about it. It looks nice. For this one here, I was gonna say like the legs feel a little bit boring, but then again, like I guess that's normal here. Although, yeah, they do change it up a bit more here. So this guy's got some armor. This one's got some boots, skin suit going into boots. All right, so that's different. This one more boring, but if she's a ninja-ish, that makes more sense, maybe. Alright, this guy's got big ass boots. Cool. So yeah, I think it's just like the legs don't feel as designed, you know, as the rest maybe. Like it doesn't work with this here. So you get a lot of like circle, like partial circles just because of the shape. But it's more circular, more like rounded. Rather than spiky, like she feels. So maybe having some more of that here. I don't know how you would implement this, but maybe like the front of her boots here has got some circles, or maybe something in her. Maybe the boots themselves are. Going. I don't know, but I think the legs could use some work. I mean, they're still pretty sketchy, so maybe you already knew that. And then the blacksmith. A big part of it too is going to be the colors, right? So when you slap on some colors there, even if a character doesn't have the exact same shape language, it might look very alike just because of that. So I feel like that might be the case with this guy here. Like I see the little hints of shape language that remind me of the moon shape, but harder to see for this one. You know, that he belongs to the same clan. These all have kind of like this shape, that shape. It's very prominent everywhere. Except that guy. So what's the deal with this guy? Is he different? Is he not part of the same group? Or are they two different clans? Wait, did I read that right? Did I read that properly? Solary. Yeah, I think this guy, I think it's just the shape language. You could push some more. You know, he feels a little more generic, just because the hook is not as obvious as it is like for these guys. Like that's clear, you know, like you're using that shape very well. That's nice. Here too, it's just a different class. But this one here, he's kind of missing something here. So maybe it's in the hammer. Maybe he's how could you do that with the hammer? Oh, maybe the hammer is like a weird horseshoe shape. I don't know. That even makes sense. I don't know, maybe a shape like this, you know, like you get the same kind of feel. So it's like you get a moon crescent here from the front, just because it's like a two-piece hammer, you know. So you got this, the main body, like the container almost, and then you get like another piece in the middle here that kind of slides in, and then so from the front you get the moon shape, from the side you kind of get like half a moon shape, something like that would already make it a little more obvious. But so it's that kind of stuff, you know, like with the helmet too, with the rest of the armor here, like most of that feels maybe a little too straight, more gritty. Yeah, oh, that helps. That's super cool. What to do next week? I would do variants on these. So what, level them up. So what does this character look like? Let's say she's like level 10 right now. What does she look like when she's level 30 or 50? I don't know. Levels doesn't matter, the actual number, whatever. But make them level up, or maybe give them alternate. So let's say you customize, or you go to like a shop and you change the armor. Let's say you could do that. I know you can't really do that in League of Legends, but let's say it was like an MMO, and then you can change them up. You can buy different armor sets for them, whatever. What would that look like? But leveling them up, I think, I don't know, for me it's a much more fun process, so maybe try that. Well, it helps. Moving on to Warren. Actually, let's take a short break. Real quick, I just gotta go drink something, some water. Too much juice. I need something that's normal. So just really quick, like 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. This is a crisis averted. Moko chewed up the new stickers for my son, and so it was a big disaster. But they're fine. I just had to parent a little bit. And now everybody's happy again. So let's keep going with the feedback, starting with Warren. Let's go. All right. So my week was alright. Hope yours was good. So my week was quite good. There we go. That's awesome. So I made a lot of clothing figure studies that I think went very well. I'd like some feedback on these. I feel as though I did quite well, but I'm not sure on what to improve, where to focus my efforts more next time. Since last week's advice, I've been working on improving my sketches as they've been lacking feeling and emotion. Through these assignments, I've learned how important references are to drawing and painting. I knew they were important, but not how much. Yes, very important. So I'd like some advice on how to use references for posing characters. I've attempted this at the bottom left of the image, and my character seems to so much less emotive than my reference in sketch. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this one too before. She's famous. Oh, this one too. I've seen this before too. Maybe that's the one that you were talking about. Anyways, very nice shading on these. All right, so how to use the pose, how to use the reference for a pose. A lot of that will be kind of a continuation of gesture drawing, and so that's why gesture drawing is always part of the discussion when it comes to drawing characters. It's the expressive part, right? It's where you exaggerate a little bit more, where you focus on the flow, where you focus on the movement, the dynamism, rather than the accuracy of the proportions. I mean, trying your best, of course, to maintain the proportions, but over the accuracy of the anatomy, for example. So that's something that would definitely help. Just keep practicing gesture drawing a lot. All the time, continuously. I've started to do that with the entire family here. So even getting the kids to do it. So a couple times a week, we just sit in front of the TV for like an hour, and we go through a bunch of poses, and then draw, and it feels good. It's like it keeps the engine warm, and it keeps all this stuff in your memory. And then when drawing characters, where you need to focus a little bit more on the anatomy, you still have all the the nice movement, the nice poses from your gesture studies still in your head. So you can always, if it stiffens up because you focus too much on the anatomy, you can always kind of bring it back if you practice this kind of often. But I see what you mean here. But again, it'd be very similar to the feedback I would give you if it were gesture drawing. So always use curves, so for the legs especially. This applies mostly to the legs. Curve here, curve there, curve. Like those are very, very prominent here, those curves. And I think that's basically what you're missing in yours. Like the top of the body looks pretty good, similar enough. And I mean, she's pretty stiff, so she's not like super, like that's a straight line. Normally I'd be like, don't do that. No straight lines in the body, but the pose is straight. So, I mean, you could like, yeah. So the top of the body is stiff anyways. So, I mean, if you're using that as a reference, it'll be stiff. But the legs though, the legs are very, very, very dynamic. Just be like really reinforcing curves out and then back in, right? Curves out and then back in. and back out again towards the front, and then going into the foot, and then here this leg, same idea, calf, really nice curve back here, flowing nicely into the tip of the shoe. So that's really all it is, right? It's just like those simple lines, and if you build, you know, the limb around those lines, those gesture lines, it'll be pretty good. Because I would say that's pretty much the only issue here. It's just her legs. You know, the top is very similar. You did a good job. Maybe you can make the head a little bit bigger. And kind of a, like this here, usually it'll be more of a slope rather than a like a hump, you know? So I would also recommend that you curve that here. So where the line kind of transition from below, have it slowly start to be concave instead, going towards the neck into the clavicles, and then the neck kind of takes over from here. It'll also make the torso feel a little bit less thick. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it with this one. All of these though, ooh, you did a really good job with these studies. And those are good practice, and so like I would not stop, you know, working on these. Yeah, so to be honest, yeah, just keep working what you're doing here, like your folds, the way that you shade all of this stuff is beautiful. Really nice. And then, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of issue with proportions, like her head here is a little bit small. The length of her torso is a little short, not too much. Like the length of her arm here, the upper arm is a little short too. It's minor stuff, but that's why, you know, introducing just more gesture drawing, figure drawing, kind of like as a supplement to these studies, you'll be all set. What the helps, Warren? Very nice. Quand je suis loin de la classe trop longtemps, je me sens déséquilibré. Quand je reviens avec un nouvel art dont je suis fier de vous montrer, je sais que le temps passé loin a été bien passé. Too formal, bro. That's what you use to elders. No, not in this case it'll be more. Te montrer. Te. There we go. Warms the heart. So this has been so much more fun to design than I thought I was going to have. Thinking about how each edge, facet, and form fits together, and when the light would be hitting it. I feel my time doing overpaints on 3D models really helped me with this. I was able to level up by rendering this without that tool. Even more so because I feel I can identify 3 more polish passes to make this better. 3 more polish. Oh, snap. It could use some dirt, dust, and damage. It could use a material pass to emphasize the metal, painted panels, and glass. But it's not, yeah. Just to comment what Olivier said, it's not wrong. It's just very polite. You don't need to be that polite with me. We're more familiar than that. It could use material path, so yeah, and then a bounce light coming from the bottom left would really help round the form. Not sure best temperature. Agree. Yeah, oh man, that. Pretty sure that's the best I've seen from you so far. This is pretty high level stuff. Yeah, man, the shading on this works super well. So I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say. To be honest, you did my job for me. What you identified is most likely what I would have said. Minus the only thing I would maybe not. I mean, it's probably good to add, just to add a little bit of storytelling. But the only reason why maybe this would not have come to mind, like maybe that's like the first thing to do, is just that it's pretty busy already. So just adding more, more dirt and that kind of stuff is just gonna just make it even busier. But you could, if you maybe took out some details, almost like a swap, you some dirt here, some details gone, like yeah, down. I mean, the dirt would probably be around the feet, and there's not a whole lot that you could take out from here. Maybe a little bit, like or maybe just a little bit of dirt, around the feet here where it gets dirtier. Maybe the knees could be a little, like where you have the pad here. Was that pad useful? Did it protect from a hit from dirt, from rocks, whatever? Yeah, maybe it's like some chips and scratches in some of these areas. But in terms of the details, like maybe being too much, I don't know. It's not. I think it's the size of them, Like some of them just, you really have to zoom in to notice them. Like this stuff here, that stuff here. It looks cool up close, but probably could take them out and it wouldn't change much. And maybe that could be somewhere you add some scratches instead. So instead of having this line here, you kind of remove that and you introduce a scratch instead. I just said the same thing twice, exactly the same way. My brain is leaving. So yeah, maybe like a similar idea, but just kind of repurpose those details into scratch instead. So that maybe it's a little thicker, a little bit more visible from a distance than a really narrow seam in the plate. Yeah, so in terms of the design overall, I think you nailed it. The colors maybe would be like one point that you haven't really mentioned in here that I think might be worth looking into. Like this color kind of sucks. The only reason why it sucks is that it's some of the most in-your-face colors that you have in here. So it's something that really stands out. The brown, everything is pretty saturated. Otherwise, even the green here has got so much white in the reflection that it almost reads as just black and white. At first glance, like, oh yeah, there's not a whole lot of color there. The color hits are really this and that. And yeah, I don't know, not maybe not the best color to use, and also maybe a little too bright in comparison to like all the rest of the gun here, because from a distance, like I don't really see any of this. Kind of just disappears. I see that, and then my eyes like, all right, gone. Let's move on to the next part here. Oh, cool. But like I always find myself like skipping this area, and it's just because of like the sandwich, the bread here that you have with the detail sandwich in the middle, that kind of gets skipped over. So if this was darker, or maybe if the entire gun was kind of, what I would do is just make the entire gun green. Everything here green. Maybe like this is lighter green, lime green. And then here, Maybe the gun is the splash of color. This is the brown. That was a strange choice. Yeah, that feels pretty good. And like this, you know, the green kind of ties in with the rest of the accent colors on the character. I think it's just, yeah, mostly colors. So, and it's just color of the gun. Because, man, everything else, dope. Yeah, and then some of these lines, like I said, yeah, I reaffirm what I meant, what I was saying here. Yeah, I think these could go in favor of something more obvious, something that reads better at first glance. But man, crushing it. Bounce light temperature. Yeah, like your main light source is pretty cool right now. So it would be kind of like the opposite of that, you know, going in the opposite direction. So right now, it doesn't really feel like a warm sunlight. It feels more like a cool artificial light. And so maybe you could have another artificial light in the back here, or maybe like the door from outside is open, you know, like it's like a corridor in the back here. It's an opening, and then the light of the sun kind of shining through in that little hallway, and then maybe it's lighting up like the back of this guy here in a warmer tone, not super saturated because there's no saturation anywhere here, so you really don't want to go too crazy with that, but maybe a little bit of a yellowish tint. You know, like that, something like that. I think that balances nicely. So still pretty cool. Like if you shoot this next to a warm light, that would be the cool light all of a sudden, right? But compared to the rest, now this would take up the warmer characteristics in this case. What the hell's super cool, man. Jenner, I hope you've been well. Oui. I'm working on a piece for our contests and would love general feedback and thoughts. It is a little unlit because I've not finished rendering yet. And I'm playing with the idea of making the dude in the back smaller to give the composition room to breathe, and perhaps making both of them smaller. Ooh, I love the palette here. Ooh, that's tasty. Oh, that looks good. Okay. So playing with the idea of making the dude in the back smaller. Oh no, don't do that. I like it. Feels like this ghostly presence almost, but very dominating. But almost, it feels more like support. You know, that's what it feels like. It's like the support on your shoulder. Anyways, what else? What else? Thanks for the feedback. Okay. To make them smaller. I mean, the thumbnail looks pretty much the same, no? Honestly, I really like your composition. The only thing maybe I would do is raise the roof. So maybe add some pixels up here, just so that it's more space here to breathe. Up, because they're kind of pointing up, right? Like we're looking from below. And so yeah, always nice when you have a little bit of headroom there. But that's it. And also, I just prefer those types of compositions. So that's a little bit of personal preference that goes into this feedback. But yeah, like really widescreen formats. It's hard to see on most people's computer. And like if you look at this on a phone, you know, you don't see much of it. Basically, the more vertical, the better. And yeah, this would probably be more like a 16:9 ratio, more like a typical widescreen ratio. Anyways, that's the extent of what I would do so far, because this looks beautiful. I really love what you're doing here. I love the stuff here in the back too, like the lighter color. I feel like you should have that creep in a little more here. It's too nice. It gives so much depth. Better done than this. We can't see the face, huh? Right? The guy in the back here. Does he have a face? Does he not have a face? Is that his eye? What is that? Maybe that's the only other thing, you know, composition aside. Like, I'm not sure if he's got a face or not. So maybe answering that question would help. Because I see the hands, you know, I see this first. I'm like, oh, that's a hand. Right, so it must be a person. So what is that hand connected to? Oh, okay, so this must be the shoulder. Got it. Oh, so then this must be the head, but wait a minute. Huh? Where's the face? So I'm just not sure if the face is there, but it's behind. If that's the case, that's not a good decision. But if his face is right here and it's just covered with flowers, then good. I don't like that I'm not sure. Know what I mean? So maybe like anything to give a hint that there's a face behind that would solve it for me. So maybe it's maybe it's like some lights here. Some light coming through the flowers to indicate like his glowy eyes or something like that. Like that would be enough. That would be like, all right, that's his face. It's just covered in flowers. Done deal. Moving along here. But yeah, that's the only thing. Oh, there we go. The reference print. Nice. Ah, okay. That is a weird character. Then how to solve this problem? I mean, it's not a big problem, to be honest. It's just bothering me now that I've been looking at it for this long. Most people wouldn't stare at any art piece for that long, so the first impression that I had again was, wow, that is really beautiful. What I would maybe do if it were me, you know, and it's my piece and I've been working on this and like, yeah, maybe people are gonna think that he's got a face but we can't see it. I don't know. So I don't know, maybe like moving this guy forward a little bit more, like up here maybe, just so that we can see the start of his rib cage, because then it would solve it, you know. Oh, that's the rib cage. Well, in between, that's where the face would be, but then it's a bunch of flowers. Oh, he's got flowers for a face. I see. To be honest, I don't know that's where the trouble. But probably I would do it. Yeah, that's it. Those colors are really pretty. Sorry, one more. If you'll allow. Like this red here, maybe I would tone it down just to saturate it just a little bit so it doesn't compete too much with these. This is more saturated already, so that's good. But maybe a little bit less. Because it is right in our face already, so it already commands more attention. Maybe just knocking it down a bit. But that's it. That's nice. Jeffrey. The eye thing? Does he have eyes? Oh. Right. No. All right, Jeffrey. So here are some of the simple skeletons I have done this week, as well as some line of action practice. These all felt pretty good to me, but I have noticed a couple tweaks already, especially in the ones from reference. All right. Yeah, so this really good, to practice observing the right things. And then this is great to slowly kind of build all of that visual library up and eventually be able to do it on your own without references. These are really good. Of course, the pose is on point. It's drawn over the reference, but that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the cylinders and how 3D they feel and how perspective on them feel. And yeah, like looking at just your little constructions here, everything is everything makes sense. So everything is foreshortened properly. Yeah, that looks really good. It's pretty consistent going into these here, made from reference. So definitely just transition to that completely. You have the power. You can do it. Yeah, that's really good. Really good. That's all I got. You crushed it. A+. A++. All right, Anas. I am having a good day so far. Yes, very much so. I don't love to miss a week, so I decided to share this based on your advice to work on my shape language more, make it more clear. We'll go back to rendering things. Hopefully, this will make my shape language good. You can skip if you don't know what to comment on. It is watch the silhouettes, but if you have any advice, feel free. Yes, let's see what we got here. All right, some buildings. Hey, some dragon buildings. This is really good practice because, if at some point this is what you see. You know, when you look at anything, when you look at design in general, that's what you'll see. You don't even look at the real design. It's just like, all right, they use those shapes, they use that. And it's just like you just notice all the different pieces that they used and the different pieces that they should have used, maybe that didn't, and how those pieces work together. So being able to abstract this is super important. Yeah, and it's a really, really good practice. And you can still, you can make this a fun process. Exactly, by doing this kind of stuff, like small thumbnails, but it's not just abstract nonsense. You know, it's still structure to it, and you can eventually turn this into something bigger. You know, if you like it. A lot of the times, you know, when you see when you have environment artists working on games, on any project, it always starts with something like this, a bunch of really quick black and white sketches. Especially, for example, like let's say we're developing a new race, and it's gonna be a race built around the spheres shape language. So everything that's going to be in the village, you know, everything is sphere inspired. And so we'll start with that. You know, it'll be something super basic, just some basic shapes. Kind of, how can we arrange just spheres in a fun way, something that's different, something that's unique, and it all starts with that. And then from there, you just, all right, that's good, that's not good, that's good, that's not good. You pick the ones you like, enhance, and then develop it further. So like for these here, I think you could push this even more. You know, like you have kind of really cool shapes here. It's mostly square, but it feels more like rounded squares. You know, like the nose here is a little bit rounded. So you got some straight lines. On the inside here, it's usually pretty square, but on the outside, it's more of a rounded corner. So yeah, looking at this here, maybe there's some improvement we can make here. So maybe on the outside, once again, this is going to be a rounded curve, a rounded corner. On the inside here, sharp corner, that's okay. On the outside here, maybe you can round that out too. Same thing with the windows. Maybe the windows are more like rounded squares. So all small, like, see how much you can reuse that, and just how deep you can push it, how far you can push it rather. Yeah, really good exercise. Moving on to ooh, we got puppies. So I started animal drawing, and while I did learn about muscles, I decided to do the first assignments, just observing the picture of my dogs, and then I'll move to muscle studies. These are just rough sketches for now. I wanted to capture movement and expression as loosely as I could, so I didn't try to define them for now. I see many mistakes, but I would like to know what you think would work, and what you think I should work on the most, and what stands out. Got it, but who am I talking to? Who is this mystery poster? Mina. Alright, Mina. First glance was really, really nice. Let's see if I can find something in here. Yeah, it's funny because when you start to learn about the anatomy and all that stuff, like you really look at your dogs differently. And the whole time that I was putting this class together, I was, like massaging my dog. Oh, that's okay. That's how it connects. And like whenever they are, like, whenever they sit, you're always looking at their muscles, especially if they have like short fur. Like how all of that deforms. How it's just something. It's almost like this source of information that's always been living with me that I never really paid attention. Never really paid close attention to. Now suddenly notice so much stuff, and it's always around you. Like, wow, I feel like I'm learning so much by just being next to the dogs. Hopefully the same will happen to you. But yeah, those I mean, at first glance they're awesome. So love your line quality, love the like the emphasis that you put on mostly the face, like their facial expressions, because that's what we see first. That's what matters the most anyways. Your anatomy is actually pretty good overall. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty damn good. So, man, what can I say? I mean, clearly, you know, this is something that you have already a lot of visual library real estate for. Because all the lines that you choose to highlight, the lines that you choose to to discard, stuff that you can retain is really solid. So those are good, really good. Yeah, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun, you know, when you start to dig into the anatomy and see how the anatomy is of other animals, how similar it is to that of your dogs, and how much you can push that, how much you can combine different creatures, and it should be fun because you're starting with a good base already. Really good base. Yeah, like from here, you know, like the next steps, like to really test yourself. That's something that you'll have to do anyways at some point, you know, when drawing the anatomy, but constructing them, trying to kind of recreate like just a basic pose, but from memory, you know, like just a dog standing or a dog sitting, and try to do it as best as you can without actually looking at them, and see how far you can go. And then you'll see that should give you like a really good idea of like the gap there, you know, what you can eventually reach. But yeah, I see you already like constructing a little bit, like creating a base skeleton for it. So yeah, just constructing them and try to do the same process but from imagination. I think you'll do pretty good. And then it's just a matter of having fun with it, you know, pushing that even more. So of course you start with the basic poses, and then you go into action poses like this, different perspective, foreshortening, looking at all the anatomy, how that differs from humans, and studying animals is great because it's so similar to humans that you start making those connections, like oh like 95% is the same, they're only slightly different. And so the more you study that, the more, you know, for free almost, you're studying human anatomy at the same time because it's so close. So yeah, that's all I got for you. I'm impressed that you're starting from this point. It's really good. There we go. Upgraded boy. Alright, Bram. So, doing a character design on a medieval of a medieval general. These people are very religious, with a circle as their holy symbol. He got an infection that's slowly spreading out throughout the story. Do you have some feedback on the overall design? I need to make this armor more interesting. I'm a little scared to make the character too average looking. Well, that one certainly doesn't look average. Looks pretty messed up. That's a cool looking disease. That's very cool. Beautiful. I just want to kiss it. Alright, so a holy medieval general. What helps, for design always is to have a little more of a background story for the character. I mean, you probably do. I only have what you wrote here, so I'm going off of a limited amount of a background story for this guy. But usually, if you're hesitating about the design, if you're not sure where to take this, how to push it, you go back to the background story and you flesh that out some more. And you learn more about your own character. So, like, okay, he's a general. That's good. So he's got status. He's a general for who? Like, who's his boss? What is his boss about? What color does he like? What's his crest? Is he really rich, or are they kind of more on the poor side, or just average? Because you can think like maybe he's like the king's general, right? And the king really loves some color combination because it means something to that person. So maybe he loves blue, and I'm trying to think of something that's different. He likes blue and red. So boring. Or maybe he really likes blue and gold, like what you have right now, and he's really rich, and he really wants to put the emphasis on the fact that he's rich through his generals, so that they seem imposing to other armies, and so he's gonna pay up some good money to get some really badass armors forged, like encrusted with a bunch of gold everywhere. So maybe having even more of that, even less metal showing, or less silver or whatever, like steel, whatever that metal is showing. And then if you think of anything that's wealthy, anyone that's wealthy, any like king, right? They always go way overboard with the details. So let's try to find royal armor medieval. And so just looking at this one, for example, I don't want to land on a website that I don't know what it's going to be, but let's take this off the screen. Yes, cookies, get out of my face. Jesus. Worst website. But like this one here, for example, that's crazy, right? It's way too much detail, but you can tell that probably was quite expensive, and so it makes the person that wears it look pretty rich, like, oh man, this is probably like the armor of a king. And there you go, lion armor of Henry II of France, and it looks like it looks expensive. It's intricate, somebody carved all of that by hand for months probably, and that tells a story. It's like, oh, it's status. There's something behind that armor. So it's that, it's the same process that you want to do with your character. So if that was his king, like what besides the intricacies of the armor itself, maybe maybe, yeah, they really like that blue, and so they're gonna find ways to introduce that blue in everything. So it's gonna be maybe you know, try to think of like super expensive cars, you know, like a Lambo, or even more expensive than that, like a Pagani. You look at the inside of these cars, and you'll find like everything has the same colors. Everything is like color matched. You know, if there's a really expensive leather in some parts, it's going to be like carried throughout. And so yeah, maybe the blue here, they really liked it, and so they have it part of the design up here, and maybe that creates a certain pattern, and maybe that pattern is something that's iconic for these people, and maybe you can reuse that pattern throughout this whole thing here. Maybe you can have it on that little flap there too, maybe engraved in part of the armor. Something that's easy to think about usually is just link that armor to like a particular animal. So you saw this one here, the lion armor, meant to look like a lion. I don't know what's lion about this, other than it's the similar color, but maybe it's a bunch of lions and oh yeah, there you go. It's like the shoulder pads here. It's a lion head. That's cool. So the same thing. How can you introduce an animal shape in there? Maybe it's just going to be as a logo. Maybe it's going to be as a part of the body. So maybe, you know, this here, instead of being just a round knee pad, it's the face of a dragon. Maybe he's got some nose here, and like it's all carved in here. Maybe he's got some little horns like climbing on the side of the knee here. Maybe that's all part of the design, and they made the plate work and incorporate that design inside the actual construction of the armor. So it's all that stuff. It's background. That's all it is. Looking at the design like this and trying to make it more unique, like trying to make this better, it's really, really hard unless you go back and look at the story. Well, that answers it. But that's a really cool idea. Maybe that could be something that happens on the armor too. Maybe it just contaminates everything that it touches. So maybe the armor can become corrupted too. And maybe it changes a different color, like the color that the king really doesn't like. So maybe it changes to like red here. It's starting to spread. And then the armor is also trying to rust or something. Because that's a cool hook. That's a really cool angle. Yeah, some things to think about. But this looks awesome so far. Like, this really, really good base. I would have a lot of fun going in there and trying to just add to this. Moving on to Robin. Save. Hey. That's cool. Alright, so I didn't have much time to draw this week, but I managed to get some demon designs going. I also include some of my references and a few sketches from Feng Zhu. I think Feng's sketches have something my sketches are lacking, but I can't really tell what it is. I mean, his sketches have something that a lot of people are lacking. He's just really good. So can you please pick your favorite designs and say how to improve it? I will try, for sure. A lot of it is that they are unique. They have a strong hook. That's part of the good qualities about them. You know, this, you look at this guy, it's like, oh, it's the alligator guard. Oh, this is the whatever this guy is. It's a turtle? What is that? Looks like a turtle. Oh, that's the turtle guard. Oh, that's the long neck turtle dude. They're iconic. Like, you remember them pretty easily. Like, you remember this for a while. Some turtle dude with a long neck, you know, geared up in like a medieval armor. That's different. That's a good hook. It makes you wonder what the heck this story is about. Like, what kind of world are these people in? That's the power of the hook. And your demons are awesome. Like, they're really good. I love the proportions. Like, everything works really, really well. Like, maybe this one here is like that leg is not as, like, the knee would probably be here instead. So maybe the perspective in this one is a little strange. It's subtle though. Overall, they feel real good. Like, this one here feels like the ground is pretty flat. I think the horizon is probably like just back here. But this one suggests that the horizon is further up. So they don't feel like the feet don't feel like they're planted on the same surface. So that's something to look at. This one feels much better though. Yeah, this feels good. That feels good. This is almost there. It's just like something with this leg here that feels a little... It's like it's too open compared to the other one. Like, you would want to close that, you know, bring the leg in more. But anatomy-wise, these muscles are... Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, very nice. It's just that your characters are naked, right? So of course they're not gonna have the same kind of power that something like this does, because this has a hook. The hook is the part of the design that communicates with you emotions the most. And so if you take that out, then it's, yeah, you know, it's like you have a movie and you take the plot out of the movie. What is the movie about? Maybe beautiful images, you know, maybe it's cool sceneries, interesting interaction between the characters, but it's a huge component of a successful design. And so here you have a bunch of generic demons. Awesome, right? They're really well done. But then how do you make them, how do you take that generic monster and make it into something that's unique, something that has a strong hook? Like, these are a little bit, I was gonna say a little more successful, just because they are, like, the shape language is a little bit more consistent. It's a little more unique than yours. Like how this one here's got like a round head, no horns, no spike, nothing. Like, everything is rounder, round shoulder, round legs, round whatever this is. Like, everything is rounded. This one here has got some spikes, some horns here, and so the same thing here on the shoulder. Everything feels a little bit more edgy with that one. But it's still, you know, this is still pretty generic. So you could spice them up with colors, with some like patterns and stuff. But going in the direction of something that's more familiar to people. So like an animal, once again, great example here. So maybe this one is inspired by a bull. I don't know. Or maybe this one is inspired by a bull. So maybe he's got like slightly longer face here. Or maybe the head is the head of a human, but the back of the skull is the skull of a bull. And some of the anatomy is also going to be inspired by a bull. So you start to like introduce different types of anatomies in here, like mixing different animals and humans. That becomes unique. That becomes different. But it's something that people can be like, oh, that's like that's a giraffe demon. So that's different. But yeah, your sketches are very good. Other than that, so just be careful about the perspective here on the ground. Other than that, your sketch is awesome. And yeah, it's the hook, the power of the hook. Moving on to Ree. Ree, I hope you are doing well. We I am working. Am I working on an illustration named The Artificial Lover? Yes, you are. I didn't read this well. Don't you worry. You wrote it. You wrote it fine. What do you think of this composition? I tried to fit the golden spiral ratio. Let's see. I would not recommend to use it that way. So it's almost like in terms of, what would it be? What would be the equivalent to this? This is almost like yeah. It's just that you're fighting kind of like the natural instinct from most people. So most people look at this and look at the face. You see an exchange, especially if there's two characters looking at each other. That's pretty powerful. Like there's an exchange of emotions happening here. We want to witness that. Like we're curious. Oh, what's happening? And so naturally the eye will go here. You'll focus on that first. And so to use a different point of emphasis and to construct your entire composition around something else, constructing a composition around attracting the attention to this part of the painting, you're kind of fighting against yourself. So if you didn't have any characters and you wanted a particular object to be highlighted, yeah, then you could totally do that. But the second that you introduce characters and their faces are visible, usually those are going to be the focal point. And so you go with that, right? So it will be how you place those faces. You can have a secondary focal point. What's going on? You can have a secondary... trying to undo. There we go. You could have you could have a secondary focal point, but it would be secondary. And so the composition would be based on the faces first, and then you could still have something else as a second read, but it wouldn't, the composition itself wouldn't be based around that. With that said, how can you fix this? Like, to be honest, the composition I'm getting right now is just it's kind of just like a pretty symmetrical composition. You get kind of like this round shape here. It's annoying me a little bit that this ribbon is not as round as that. But again, that's not the composition that I'm talking about. That's not what you went for. So obviously it's not going to work. But yeah, if the ribbon here was more like you're almost maybe creates like a heart. And how it flows here in the air. But at least if it were a little rounder, you kind of get this overall circular composition. You have the two characters in the middle. So, and those are the main components of the piece. Like this, it's very subtle. We don't really, it doesn't really attract a whole lot of attention compared to everything else. And so what we're left with is this kind of composition, pretty symmetrical. 2 points of emphasis in the middle. The dominant one's going to be her face because she's facing us more directly. So we can read her emotion. We can communicate better with her. Although we can't really communicate, but you know what I mean. And then that's it. That's your composition. It's pretty static. It's peaceful. There you go. It works. So it's almost like you ended up with a good composition without knowing. Or maybe trying to go for something else. If you wanted to use the golden spiral for these people, if you really wanted to use that composition, what you would probably need to do is use them as the center of the spiral. And so maybe you could push them forward here, although it would be kind of strange, but you probably have to flip them because you don't want the characters back to be left with like nothing here. That's not a good composition. But if they were here, maybe up here. Lucky grandma. She's got herself a young lad. Good for you, grandma. A young cyborg. So let's say you had something like this. Now you could make the argument that, oh yeah, this golden spiral kind of works in this case. So you go like this. And so, up here you could have some stuff, but it's not, you You don't need a whole lot. This would actually work quite well. So you can have maybe something in the background, something that doesn't attract too much attention, like some furniture, like a table, a lamp, or a box from her delivery of her boy toy. But in that case, it would be more natural. That would make more sense. I hope that makes sense. Moving on to Peyton. All right, Peyton. So if it wasn't obvious, I've had a busy week. If you did all this week. Yup. So the top piece of this character, the top piece is of a character based on art community. Yep. So I remember this one here was it's pretty dark, right? You had like a black background for this. Is that correct? Oh no, it was just. Oh no. It was just the. Wait, I'm getting confused. Was it just the line art? Because I remember commenting on the hand position. I'm forgetting. I'm losing track. Oh no. The bottom left piece is my sister's birthday present, and the bottom right piece is my friend Age's birthday present. If anything stands out, please critique. I'd like most feedback to be on what I should focus on next. Got it. Here you go. Current. Hello. That's it's a pretty good gap there. All right, so this one here, yeah, that composition works a lot better. It's definitely more symmetrical, like nothing really attracts the attention in a bad way. Feels pretty balanced. A couple things, to kind of avoid as much as you can. But these tangents, that's a tangent. That would be another tangent. That would be the equivalent of a tangent. Anything that kind of just touches the edge of the canvas, but for no good reason other than just happens to touch it by pure coincidence, you want to avoid, because that my eye goes there all the time. Like, why is that so flush with the side of it? Is there a deeper meaning there? And so yeah, if there isn't, just abort mission. Like, have that kind of wrapped sooner maybe, or I can't do anything else really. Just don't have it touch this side. This one, less guilty, but it's pretty close. A little too close for Dane. A little too close for comfort. Especially since this can be she's painting in space, right? So it could be like in 3D. So it could be like a brush stroke that started from the back here, that's coming towards the front. I don't know exactly that's too similar. I don't know exactly the curve, but just avoid them being too close to the edge. Like, that's borderline okay. If you want to cut something like this, usually cut more of it or don't cut it at all. Like, give enough buffer or chop it in a significant amount so that there's no ambiguity. But yeah, I'm just nitpicking here. Composition overall looks pretty good. My main issue with this is just going to be in two things. So values and saturation. So colors. Colors are fine. Like the color palette, I have no issue with that. Just complementary colors, green and pink, green and purple. Pretty typical, like the Hulk basically. It's just the saturation that's a little intense. I know this is meant to glow, but one good way to make something glow, to make something appear bright and glowy, but without kind of oversaturating it, would be something similar to what Jenner did here. So you have kind of like the base of it, that's the color. It's basically white. There's very, very light blue, and it's going to be the glow around it that is more tinted. and so that's where you'll get that color, and that feels a lot less. Searching for my words tonight. Less aggressive, I guess. Like it's more relaxing to look at, more pleasing to look at. Because this steals the show. That's always the problem. Saturation just is very commanding of attention. It's kind of like adding like a toddler that's crying in the back here, and you can hear everything. Like even if you're watching a movie, beautiful movie, the second you have this damn toddler like screaming, that's all you can look at, right? It's the same idea with saturation. So maybe go more like this color here for everything. I'm just gonna try it, I don't know. And this works better if your background is darker. So that's something else that you could do here. Maybe darken the sky a little bit so that's the glow is more successful. Let's try it. Maybe it's gonna look like doo-doo. Maybe it'll actually work pretty well. So let's try it with just good old Photoshop layer mode. Outer glow. Let's try that. Oh no, that's not good. Let's change to hard light and light bluish purple. Maybe a little lighter than that. Maybe that worked better. If anything, it looks brighter now. It looks brighter than it used to be. Because you can feel the glow more. I mean, it could even be completely white, you know, if you want to make it even more drastic. Like that's super glowy now. And yes, maybe that's too much. So maybe tone it down, but at least the saturation is not, you know, like it's not just shooting and like yeah, because if that saturation issue is solved, I mean, this already is going to look way better, way more pleasing to look at. Because everything else is nice about it. Cool pose, cool character. So the last thing I was gonna say is just the values. And so your character, you know, it goes pretty dark. You have like the full range of values here. It goes from almost pure white to pure black, but none of those values are shared in the rest of like the surrounding areas. So maybe that'd be something that you can push some more. In the background, it's good that you don't go too dark, that the contrast is less contrast with distance. Good old atmospheric perspective. But in the front here, you know, some of these plants, when they cast shadow, or like in between the little bushes of foliage, or you know, whatever, there's gonna be some shadows. Like the stuff is opaque, and so some of it will block the light, and maybe it's gonna be some bigger bushes. But all of this to say that this is where you'll be able to kind of get back that contrast level. Maybe you got some rocks in here that are a little darker. Everything that's around her, everything that's on her plane in the foreground, you want to match, you know, the values here. So if it goes this dark here, anything that's at this level and forward or closer to us will be as contrasting, if not more. So yeah, rocks, that's a good way to go. Maybe some darker branches in the foreground. Maybe there's not grass everywhere. Maybe it's just dirt here. And like in between the dirt and the grass, you know, you're gonna get some shadows. The grass is casting a little bit of shadow on the dirt part. So that kind of stuff. And this is just going to really help kind of ground the character in your scene, make it feel like the scene has depth, that's not just like a cutout image in the back, you know, like a green screen. It should be much better. So hope that helps. Peyton. Yeah, this looks good. This looks really good. I love the mouse. But the structure is good here. Maybe you could bring that a little closer here, like, and her face right here. So gonna bring closer, bring the ear closer, like that. Because otherwise her mandible here is a little long for the height of it at least. So it's always longer than it is high, but yeah, just adjusting a little bit. And honestly, I really don't have much to say about this one. That's my favorite one out of the three. So far, at least. So, what to focus on next? Yeah, clearly, you enjoy doing characters, so anything character related would be good. For characters, the most important, if you have only one thing to practice with characters, just anatomy. Just practice a ton of that. It will help your shading, it will help everything else. You don't even need to practice the rest. It will kind of just level up, level up on its own. Anatomy, gesture, those are like your bread and butter for character art. And then starting your pieces in grayscale, you know, working more like this. So starting from a black and white image and then going into coloring. Did you do that with this one? I forget. But it's kind of important to do it for the whole thing, right? So like when you're working on a full illustration like this, just go in with the whole thing out all at once instead of kind of building it up a little bit by a little bit. Like, oh, I have a cool character here. What can I do with that? Oh, maybe I can put it in the background. Like you're gonna have to rework. You'll lose a lot of time if you do this kind of process. So yeah, just starting from a full canvas, you know, okay, this is my canvas. This is what I'll be working with. The character is going to be here in the back. You're going to have these things, maybe a bunch of trees over here. And you kind of build it up like that, like following a more strict process. Now that you've gone through the process a couple of times, like you know what to expect, you know what you can deliver. And so it's just trusting the process a little bit more. And making sure that each step is very clear, that you really, really focus on each step. Sketch first, shading, lighting, colors, final tweaks. Making sure that all of that is good by figuring out the composition as soon as possible. Yeah. And like the values, you know, the value issues here, like that could have been solved at the beginning. You know, if we just looked at all of this in black and white at the start, I would have said, all right, so yeah, in the front here, maybe crank up the values and all that stuff. So it would just save time. Basically, that's what it is. Well, that makes sense. All right, moving on. Wow. Ooh, it's getting hot in here. All right, Paul. Happy Saturday to you too. So love the torso class. Happy for any feedback. But my main question is about the two ladies at the bottom. The arms up, shoulder back position has me a little perplexed. Even though a lot of the muscle line is visible, are visible. Primarily where the lats and teres serratus interact and fall into the delt. Even the traps, I'm not totally sure about anything that stands out. These two, for most people, you know, this here, the rotator cuff group, that's going to be just the shape of the scapula, because those muscles are like, you know, they're all laying flat on the scapula. The scapula is kind of like a plate for all those muscles, and so yeah, this whole thing here, that's their scapula, and well, all the muscles on here, that's exactly how you identify them. So yes, that's all that stuff. On top here, you have the delt. So the spine of the scapula is probably something like this here, going like that. Up here, you're gonna get the posterior head of the delt, and that's the one that attaches to the spine of the scapula. So that's why it kind of reaches further into the body here, because it needs to reach all the way there. Although most of its mass is going to be, you know, focused on the body. So at the extremities here, this is not gonna be much. It just goes towards that direction. So yeah, back posterior delt, middle head, anterior head. Yeah, you got it. So here you're gonna get like a little bit of a gap. all that looks really good. And here, good. So you can see like the posterior head and the middle head starting back there, and even the front. The one in the front here a little bit. Yeah, these ladies are fit. They could mess up some people. And here, and here, and here. Yeah, this one's a little trickier, but you're right. You got it right for the most part. So, you know, like figuring out the scapula is always kind of easy, because it always starts here at the intersection between the traps and the delt. You know, so that's, you're gonna get the acromion here. It's kind of like this shape. It's a little hook shape, and that's where most of the muscles from the delt will attach onto. Anyways, so that's kind of like the tip of the scapula, and then it follows the line of the traps. And so if the trap's going down this way, that's the spine of your scapula, because the traps attach on top of the spine, and so it has to be below it. And then the bit that sticks out here, whatever shape you can make up that looks like a pizza slice, that's the rest of your scapula. So yeah, very good here. That would fall right on top of that. So up here is going to be very thin, this muscle. It's not going to have a whole lot of mass. But it stops right here. So that would be the shape of it. And then, yeah, so in red here, kind of like the little hole, the little gap right there. And then you have your traps, long traps, just like that. So you identify those correctly. And then, yeah, down here, just gonna have your obliques and then your rector spinal muscles. And that's it. The delt real quick. You got it right, but yeah. Spine of the scapula, once again, that's where the back delt, the back head of the delt will attach onto, so very stretched in this position. Again, most of the mass will be focused here. Down there is just tendons, but still, it still attaches there. Head number one, middle head, and anterior head. It's pretty damn close. Yeah, and then here you can tell, so that's where the muscle starts. You know, all of the tissues below that line here, that's all going to be just connective tissue. So like the white stuff, you know, that doesn't grow really when you bulk up. It's just this chunk here that's going to get bigger. And you always tell by this line here. It's the same muscle. This is the same muscle. It's just, it indicates where the muscle starts to grow. Your version is unusual. So you're gonna get this small, it's really hard to see the top ones here, but you can always tell because they're always smaller. So I'm gonna get some here. I use a different color. So you're gonna get the first set of abs up here, the smaller, shorter ones, and then you get some. I'm guessing that that this is probably just muscle here, one, and then a big one down here, and then the two smaller ones up here. Usually that's what it would be. Hope that makes sense. All right, Sids. So I've been working on clothing and more. I was wondering if you could critique my clothing. I followed your example for the first one and painted a reference for the third one. For the other one. Thank you. I think you did a really good job with this one here. I don't exactly remember how I drew that. It's been a couple years, but one thing just to keep in mind in general when drawing folds is to try and avoid like the same shape stacked together. Like avoid like the pancake, pancake stacks when you have something like this. Avoid that at all costs. At all costs. Instead, it's way better to go like this, like this, like this, like vary the size, always kind of random, because folds are random. So when you see this, That's pretty much the same size throughout. Get like this 4 stack here, like this hamburger. Yeah, just kind of switch it up. Vary the size a bit more. Same idea here, like pretty much the same here. This looks even more like a burger. You got this, the lettuce, the meat, and then the patties up here. So yeah, it's just to break these up. Make sure that there's not too much repetition in the folds. The folds are supposed to be super random, right? There's no order in folds. It's just complete chaos. And chaos, it's really not good to create patterns. So whenever you see patterns like this, things that repeat in folds, it's weird. It attracts the attention. Because it should not happen, usually. Cheers for swinging by, Fuad. Have a good night. Yeah, overall, like, that's nice. Very nice. That's a good drawing. Yeah, that's a tough reference to pull off, but you did a really good job. I mean, this looks beautiful. And I don't know that I've said this already, but the kinds of reference that you use, try to use stuff that you might reuse eventually, stuff that will be useful for your own art in the future. So let's say you draw a lot of female characters, that's your thing. Then maybe it'd be a good idea to just look up a bunch of dresses, a bunch of skirts, a bunch of jeans, a bunch of t-shirts, a bunch of the stuff that your female character is going to wear. Because that's the kind of visual library that you want to develop. Imagine again that you're entering a real library and you want to know more about like your favorite thing, your favorite category is human anatomy, and then you go into that section. There's only like 3 books. Man, that's the section that you'll want to build up, right? So that you can come back to it later and then pull from it. So yeah, those. Not to say that this is not a good reference at all. That's pretty good. It's just it's pretty extreme. Like these folds here. The structure's a little harder to see. It makes a really good illustration. I'm not sure that it makes that great of a study. Because there's not a whole lot of information here that you can store long term and reuse later. It does look good though. But even better if we can see the shading throughout. It makes for better study. So something more like this, or something with just the lines, purely lines, no shading whatsoever. Even better study for folds, because then you're really, really working out the anatomy of a fold. And that's something that you can always reuse in a bunch of different scenarios. That helps a lot. Very good. Moving on. Curtis. Ooh, that's cool. So I'm making one more character because I just can't help myself. How dare you? Do it more. I think I'm happy with the design, but I'm not sure about the colors. Any feedback would have? Well, actually, I was gonna say colors are pretty cool. So, maybe a little too even though. So I think this could totally work. It's just that you would need to measure your reds better. So to go a little easier on the saturation down here, and like kind of build it up towards what's more important. Or maybe just use different reds. Like reds that are not as maybe different color of reds, not just the saturation. So maybe around the face here is pretty much like tomato red, like a warmer red, like not like that. Something that has a little bit more yellow in it, more saturated. And then down here in the legs, maybe it's more like a berry red, something that's not as warm, and as a result, not as heavy in terms of its visual weight. Probably a little darker than that too. So I'm ruining your design here, but I just want to show you the power of reds and how just introducing a little bit of a gradient can really change things up and spice up a design. Like suddenly it's oh there we go. Like my eyes kind of automatically directed towards the brighter red, towards the warmer red, because when it's warmer, usually you think that maybe that's where the light is hitting first. Light is usually warm, natural light at least. And in the shadows, usually the colors will become a little less saturated, more cool. And so you could do the same thing with the outfit here, the rest of the outfit. So the black is kind of even throughout, but if it's being lit up here, it's probably gonna warm up a little bit. You don't even need to do shading, you know, it can just be like flat color. Already that'd be quite nice. Oops. So let's go with that. Of course, you know, I'm kind of ruining your line art here, so it's changed to overlay. It's rough, you know, it's flat color, but just doing that already, it just makes it more interesting. Now there's oh, now it's just not flat colors everywhere. There's actual range in here. It's more exciting, more dynamic. But I have no problem with the black and red color palette. That looks pretty cool. If anything, I would just focus on the gold. You know, you have a little bit of gold down here. You have a little bit of gold in here. A little bit up here. I would just add some more around his face, just so that yeah, it's not like a random color. You know, it's part of the design. There is some gold in the design. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. It's a cool reference. The hell are these bugs? That's disgusting. Imagine seeing this in real life. Shoot it. But yeah, the gold part maybe in here. Although, yeah, it could be the legs too, or. It could be something here, maybe like an extra trim, or maybe something else on his head. Maybe he's got like a metal golden cap, and that's like super shiny or something. But yeah, we find a way to introduce maybe a little bit more gold. So maybe like the straps here are in gold, because that's a cool accent color. You know, it kind of breaks up maybe the monotony of the black and red everywhere. Spices things up. And so if you can focus those details like towards the top of the character here, again, to bring the attention towards those warmer colors, and in this case to bring attention to where there's just more gold. You know, if you have just a little bit here, it's almost like leaving breadcrumbs. You're gonna want to follow. Oh, what's happening up here? Whoa, jackpot! Like you're automatically kind of led towards the top. So doing something like that. That's really cool design though. Yeah, like good anatomy, good lines. You got your back shot here that you detailed properly, so there's no question. That's a really solid design, man. And the hook is strong, like it reminds you of like a bug creature. He's the bug wizard guy. That's cool, man. Oh man, I really want to light it up. Oh, so much fun. Imagine adding light here, turning all of that into like 3D shapes. Oh, I gotta move on, otherwise I'm gonna spend the rest of the night here. All right, moving on to Vika. 3D Vika. All right, so no new art this week, as we have been. Yep. Apparently it's an apocalypse for locals. No electricity for 3 days and toilet paper bought at the store. Oh, man, we're failing the survival game at an easy. I should not be laughing. It's not funny at all. Anyways, hope your week has been better. Relatively, yes. Here are my questions for today. I keep learning 3D. As I keep learning 3D. So if you are a 3D character artist in the studio, do you also need to do UV unwrap and texturing for the model? Yes. Oh, we. And that's actually a big part of why I became a 3D artist. As weird as that might sound, it's a very relaxing part of the process. You know, when you go through the creative phase first, when you sculpt and all that stuff, go a lot of iterations, you know, getting feedback and making changes. And after that, once that's done, then it's just the craftsmanship part that takes over. So the artist is kind of put aside, and it's more like the technician that comes in. You being the technician in this case, but yeah, you got to do your UVs. There's an art to it. You can do really good UVs. You can do really good topology, or you can do terrible topology, terrible UVs. So it's part of the artist's job. Yes. Do you have any good tutorials, or can you recommend a good class on the full process of creating a 3D character from sculpting to game ready asset? Have you seen my store? I'm sure you can find stuff for free though, like a lot, at least to get into it a little bit more on YouTube. But I do like my all the 3D courses that I have in my store. That's exactly what it focuses on. It's the entire process, start to finish, different pipelines for different types of assets, but it's relatively similar across the board. So, but yeah, don't hesitate if you have any more questions about those. So yeah, game ready asset, you know, it can also be the style will change the process. So if it's a more painterly style, that's going to be different. I mean, a lot of it will be similar, but it'll be different. That's true. But no, you can probably find a bunch on YouTube. Trying to think of maybe I posted something on YouTube. Why do UVs? I don't know. But it's those things, you know, like UVs seem kind of boring, topology seems kind of boring, but it's, yeah, there's an art to it, so it's worth it to learn it the right way. And then how much of the above can be done in ZBrush only, and what parts need to be done in modeling software like Maya and Blender. So for main characters, so let's say the characters that are very important. A lot of the lesser characters, like stuff that doesn't really need to animate too much, like stuff that you see in the background. Sometimes you can do most of it in ZBrush and like keep kind of like a dirty topology, slap on like an automatic rig on top, and it'll kind of hold up. But for anything that you need to see up close, you know, something that animators need, or something that riggers need to rig, and then animators will animate eventually. Usually ZBrush will be the sculpting phase. Some people do topology in ZBrush too. You can get a good start, you know, with Zero Mesher if you get good at it, but usually the topology will be done in a different software. So I use TopoGun. You can do it in Maya, you can do it in 3D Max, you can do it in Blender too. But usually that part, like the more technical side of things, of the process, goes into the modeling software. So ZBrush is mostly for sculpting, and that's about it. So yeah, in Blender, I mean, in Blender you could technically sculpt too, but yeah, that's where you would do topology. That's where you would unwrap the UVs, or in Maya, and after that, you would do the bakes, you know, baking the texture, so the ZBrush model onto your low poly that you just created in the modeling software. You would bake that probably in Substance Painter or Substance 3D, or other similar like Mari. That's what the Blizzard use. Mari. I don't know how you pronounce it. Either way, very similar. Or 3D Coat, or yeah, you can bake in Maya too. That works well. So yeah. So ZBrush can't do that much of the process in it. You could do more. Like if you're really stubborn and you really want to learn how to do UVs in ZBrush, you can do topologies. UVs? No, I don't know. That part I'm not sure. I've never even dared because there's no reason. It's so simple in the modeling software. But the topology, you could probably do a good chunk in ZBrush only. But I don't know. When I tried it, it's still like 2 years ago, so maybe it changed. I never really tried since. I got traumatized because it was really terrible. So hope that answers it. Oh, sorry. Any recommendation for attempting to be 3D artist? I want to see if I can go this route. It seems to have an easier time doing character design with 3D. Very much. There's probably more job opportunities because for every it depends with the team, but for every artist, every 2D artist, there's going to be what was the ratio on the teams I've been on? About like 1 to 4 approximately. Very rough number. It changes a lot, but for every single 2D artist, you're gonna have at least around 4 3D artists, and so that's a big difference. Work off of and I know it's hard, you know, as a 2D artist first, but work off of other people's concepts, you know, so concepts that are like professional concepts that are done for games that people posted, you know, later after the project shipped, and work off of those, because you will learn a lot too as a 2D artist, and just the decisions that they take. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of dead ends that you'll end up in. You're like, I should never have done this. That's a terrible idea. But you know, you can't really predict that kind of stuff unless you go through the process many times. But designing characters, there's for it to work as a 3D model, there's a big gap there. Like designing cool characters and then designing characters that are good for games, that's a skill. And so I would find those kinds of concepts, like really good ones that you like, that were made for real games, and then model off of those, and like maybe tweak them up, you know, since you can. But what do I need to show in portfolio for 3D character artist jobs? I just need to show, well, you need to show the finished product, of course, but you also need to show the topology, the UVs, that kind of stuff. It's very, very important. Employers always want to see that stuff. So that's, you know, I've sat in many interviews, and like a lot of the applicants, you know, they'll have like a decent end result, but you can always tell, oh, something is stretching a little bit. That's strange. Do you have your UVs? And like, yeah, and then they're like in like, you know, back like some side folders, and then you open it up, you're like, man, it's too bad. That kind of stuff, you know, you can it's technical, so you can always learn it on the job, but if you have good topology, good UVs, like it's just a good workflow, that's a huge plus for companies, because otherwise they have to train you for it, and that's a pain, because they need to take a senior on the team, assign them to you when you jump in, when you join the team, level you up, and then it just spends money, spends time. So final result, really good, really important. Good lighting, good everything, good presentation, and then your construction. So the sculpt, your UV sheets, texture sheets, like all the sheets that you use to create a model. That's it. So pretty much everything. Well, that answers it. Moving on to a Jackson. All right. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. Quite the level up. That's way cooler. All right. So this week I wanted to try recreating a creature design that I did in 2016. This isn't 100% finished yet, but I think it's almost there. Love your feedback regarding the design, rendering, and presentation. Love the presentation. That's really cool. Oh man. Yes. Great ideas. Great idea with the little birds here, so you can tell the scale. If they weren't there, it'd be a lot more, like it could be tiny, you know, this could be like a tiny patch of grass, but with the birds you're like, oh crap, this guy's giant. Yeah, this is the new one. I merged the two, but the old one's under here, sadly crying that he's been left behind. Just a discarded version. Bruh, that looks really good. I feel like I would where you have just because you go like so saturated in the grass here, It makes sense, you know, the light is hitting it directly, but I feel like I would do the same thing to the skin here. So it's pretty dead. I mean, back here it's fine because it's in the shadows, but where the light is, I think that'd be nice. Also, just to help reinforce this head as the focal point, having just a little bit of a warm bleed of color here, warm bleed of light. Let's see, maybe it's just increasing the saturation maybe a little bit. Like that's too much, but just making this area a little warmer so the eye can naturally go there. Not too much, just a little bit. But yeah, the anatomy looks pretty damn good. Only thing that doesn't work really is his right pec. So like this one makes sense, you know, it leads into the arm. Although that's the shoulder, right? So that's the humerus right here. Just trying to make sense of this humerus. And so that chest muscle should kind of be going towards this here, like angled a little bit more up. So like the abs should reach a little higher. Just like that's why quadrupeds, their chest is always so narrow, because it's awkward. The position of the limbs. And so yeah, it's kind of like the same deal with the other one here. So making sure that this one goes. See, that's the shoulder here going to the elbow. So that's about the point where it would need to connect. The equivalent of this side here. So I'm just having that work. The legs, I think, work pretty well. He's got some big wide hips, so maybe you could bring that in a bit more, because his hips must be super wide. But yeah, it doesn't bother me as much. Just the chest here and how that leads into the arms. Love the presentation here. Like it's very tasteful. You know, it's not too colorful. It just needs a little bit of color, and that's what you gave it. It's like this gross monstrous thing, and feels appropriate. The amount of saturation that you have here. Your shading looks really good. Love the little bit of texture everywhere, so it doesn't feel like a toy. Feels like the scale that it should be at. Like maybe the stuff here is a little too bushy, you know, for the distance that it's at. Like if this is a bird, I feel like maybe like the blades of grass would be a little shorter, or maybe like having, or maybe the actual like bushes, or maybe it's just moss. It doesn't bother me as much, but maybe a little bit long. Like that's a really long blade of grass for the size of that bird here. Minor. But that's it. Other than that, presentation wise, yeah, that's portfolio worthy right there. That's killer. Well done. I wanted to put that in my portfolio. Imagine like the worst teacher and just steals the students' art. They didn't make that, I made it. The worst scum of the earth. Philip. What? Oh, this reminds me of Guybrush Threepwood from Monkey Island. I need to pull this up. Good memory. Best game ever. There it is. See what I mean? There you go. Boom. His contemporary equivalent. Almost get like a pixelated feel. Why is that? It's like the way that you do the hair almost feels like it's made out of the pixel. I don't know. It's very interesting. All right, so this is my original character. For Dungeons and Dragon games, I would like to hear your opinion and some feedback. All right, so what is this? Like a halfling, gnome? No, there's no gnome in Dungeons and Dragon. Probably halfling. Looks cool, man. That's a really nice hand. So much so that it makes this hand look not as good. Yeah, that feels really good. So I don't know what reference you used for that, but nailed it. Yeah, this hand just feels a little too small in comparison. Like those fingers are pretty wide here. Those are pretty small. The hand here is a little closer to us, but not enough for it to change the scale so much. So probably you could just extend, you know, like the top of the hand, so that the fingers start up here instead, so the knuckles are coming there. And maybe he's got like one finger sticking out to cup this pipe. A little wider too. Anyways, some work to fix the hand there. But he's supposed to be short, right? Because he's got pretty short legs. So I'm guessing he's like just like a thief, halfling thief. Let me know if I'm talking nonsense. Kubert School of Arts stealing student award. Oh man. The teacher in question only stole student art but published it into his art book, and the student found wow, what kind of a loser do you need to be, man, to do this? That is next level scummery. Maybe one day. Presentation wise, you know, I would probably presentation wise you could do a lot. You could add a lot to this image. So like the outfit, you know, all of that looks fine, no problem here. Presentation wise, though, you could do, I know you're talking about the design, I'll get back to that real soon, but when I see untapped potential, I have to address it. So back here, because right now, you know, it's blue, his blue shirt, his blue jacket on a blue background. Usually try to make him pop a little more than that. And so let's go, let's warm it up a bit. Let's go purple, maybe the saturated purple, lighter, as kind of a little bit of a backdrop here. Maybe just a warmer blue. Yeah, really, that's one way to look at it. I was so good that my teacher stole my art. That's some consolation, I guess. Yeah, warmer blue. Yeah, there you go. That's better. So just having something like that in the back of the character, just make it pop. Yeah, super itchy nose all of a sudden. And then what you could do easily also on the character itself is just add a little bit of a light gradient. Because right now it feels like he's you know, he's hanging out in a rainy day, no sun out. Everybody, the streets are quiet. The pubs are closed. And he just got dumped by his girlfriend, so everything is just not going well. So let's brighten up his day, literally. Ta-da! Ooh, that's nice. And we're gonna belly here. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, just a little bit of a splash of highlights up here. You know how that makes him pop a lot more. Like, ooh, there we go, revealing all these blonde locks. And that's a really cool character. Like, I like your aesthetic. It's just the lighting that was just, you know, kind of even throughout. But this has a really cool look to it. Like the eyes are too big, you know, for his face. Like there's not enough space in between the eyes. Sure, you know, you could maybe like spread them apart a bit, but it kind of gives this cool cartoony look. I dig it. So yeah, I don't know. It depends what you want to focus on. So like default, you know, default could be improved. They look convincing enough, but still more in a 2D cartoony kind of way, less realistic, you know, 3D sense. So looking into folds might be cool. Being careful about values in general. So, you know, this is pretty dark, but that's almost equally as dark, right? So it stays kind of at the same level down here. It doesn't go up and down. So similar value. Try to avoid that. So if you have things overlapping, you'll want one or the other to be brighter, to have different values. So maybe in this case it could be the pants. You know, the pants already seems a little lighter up here. So maybe you could just brighten them up some more. Essentially kind of removing the little bit of shadow you have here. Because maybe the light's coming from the other direction. Who knows? Or maybe it's darker down here, but brighter up here. Anyways, this way, there's more of a difference in values. Yeah, and I'd be curious to know kind of the overall background that you have for the character, because that would again drive a lot of the design decisions. So right now it looks like a salaryman that went on an adventure and kind of never came back to work. So he's still got his old clothes, you know, but he's an adventurer in a fantasy world. That's his new life. He's thinking to himself, that's not a bad life. That's way better than dealing with my boss. Mm-hmm. Anyways, moving on. I hope that helps. Moving on to run. This week I'm working on a challenge where how are we doing on time? 6 hours in, and I got what, 8 left? 9 left? All right, not so bad. So this week I'm working on a challenge where I redraw my old stuff. The one on the left is drawn by me in 2018. The one on the right is drawn by you again, I guess. It's 6 months after joining here. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the amazing lessons. You're welcome. That's awesome to hear. And is that 3D? Is that a model? What am I looking at? Run. Let me double take here. Is that a 3D model? That's, if it's 2D, only 2D, very impressive. If it's a 3D model, that's a really good 3D model. In any case, man, that lining is crazy good. What the hell? Yeah, I'd want to know how you built that. But anyways, that looks quite good. The only thing I would say is brighten it up. You know, it's too. Yes, I get it. You know, it needs to be kind of like in a dark environment, like this dark character, mysterious, strikes from the shadows. But the difference here, like you have two different colors, so clearly there is a distinction. It's not the same thing. It's not meant to completely blend into the background, like he's coming out of smoke or something. But the difference here is just too negligible to be noticeable. Like I can tell, you know, it's a little more green here, a little more purple there. There is a difference, but adding a little bit of a background light, just like what I did with Philip. Yeah, there you go. Just like what I did with Philip. To really define the silhouette better. And you can always cheat with that kind of stuff. You know, it doesn't need to make a whole lot of sense that there's suddenly a splash of light back here. That's not a splash of light, but that kind of works too, making it darker. Whatever. There are many options. But let's just make it lighter. Same color, lighter. So doing that. In here, you already have a strong enough line for the silhouette. No need to add anything, but on the inside here, yeah, we want to make that arm more visible. Same thing on this side too. So now the silhouette kind of pops in, like, oh, there we go. I can see his waist. I can see his arm. He's got good arms. So now it's crowny little Spider-Man or Spider. What is this? Who is this character? I should know this. Spider Venom. Carnage. No, who is this? I don't know. Oh, embarrassing myself. But aside from that, dude, I would maybe try. Yeah, and you're not done anyways. But I would maybe try to push the materials. You know, like right now everything feels kind of like this this nice soft plastic fabric kind of thing, like almost like a wetsuit. So maybe some of this, you already have like a little bit of highlights here on the red part, so maybe make that a little more glossy, just so that there's like a difference. Spice things up. Maybe this part is more reflective. Maybe over here is even more reflective. But that's all I can think of. I mean, other than like adding a background and maybe making it overall a little brighter. Let's give it a shot because it's pretty dark. Let's be honest. That might change the mood though. Maybe it's just a matter of like partially increasing the color of the background and kind of leaving that guy alone. Yeah. Spider-Man 2099. What the F is this? Well, I learn something new every day. I discovered new Spider-Man. Thanks for that, Ron. And to you, Billy, too. Yeah, that's it. That looks dope. Man. He's almost as built as I am. Ryan? Where are you? Uh-oh. Where's Ryan? Probably I did yours already. Ryan. Let me check. Double check. Oh, that one. Did I do this? Is it coming up? Is that one, right? Yeah, there we go. So, coming out soon in a feedback session near you. Zainab. All right, so I hope you're doing fine. Yes, mister. Hope you're doing good too. So I started coloring me, so I applied the changes you suggested last week. What do you think? That's nice. That's real nice. Such a weird feeling, man, to see yours. Still never get used to that. To see your character done by somebody else. Such a fun feeling. I recommend it. Yeah, that's nice. So for coloring, I'll try the technique you talked about today on YouTube. So just like a little bit of a preface for the stuff, like the shorter videos that I post on YouTube. A lot of it is full of shortcuts, full of stuff that I might not necessarily want to teach, in the context of art school, just because it's not necessarily the best way to learn, the best way to improve. As long as you know that, like, consider like I think the best way to look at my YouTube is it's like fast food. It's still food, it's not the best long term, and then the program is more like really or like healthy organic stuff. yeah, something like that. So not as exciting, right? Fast food is always more of a treat, but long term, not as valuable, I think. So question, I recently started a drawing course. It's usually croquis style, figure drawings. Models come and we draw them realistically, measuring the proportions with the tip of the pencil. Takes about 5 hours, 3 days a week. That's good. We also learn composition and do focus drawing studies. My question is, how can I apply these skills on my digital art? I don't normally do realistic or traditional drawings. So do you think I would benefit from this? Yes. So when I say, to practice gesture drawing all the time as a character artist, first of all, it still applies to you too. And it's all like to create anything that's stylized, unless you're following somebody else's recipe. And if you follow somebody else's recipe, you can't as easily tweak it. You can't as easily make it your own. For this to be possible, you have to learn what allowed that recipe to exist in the first place. You almost have to be able to create your own recipe from scratch, and then you'll be able to see how others do it and be like, oh, that's a good idea, and you'll know why, because you've struggled to build your own too. So studying from reference, studying from live models, amazing stuff. Keep doing it as long as you can, as much as you can. That's something that's pretty common too in most studios. I mean, not now, coronavirus, everybody working from home, but back in the days, when I was working at Blizzard, they would have figure models come over the office at least once a week, maybe more. And then, like anybody that wants to go, it's voluntary, but most of the time you have a bunch of character artists, obviously, in there. And the model just comes around, you draw for like an hour or something like that, and a bunch of different poses, and then that's it, So that's something that character artists just practice all the time. And I'm talking Blizzard artists. Nothing at Blizzard is realistic. It's all super stylized stuff. And so, for the stylized art to be solid, to be successful, to be compelling, you need to have that realistic foundation. You need to have all that knowledge, and that's way better than using photos, using a real live model, because then you're practicing your depth perception too, like how you can measure things at a distance. That's advanced stuff. That's the hardest to do. Really good practice. So yes. in here, you know, like I'm just trying to look at things to make it better. Like the boots work way better this way. The hand, like that hand's good. It feels like it's resting on the pommel of the sword. This one here, maybe gesture might be a good. The gesture might be a little stiff, so you can only see like one of the fingers. So it would need to be really like perfectly angled this way. Probably, you know, if she was a little more relaxed, you would probably see like the other fingers and that kind of stuff. So just a little nitpick there. But yeah, I love like the soft coloring that you have here. Maybe I would recommend something that something like I told Philip, a little bit of a quick gradients, just so easy to do. It takes 1 second, 1.5 seconds, and then you get some cool gradients in here for free, pretty much. Oh, oops, that's not the right blend mode at all. I'm on the wrong layer. Oh, there we go. Too much. Orange. There we go. So it's gonna be too much, but something like that. You know, now you have kind of like this nice gradient. The skin down here is a little cooler in comparison, warmer up here, so you're kind of naturally drawn to the top of the character. So we just need to do that like underneath. Just throwing my pen all over the place. So you would just need to do that underneath the line layer, so that your lines don't get nuked like they are right here. But yeah, easy way to just spice up the drawing. Yeah, like Billy is perfectly saying, quoting that to break the rules. And more like you can't break the rules unless you know them. So there you go. The rules of anatomy, the rules of the foundation of the body, all that stuff. You need to learn that. You need to have a good control over that before you can stylize it, before you can stretch it out, deform it, push it to its limit, beyond the limit, and still have it look aesthetic. You know, like a good example is good. Come on. Oh no, what's his name? Basil. What's his name? Come on. Suck with names. And you'll know who I'm talking about right away as soon as I show you. Oh no, that's whatever. I give up. Wasting time for no reason. Moving on to Shimei. I hope you're having a good Saturday. I did these studies on clothed figures. Please let me know what you think and what areas I should focus on improving. Oh. I had to go back on Instagram. I cannot let something like this go. It's all I can think about unless I find out what the damn name is. That's probably mental disorder. But I don't care. Oh. There you go. Nerzen Bekaliev. That is someone who can deform the bazonka out of the bodies and it still looks super aesthetic. And a lot of people, a lot of more amateur artists will look at this and be like, what is going on with his figures? Like, what is this? What is this garbage, right? That's not real anatomy. But to artists, you know, to artists that know anatomy, you look at this, you're like, oh, you son of a gun. You did it again. Beautifully deformed. It's like pushed to the limit, past the limit, but it still works because he's got such a good control over his anatomy. That's the power. Where's my window? Ah, so good. No way you can follow a recipe and be able to do something like this consistently. So that's just really, really good knowledge of anatomy. And yeah, for a lot of people, you know, for a lot of non-artists, you'll look at this and be like, that artist is horrible. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything about art. Huh. That's not what a human body looks like. All right, enough digressions. I am back. Shimeng. Sorry for the wait. All right, so fold. Wow, that's so weird. It looks like that's really interesting. Now it looks like a shiny dress. That's not part of the reference, is it? Oh, it is a little bit. Is it? Yeah, there is a little bit of a shine to it. You just crank that up a lot, so it looks like made out of silk now. Huh, that's nice. So I really like your folds. I like the aesthetic of your folds. It's nothing that repeats itself. There's no real pattern. But the contrast could definitely be pushed a little bit more in some areas. Because when you look at it real close, real quick from a distance here, almost feels like it's all the same values. So to help with that, let's take a look at what we have on the reference here. So we have kind of like a pocket of shadow there, deep fold here, deep fold there. Yeah, and then in the back here, like this part of the dress is very bright. That part is very dark. And then the lower back here going underneath the arm gets pretty dark too, right? Up here is pretty bright again. So it's just like really punching in those deeper folds, really emphasizing them to give more volume to it, because you have medium-sized details and you have small details, very well executed. It's just the bigger, like the large size details that are not as good as they could be. So what did we say? We have a big hole down here. So it's kind of like the overall shading for the silhouette itself, not so much the individual folds. It's more like the groups of folds. Like here, yeah. So you had the right idea here. And this is kind of laying on top of it. And then in the front here is a little more shadow, so maybe we could just brighten up yours. Because the back is significantly brighter than the front. Top of the shoulder here. top of the back, and then start at the waist. Too much, but that's kind of what's missing. And this helps us kind of organize the hair. I'm thinking about hair comparison. Organize the folds. Similar to drawing hair, you know, like it's almost like if you want to draw hair, you try to organize the hair into like damn it, what's the word? Scruffs? No, that's for fur. Whatever. Strands? Oh, that's not bunches. How do you know? How do you define hair? How's a bunch of hair? Is that just a bunch? Probably not. Hell. But right now what you have is almost like you detailed every single hair, you know, like this. So up close, it'll look, oh, that's cool. That's like nice hair texture. But from a distance, like, clumps? Really? Clumps? Huh. Would not have guessed that. Sounds, for some reason, clumps feels more like a soft, like clumps of mud. Locks. Oh yeah, locks. That's good. I'll use those two. That's better than bunch. So thanks, Billy. Yeah, so what you want to do now is give this whole mass volume, because right now it's just a bunch of tiny volumes kind of stacked one next to another. There's no way to tell, you know, is this round, is this flat, what's the surface here? And so it'll be like that stuff here. Oh, it's two parts. That's too dark, but that would be kind of like the next thing. You want to split those up into sections, like organize the details. And now you're like, oh, there we go. A lock of hair here, another lock here, another lock there. And then they are made out of medium-sized details, and then maybe even closer, you're gonna have those smaller details. So it's those big shapes that we're missing. Because the folds themselves, very impressive. This looks like a shiny dress. That's really hard to do. But kind of going back to what I mentioned to a few other students today, you know, making sure that you use references that you think you'll use in your own art. Did I say that last week to you? Maybe. I forget. But this seems already, you know, more likely that you would use something like that, like a dress. You know, if you draw female characters, likely that you'll draw a dress at some point. And but this is really good. You know, like a hood. You know, a bunch of characters are gonna have hoods, like sneaky characters, rogues and stuff like that, assassins. So that's something that's really good for your visual library. You'll probably reuse that at some point. Overlay mode. Come on, bro. Yeah, and then this is more of like a generic fabric, so that's good. Like a generic just hanging fabric. It could be a dress, it could be a towel, it could be a cape. Really, really good reference, this thing here. So yeah, like a lot of that, those are great. All right, Jackson, take it easy. Yeah, but this one is much better, I think, in that sense, you know, with the bigger details. Like we definitely, especially the shadow here, definitely helps. That's really nice. That's a nice touch. And I like that you still highlighted, you know, the folds up here, even though in the reference they're pretty dark. That doesn't look nearly as good as your version, where we can see the folds there. Like, nice. But you could definitely go a little darker in some areas. So maybe some of these folds a little darker. Push it, make them feel even deeper. So you still have a little bit of value range left. The complete black hasn't been used yet. So like underneath the sleeve here, maybe yeah, like the folds. Yeah, that's good. So like that, but maybe you could push it some more. Underneath here, some light might not be able to escape. And this just makes it, you know, a little more contrast. It just makes it feel more 3D, even more than it already is. And then, you know, like the deeper folds here and the highlights on the top of it. That's nice. You know, that's kind of missing here. So you could push that even more, pull that out here with brightness, kind of make those folds even more 3D. But the most important for me, to be honest, is this sketch here, because that's really how you analyze what you see and how you kind of sort the madness, you know, that you see in all of this here. There's so many folds. Obviously, you're not going to draw each individual one. So what you simplified it down to, that's good. Those are really good sketches. Feet a little short though. But yeah, to me, the most important, what I would recommend that you do most is this, you know, how you simplify the folds, which one you select, which one you omit. Feel like this is what's going to make you level up faster. Of course, it's fun to have this, you know, it's a good portfolio piece. It looks really good. But yeah, what the hell is Shimang? Shimang, sorry, butchered your name there. Apologies for that. Time for a sip of paradise. All right. Ryan, your turn. So, it's me. So you gave some awesome feedback last time. Awesome. So I wanted to see if I could really push this time. Once again, trying to work on composition and posing. So help me out here. My end goal, I don't really know. After what you said last stream, I really thought about it, and I truly want to be a concept artist, but animation is also a dream of mine. Guess I don't see the problem for now with both, but if you can help me improve my art in general, then I will keep pushing. Another thing to keep in mind, I don't know that, did I mention that last time? I don't know, maybe. But you can do both, but keep one as a hobby, like a personal thing, something that you do at home. So maybe you do animation at work, or maybe you do concept at work, and then your hobby is the other one at home. That's what I did with 3D. That's why I do both. I started as a 2D artist, and then I'm like, that's I don't want to make that into a job, you know, and kind of take the fun out, or potentially take the fun out if I get, I don't know, if I burn out from doing it too much. I was always like super scared about that, and I like 3D too a lot. That was like something that's really mysterious, fascinating to me, and so I learned about it, and then I became a 3D artist instead. But I would still work on 2D at home, and so the best of both worlds. One pays the bill, the other one's for fun. But, you know, it's kind of like one comes after the other. So you have to focus all your time on one, and then once you reach your goal with that one, then you can kind of, and branch out to something else. Otherwise, you're diluting yourself. Diluting your time. Beautiful colors in here. That's the reference. What is that? Is that a show? Is that just some guy, some person, some artist? I like that aesthetic. Oh, Decadence. No, never mind. It's an anime. Oh yeah, I watched a few episodes of this. Oh, that's a cool image. Yeah, good reference for colors, especially. very like the main thing here that I would mostly focus on is just composition, just because you have like almost have like two different images here potentially. So like one that's more like a portrait of that guy. Well, I mean, it could be like the whole page here, or this entire bit here, and then the other one is just kind of like the background here. And the reason why I say this is with composition here, and this is this comes later in the program, but composition, if you're not sure, you usually always try to use the rule of thirds. Basically what this is that you take your frame, chop it in thirds, and then you'll want to focus your point of interest, the subject of your painting, on one of these intersections. So this one, that one, that one, and that one. And so the point of focus usually is going to be the head of your character if you have a character, but it can be the whole character if the character is like smaller in the image. But for this one here, that'd be something like let me undo that. Where are these? All right, so one of these four points here. So to get better composition, to get something that's more that reads better, because composition, that's all it does. It just allows you to read the elements on the canvas better. It's like formatting for text. So maybe taking a character, putting him right here, like maybe he's maybe like the legs are cut or something. We only see the top of his body. He's like next to a cliff. He's yelling in the distance, "Ah, I'm coming for you!" Obviously, I want to get rid of this one. But as a base, having a character here, located on one of these four intersections, is already a better start. And then the second point of focus in the piece, probably that city, right? And so you'd be able to kind of bring that up closer. And the reason why you want to do all this is so that you can tell the story better, so that people will understand what you're trying to illustrate here. So if you have, if the characters so far together, so far apart, first of all, like the eye takes some time to travel from this character to that other subject, and might get lost in the way, might get distracted by these clouds. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. And then the next thing you know, like, what am I looking at? So this way, you have the main character. He's in the foreground, more important. In the back, you have the city. That's kind of the destination. It's in the background. It's more recessed. It's less important, but still important. Except now, what's important in this piece is focused towards the center, so it's easier to absorb it. If you look here, you can kind of see that already in just your peripheral vision. So composition-wise, those are the things that you could look into. Your character feels really good. Like we feel like we're looking, we're looking up. But it might be cool to have maybe a little bit more gesture in the arms. Maybe either like this, like he's going like, ah, like he's charging up. Or bend the other way. But generally, to get something that's more dynamic, avoid like stiff, straight arms. Always better to just bend it a little bit. Even if the bend is super subtle, like way more subtle than what I'm doing right now, it's already better. But overall, proportions feel good. I like the face, very expressive. Little wind, so to add the dynamism of the piece. Beautiful colors. Yeah, it just so composition, number one. The pose of his hand a little bit, and then for stuff that's in the back here, you try to always reduce the contrast, and so everything gets lighter. Basically, that's what happens. And so if you want to convey something that's in the far distance, you'll want to kill the contrast. So everything here kind of make it disappear behind a layer of air. With whatever kind of particles in the air. Maybe it's just blue mists, whatever it is. It's more like a sunset though, so it's probably gonna be orangey. Or I can just get rid of the contrasts. Playing around with the curves, kind of removing some of the black. Now it's like this thing is lost in the clouds, but it's that logic, so you can tint it if you want. But you want to have the most amount of contrast on this guy and less for anything that's behind. Yeah, Ryan. You know, if you don't know yet, just try a bunch of different things, and eventually it'll be a little easier to figure out. You're like, it's really what your first impulse. Like when you want to do art, what is it? Which one is it? Do you want to make characters move, or do you want to actually draw the characters? It's just like over time, kind of being more conscious of that, of those two things, and which one do you usually choose? Maybe it'll be different every time, but overall there's kind of like a trend, you know. It'll be most of the time I want to do that. Sometimes I want to do that, but most of the time it's that thing. So the thing that you really want to do, maybe turn that into a career, and the other thing, turn that into a hobby. But yeah, anyways, like this kind of stuff, you know, practicing on a full illustration, it's pretty advanced stuff. That's why it comes only, I only talk about this at the last term of the program. So like for all of this to be easier, you know, it's all the foundations that are still super relevant for animation too. And so if this, you know, if you're serious about this kind of stuff and you really want to either animate or design characters, foundation stuff, so anatomy, gesture drawing, perspective, and then, you know, whatever else comes after that in the program. And stuff at the beginning, that's your superfood. Well, that helps. Moving on. You got it, Ryan. Jordan. So I've finally done it. After 5 years of putting this idea off, I've finally done in perspective. I did pretty much copy your exact room design, but I was too scared to do my own design. Yeah, that's why I demoed this. You can follow along. So all I'm asking is just some straight up harsh feedback thrown in my face. I know exactly what not to do, so I know exactly what not to do next time. Side note, I've done the 1 and 2 point perspective lessons. I wanted to move on to drawing this Warcraft zone below in perspective, but I have absolutely no idea where to start already. Oh yeah, I'll give you a couple pointers for that. I mean, you could have started with something that's less, you know, less complex, but that was good. That turned out really good. Let's just have a a line going around to see if we can spot any mistakes. All right, investigation begin. Not finding anything. Boring. Ah, man, everything's spot on. Well, that's good. It's good for you. See, it's easy. Nailed it. That's really good. Yeah, so you can definitely understand everything I'm about to say about this one here. If you can do that. Good job. So for this here, the first things that we want to do is identify the horizon and kind of the overall perspective for the scene. It doesn't need to be super precise, especially if it's in nature. You know, things the horizon might be a little. I mean, the horizon is always straight, but let's say you have mountains, like the horizon might not be visible. So you just want to get some idea for about where it would be. So in here, we don't really have any structures to go by, but we have, if you have clouds, if you have anything floating in space that goes towards the horizon, that's already a good amount of information, because everything that gets close to the horizon also gets really, really small, infinitely small, until it disappears over the horizon. And so you can look at those mushrooms, and you already have a bridge here, so that helps. We can use that to figure out what the perspective here by just continuing those two lines. And then see where they meet, right about there. So this intersection here, that's going to be the first vanishing point, and vanishing points are always on the horizon. So that's your horizon right there. Bam. There you go. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. That lines up pretty good, more or less. And so if you wanted to create a basic scene now to be able to draw something like that, you know, like a study, but maybe like you modify a couple of things, you could just keep doing the same thing here. And so you don't need the bridge, but you know that the horizon for your scene is going to be right there, and everything that's above the everything that's above the horizon, you always look up to it, right? Because you're at the horizon level. Your eyes are on the horizon. So if you want to see anything that's above this line, you have to look up. If you want to look everything that's below, you have to look down. And so what this tells us is that we can start to build some simple geometric shapes with that information. So we have a vanishing point back there. So maybe we can keep something similar, or maybe we can move the vanishing point anywhere we want. So let's just put it right in the middle there. Let's keep things simple. And so these big mushrooms, what are they like? They kind of look like big cylinders on top of smaller cylinders. So we can start like that. For cylinders, easier to start with a box, but I'll just skip that, you know. So you'd probably want to do that. Let's do it perfectly well, but let's just draw a bunch of boxes in perspective here. So this is just 1 point perspective, so it's not going to be the most dynamic kind of scene that you could create, but at least it'll give you kind of a good idea of how to start, how to go about starting something like this. And then as these shapes, so this is kind of like a box, right? Like a really, really rough box floating in the air. And then we can add a cylinder kind of stuck to that and plant it in the ground. And then we can have another one back here. It's further back. It's behind this one here. It's closer to the horizon. This is the line for that one. The line for this one here is further back. So it's going to be smaller. And then you can look at these and be like, all right, so when they're that close to the horizon, they get pretty small back there. These ones here are pretty big. So let's just kind of copy the range of scale that we have here. So this is going to be the closest one, and then this is going to be the furthest one. So about this tiny. So we can create another box or like another cylinder. And then maybe another one back here. And maybe a really big one here, kind of partially off screen. Boom. And then, so we only see kind of like the bottom of it, kind of like that one here. And then we can erase all this garbage that's outside of the frame. I don't need that. Be gone. And now, clean this up a bit. Let's make this bigger. No, smaller. Round it out, make it into a mushroom shape. And you have what, like a little bit of a river there. So the river, of course, is gonna stop at the horizon. but we can draw like a little bit of a coast. So that's the water. Maybe it's like a river. Then I don't know. It's like a mountain on this side. Maybe some mountains in the background. And then you have kind of like this really rough mushroom environment construction. And you can tell, you know, that these mushrooms are bigger, these ones are smaller, so they're further back. You know, we can kind of walk up here. And it's just how much more you can add to this, how better you can make it. But that's kind of the logic. And then and then you can tilt some. So this one maybe is a little too stiff, a little too straight. Ugh. Now it's tilted. That one too. Tilted, so it's more organic. And you kind of build it up like that. So hopefully that makes sense. Really good job with this. Moving on. 4 to go. Nathan. So after drawing just the head position for a while now, I wanted to try painting some portraits. Looking forward to hearing your feedback, and as always, have a great day. All right. Have a good day too. Yeah, let's take a look at these first. Just be careful with these, you know, making sure that all these lines, all these ellipses are parallel to one another. Like that one here is a little too divergent. This one's kind of almost like straight. Just want to tilt it in the same direction because that's going to influence where the chin lands. So if those are the ellipses, then your chin is going to be more like here. So slightly different angle, but pretty close. So yeah, just be careful with those. But overall, they're pretty good. So I like what I see. Now let's take a look at your portrait studies. You did a lot. Ooh, damn, good stuff. Focusing on highlights too. Your shading is really good. It's almost like your shading is too good for the drawing, the base drawing. This is nice. You know, you look at it from a distance, you can tell like almost like a 3D model. Really good job on the shading. Yeah, I think the main problem area here is the sketch. So like what yeah, it's like this is the boring part, but it's the measuring, you know, step. So like the distance between the eyes here, kind of like starting, and the perspective is really good here, so like good job on that. Yeah, you did a really good job capturing the angle and the placement of the facial features. It's kind of what's in between that's a little bit more shaky. So like the placement of the eyes, that's nice. But these lips, not as nice. Like a little too straight. This guy's got more of a curve here. Because the perspective, you know, you can look at his eyes, you can almost see the ellipses here. The ellipses. And the mouth curves too. And the nostrils and the eyebrows here. Oops. And so this curve here, like that would be the curve of the mouth. More of an angle. Same thing with the eyes, you know, they kind of, you really feel that curve here, especially with the corners of the eyes. But yeah, so the structure is good overall. It's just going to be, yeah, the measuring, like I was saying. So this guy's a good example of that. You know, like looking at the nose here, his nose a little longer compared to this one. The mouth a little lower. If you look at the distance, you know, like the shape that you get here. We did the same thing with yours. It's gonna be significantly different shape, you know, much longer face. So those are like the reference points that you want to get good at spotting. And like your shading is so good that, yeah, it kind of reinforces what I've been saying. But practice this stuff a lot, and then practice just drawing the face. You know, instead of I mean, that's maybe what you did, but instead of shading it, like draw it. See what you can extract, like what kind of information you can extract from this, and just in lines without any values. Because this is going to force you to measure things more. You won't have a choice. Like if you're just focusing on the facial features here, you're gonna get this head here, cheeks, jaws. All right, so now if I only have lines to play with, all right, so I'm gonna have to trace the contour of his eyes. How far apart are they? Is that correct? Yeah. So you just get better at spotting landmarks on the face that way. And then it makes it a lot more fun when it comes to time to shading it, because it'll look like this. Your shading is so good already. It's just the position of the facial features, like the measurement between the distances between the eyes, the distance of the nose, between the tip of the nose, between here, the width of it, the curve of the mouth here in different angles. It's all like more subtle stuff. All very much easier, at least, to pick up when you draw with lines only. So yeah, that's kind of the feedback. Overall, really good shading. Proportions pretty good. It's proportions good on their own, but kind of far from the reference. So like like this works, you know, that could be a character. It's just like slightly stylized, not as realistic, but the structure is okay. It's just compared to the reference, oh, you see more the difference there. So that's what I mean. Yeah, that stuff. Practice it, you'll see your heads level up like crazy. But yeah, keep doing this. Practice your shading, keep that good, because it's really good. So keep it warm. Moving on to the next one here. Larry Jordan probably left already. It's been 5 minutes. Olivier, all right. Olivier's probably gone by now. No way he lasted the entire stream. So I realized this is a big submission you might not have time to review at all. I started working on this right after last week's live stream, so I'd like you to give me feedback on composition. Do you think this is a successful 5-point perspective scene? Instruction above. Woo! Oh, he's still here. You son of a gun. There we go. Okay. So, feedback on composition. And do you think this is a successful 5-point perspective scene? Successful 5-point perspective scene. Oh, that's cool. Might get banned from Facebook. Quick. Let's operate. Safe. Oh no. Oh, she's already gone. Never mind. Well, I'm very entertained by this, so I would say it's a successful piece. Now we'll know for sure if we rotate it and if it still looks good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Holds up pretty good. Yeah, man, you can feel like you can enter that bathroom. Yeah, so the environment itself, he did a really good job. This character here, like the two characters in the middle, I think those are probably the biggest issues here. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of an issue, I guess, but like this face here feels more like we're looking at him from more from the front than it is from the top. You know, like from this angle here, we're basically looking at the top of this guy's head. So like what we would be able to see from his face is mostly just hair. His hair would probably reach like pretty far forward, leaving just like the top of the forehead. We'd be able to see maybe the nose here. The mouth would probably be covered by the nose. Might be able to see his eyebrows, maybe part of the eyes. But you know, a lot more foreshortened. She's better though, and also she's a little. Yeah, she definitely feels better, but I think you could push that some more again. A little bit more. Like just squashing her face like this and showing more of the top of her head, but she's less of an issue than the guy was. Her legs though, that leg feels like it's. Feels like it's, I mean, it looks completely flat to us. And so she has it like a 90 degree, right? She's standing up and she's got her leg like this. I guess it's just, I think it's just the angle, like seen from the top. Like it's hard to have your leg kind of go towards the inside here and kick at this kind of an angle. So I think it's just the angle of the leg that seems a little strange. If her leg was kind of straight like this, or more like open instead, don't do that unless she's wearing something. But that would be less dislocated if that was the case. But probably, yeah, like what I would do for this, because it's a tricky angle. It feels like the leg almost shuts down the perspective because it's so flat. So maybe having just like almost like a like this kind of pose, you know, and this back leg kind of straight, but having this one here kind of bent, and that's what we see. So maybe something less intense. But that's a that's a really good drawing, man. Damn. Also, I don't know, I'm getting like headaches just thinking about constructing all of this. So good job on actually doing it. That's impressive in and of itself. She could kick it. I think you would just need to have kind of the leg still going towards the ground, you know, instead of being like a leg in no perspective at all. So having that foot be smaller than like closer to the size of there we go. Like having her foot closer to that size, you know, versus it being so high up that it needs to be this big kind of thing. So yeah, maybe like this leg's kicking something. Like that could be her foot, and she's still kicking. Maybe you could extend it even more than that, but still having it feel like it's going away from us rather than kind of just parallel to the camera. What else? Yeah, the construction's spot on. Like I said, you know, if you can rotate around it and it still works in all directions, you killed it. Great job. Anatomy feedback. There we go. Already done that. And watch compositions every time. So try to focus on weight. Awesome. So all that from imagination, that's even more impressive. Good job. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, what kind of reference could you use for that? But you could still use like a normal room and kind of model it after that. Very impressive. Because yeah, like the scale of everything feels good. Like the size of the door. Maybe this feels a little too far. Like maybe this could be bigger, but I don't know. I have a really hard time, like, just like everybody probably, kind of trying to imagine what anything in here would look like on the edges. I feel like maybe the scale is too small for that. Like, she feels better because she's clearly feels farther away. It's a tricky one. Yeah, I don't know. When you look at it from this angle, kind of, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. Like it looks okay to me when you rotate it this way. So that's all that matters. Very impressive. Yeah, coloring that. Ooh, that must be fun though. The same applies. It's the same as everything else. Light doesn't behave any different depending on the perspective. All right, Jacob. So I'm doing an illustration for school I'm applying to. The assignment is to clearly illustrate the following text. Whether beaten traveler has stopped at a meandering stream. Its riding companion is tied up from its harness and rests after its massive packing has been lifted off. Everything as pointed out. Man, I can't read anything right now. Everything had pointed out that this moment would have been much needed rest if not for that impeding threat hanging over the traveler. Okay, I'm really struggling with the values and composition. I'm also having a real hard time figuring out the form of the mount and therefore have a really hard time placing a saddle. Do you have any tips on lighting the scene? Do you also think I've captured the important elements of the text? Meandering stream. I don't know what the hell meandering means. Blame my horrible anguish. Oh, kind of like in a valley. I see. Winding course. Gotcha. All right. Stream. So, oh, okay. So this is water. This felt more like a path to me. So I maybe just make it bigger, so it feels more like a more significant river-ish. I know it's not supposed to be like a huge, necessarily like a huge body of water, but maybe if it was more dominant in the environment, I think it would read better, because automatically I thought it was just a little path, and they're just kind of taking a rest on the side of the path or something. But now I see it. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, so I mean, to draw the saddle, I mean, these characters are still in the scene, they're still in perspective, and so you just got to figure out where your perspective is. So we're looking down on something, so the perspective might be higher. Just looking at kind of like the box shape that you have here for the animal, feel like have like a perspective, a horizon rather, like up here maybe higher than that. Yeah, but that makes sense. So if this was like the ocean, oops, that could kind of work, like the little path kind of leading up to the shore where the water is flowing down to. So once you have that, basically the reason why you want to have that is so that you can draw the saddle in perspective, in correct perspective. So that animal is kind of pointing towards this direction. So let's just do 1 point perspective, 2 point perspective, excuse me, saddle. I'm just gonna eyeball the other vanishing point here off screen anyways. So just basically create a box, a platform to build your saddle on. I'm using the glutes, the butt of the animal as my reference for the angle here, the perspective. All right, something like that. Okay, so now you can kind of maybe make that a little taller and start building up that saddle sides here. Chop off this, don't need that. I don't know what a saddle looks like, so that's another problem that we have here. It's something like that. Super rough, but that would be the logic behind it. So it's basically, it's just a box that you kind of detail and turn it into a saddle. So the box is in the right perspective based on this animal here. So you start with a box, and then you turn this into a saddle. So maybe carve out a part here where the body of the animal is gonna go. Boing. So you can erase that here. So now we have kind of like this bridge shape. The place for the seat. Again, I'm not sure what that's supposed to look like. I am not a horse person. I'm mortally allergic, so I tend to stay away from anything horse related. And yeah, you can have like the side here where you rest your legs, the little bit where you put your feet in. And I don't know, maybe you have like a backpack here if you use this animal as like a mule. You kind of build it up like that. So that would be what I would do. This is a really nice scene though. Like, I think it would be nice to add the horizon, something that's a little higher, so it really feels like you're looking down on something. Because if the horizon is not there, I mean, then the ground might feel more flat, like they're looking at the horizon. Maybe the horizon's down here. If you don't place it, we don't know. We're just gonna go by where the path is leading, and it's leading right about there, and that's where kind of everything stops. And so yeah, most people would probably guess that the horizon is here, but that's only if the ground is flat. Not as exciting. So if it's a stream, it's going down, you want to make sure the horizon is higher. And what else? Values and composition. I mean, so far so good. With distance, all you got to think about is that you're going to lose contrast. So you want to make sure that all the little mountains here that are closer, that this mountain is going to have the most amount of contrast. That one too. And what's behind that? This one here, a little bit less contrast. All of that, a bit less contrast. And then you go kind of this way, layer after layer, reducing contrast. But so far feels pretty good. And to light the scene. Yeah, and I think you really captured well the description here. Weather-beaten traveler. Weather-beaten. Maybe that first part, not as much. Maybe that's not as obvious in just his gear. So maybe like yeah, I'm not sure what weather beaten would look like, what that would translate into. But the rest feels pretty solid. Oh, so that was the load on the animal. I see. So yeah, maybe they attached like the whole thing here on both sides, and that's just one of them. Impending threat hanging over our traveler. So what that one, I'm not sure I see as well. So that's probably something to revisit here. I mean, are these clouds here? I'm guessing those are clouds. So it's kind of like the smoke coming in. Yeah, you could have maybe like some sort of shadow in here, like to suggest that there's something in the smoke. Because it could be just mist, you know, that's not really threatening. If anything is coming by the ocean. So, but yeah, maybe you got like a really misty figure in here, kind of coming out of the smoke, or maybe like a big hand grabbing the building. Or maybe it's something up here, because you don't have anything up in the air. So maybe it is just a massive cloud in the distance, you know, like something that doesn't look good, like a really dark cloud. And then everything else is like just a blue sky, and then you see this super dark cloud, maybe with like a bunch of lighting in it. Or maybe it has like a weird color, like a red cloud, or maybe like red on the inside. That could be something. But yeah, I think just that mist, I don't think that sells it for me. So I hope that helps. And when it comes to lighting the scene, make sure that you take out those classes if you haven't already. The class on light and color theory. So that you have maybe like a more specific question for me. But in here, you know, you're outside in the daytime. So I'm expecting that it's probably going to be sunny outside. I don't know what kind of scene you want to create here. Maybe it's something that's more moody, like more depressing. Or so if it's like all overcast. Or something that's more uplifting, something that would contrast with the thread that's coming in, you know, that seems negative, like this dark cloud. And so yeah, I would just go and consider that all of this is just the sky. And then you have the sunlight shining down on everything. And so everything that's pointing directly up, so like the top of these hills, the water, the ground that they're staying on, that they're walking on, all of that is facing directly the light source, and so it's going to be a little bit brighter. So just pop in a new layer here, overlay, light yellow. Let's start adding some light. So it's going to be pretty dark as your scene is dark, but maybe you could use, maybe we'll use hard light instead. Something like that. So maybe the sun is coming in at a slight angle, something like this, like that. So this side of the cliff here is going to be bright, and the other side is going to be dark. These tops here are going to catch some of the lights. They're going to cast shadow onto everything else. Here, that's probably receiving some of the light. Maybe the shadow there is touching the ground right about there, so the water partially will be sunlit, but they are in the shadows of that hill there on the opposite side. And then this big cloud here, also catching some of that sunlight. And that's kind of how you build it up. So, you know, don't complicate things too much. Just one light. It's gonna be the sun, so it'll come from above. You know, you can have it coming straight down at no angle whatsoever if that's too complicated. And yeah, so like in that case, you know, you would have like the top of this rock here be lit by the sun if it's coming straight down. The top of this little backpack here will be lit. The top of this little pocket will be lit. The top of this guy's hair, his shoulders, top of his hands, his arms, top of his shoes, the ground itself. So the fun part. Hope that helps. Moving on to final submission of the day, Lodi. All right. I am well. Long day though. Man, 7 hours. Yeah. Whew. So looking today, Lodi tried to draw me and my friend. What? Oh. A sudden moment of panic here. What? You're not Lodi? She's talking. There we go. All right. So today Lodi tried to draw me and my friend. I hope she drew our bodies. I hope the way she drew our bodies is good. Could you please take a look and point out any mistake? Help us make our bodies perfect. I will try. Try my best. You can tell her that she did pretty good. Mm-hmm. It's really good, but it's really high level. You know, you're not stylizing, you're not hiding any of the anatomy here. Like you're going pretty realistic with your physique, so, and your shading too. So all right, raising the bar. I see. So yeah, I feel so the main issue, like issue number one, I feel like the two characters are not exactly in the same perspective. So like the top of this character's body feels like we're slightly taller, so we can see down, and we can see like the top of her shoulder, and we can also see the other shoulder, indicating that, you know, probably the vanishing line or the horizon line is above that, like above her head. Again, that makes sense if we're looking down on the character, but it doesn't feel like we're looking down on this character though. It feels pretty much like at eye level, where like the vanishing line, the horizon line would be kind of right behind here, and so there's no big distortion of the perspective. So to fix that, two options: either you distort her more. It's probably equivalent in the amount of work that you'll have to do, but it would probably simpler if you just change the perspective from this one here. Basically, from this angle, if we're at eye level-ish, you probably wouldn't see that other shoulder. Or if you see it, it will be at the exact same height. Wait a minute. Did I make a mistake? Oh, I see. I didn't observe this properly. So this is not shoulder at all. Why did I think it was? See what I saw? You want to know what I saw? I thought this was the shoulder. This was her shoulder. This was the other shoulder. And then this was the hair. And there's still hair there, but I'm guessing this is all hair. Oops. All right, so in that case, let's get rid of this. We can see everything better. Stop confusing me, hair. Yeah, I'm not feeling the twist enough. It's a tricky pose though. How much can she rotate comfortably? Probably not much. Yeah, I think the twist the twist here is just too intense. She would have to break her back, break her spine. So easiest fix is to just move this shoulder forward and kind of solve the perspective that way. So you just have that shoulder closer in the front. You can leave the rest of the arm exactly the same. Kind of just adjust the curve in the back. And you might be able to see part of the shoulder, the other one. I think you don't need to do anything to the front of the body. I think that's fine. Yeah, so curve in the back here is going to be something like this. It'll still be curved, but something that's, you know, not as fatal. She's not going to die from that one. Although, yeah, now her head doesn't work. There's no way your neck can turn this much. She'd be dead. So from this angle, like if you're looking sideways, let's see how much I can rotate comfortably without breaking my neck. So that she's about in this angle, right? So that hurts. It starts to be uncomfortable right about this point. So a little bit more than profile, but a little bit less than what you have. So like you have this. Oh, that hurts a lot. Doink. They're patching this up real good. Salvaging as much as possible. Feels more natural. Yeah, so top of the body, something like that would work better. And then you wouldn't have to do anything to this one here, in terms of perspective at least. Yeah, so for the anatomy is also like really good overall. Like when you raise your hand, your arm, like the shoulder comes closer to you. Like the distance here will shorten, you know, and if you're completely up, like the arm, your shoulder is basically touching your ear. So that's something here that we could adjust maybe. I'm just taking all of that here. Just bringing it a little closer. Again, not too big of a change. Can still salvage pretty much all of this. Shoulder and trap, you're gonna get this really deep fold here. That feels more appropriate. And then the only thing that's left that's kind of catching my eye is just like the angle of her hips. It's pretty damn close though, but it's, what is it? It's like, yeah, I think it's this leg here, the left leg. It's not. So if it's pointing back, you know, if it's pointed pointed back. The curve here would be the other way around. It would be more like that instead. And that might solve it. Yeah, I think it's just both lines. I think they just need to be pointed back instead of more like curved downwards instead of upwards. I think that's gonna solve it. Yeah, it feels better because you get all these lines here, kind of indicating that you know, all these muscles are kind of going towards the pubic area, the pubis, and these lines here, they're kind of fighting that. You know, they're going away, curving the other direction. So we want to follow kind of like the bean shape, the rounded shape of the stomach, and continue those lines. If those lines are curved this way, you want the pelvis to also, or the line between the pelvis and the legs to also be pointing in that same direction. So super minor change. I think it helps. And I'm nitpicking here because this is really good. Love the shading on here. Love the pink. I love the color choice. It's super aesthetic. So one thing that you could do that might be nice is to introduce just a little bit of a gradient, you know, so that the legs are not as bright. Because right now, the legs are fighting with the heads. I don't look at the heads first necessarily. I feel always like drawn to this because there's a lot of contrast here. Like really bright and then really dark next to it. Over here, it's a little bit more subdued, the contrast. So yeah, just introducing maybe a little bit of a darker gradient. Oops, that's not a selection tool at all. Kind of the same color. It's worst selection ever, but whatevs. All right, then we're just gonna get the same color here. Kind of just softly, just really softly darken the legs. Just a bit more. Hope that helps. Tricky pose, super tricky pose. It's a tricky angle too. But yeah, overall, I mean, he did amazing here. It's a really impressive drawing. Super cute faces too. Sorry for destroying this one here. Very nice. Love your style. Awesome stuff, Lodi. And this is going to wrap it up for today. Ladies and gentlemen, a good stream. It was a long stream, but yeah, those of you guys that Olivier, you're crazy, but I appreciate the company. That was awesome. Yeah, anybody that left already, but that swung by, thank you. That made my job much more fun, and I hope the feedback was helpful. If you didn't submit anything, first of all, why? And also, don't feel intimidated. As you see, like the range is pretty wide here. That would in the stuff that we get each week. So I want to see your stuff if you have something, and I hope that you come back next week too. And if you watch through the entire thing and you're watching this later on YouTube and you want to know how do I also get my art reviewed like this, and you want to join Art School program, well, you'll find more information about that down in the description below. But that's going to be it for me today. Had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend, a good creative week again, ahead of you. I'm losing my words. I was gonna say I got distracted by it's like a spider coming down. Yeah, so have a good rest of your week, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.